Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of your holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. I wish all our members.
Item number 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new senator. Item number 4, messages from the Governor General. Item number 5, announcements by Madam President.
Again, I wish all in the chamber and outside, listening, following, compliments for the Christmas season. May it be joyous, prosperous, and happy for all our families. I wish everyone also happy Human Rights Day, which is every year celebrated on the 10th of December, which is today, 2025. I will make further announcement at our adjournment. Thank you.
Item number 6, confirmation of minutes.
Senator, good morning.
Good morning, Madam President, and good morning to the clerk and his staff. Good morning to my friends on the other side, my colleagues here. I can see my staff here from the Ministry of Tourism, Creativity, and Culture. Good morning and welcome. Happy to have you all. See you all covering my back for the day, right? Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Thursday, the 6th of November, 2025, be taken as read.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building in Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Thursday, 6 November 2025, be taken as read. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, and Thursday, the 6th of November, 2025, be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Thursday, 6 November 2025, be approved. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it, the minutes are approved.
Item number 8, presentation of petitions. Item number 7, presentation of petitions. Item number 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to present the following papers to the Senate. Number 1, estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2026. Number 2, medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report 2026 to 2028. Number 3, medium-term debt management strategy 2026 to 2028. Number 4, annual debt report 2024. Number 5, report on the contingency fund as of the 31st of October 2025, pursuant to SR&O for the number 42 of 2015 National Transformation Fund Regulations as amended. And the final one, Madam President, state-owned enterprises and statutory bodies Statement of Performance Report 2024.
Honorable members, the question is that these papers be laid. The estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2026, medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report 2026 to 2028, medium-term debt management strategy 2026 to 2028, the annual debt report for 2024, the report of the contingency fund as of 31st October 2025, which is pursuant to SRO 42 of the 2015 National Transformation Fund Regulations as it is amended, and that the last report also be laid, which is on the state-owned enterprises and statutory bodies, the statements of performance reports for 2024. Is it your wish, honorable members, that these papers be laid? Those who are so convinced say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion, say nay. The ayes have it, these papers are laid and open for discussion.
Item number 9, statements by ministers. Item number 10, government notices.
Yeah, I think, President.
Senator Sinclair.
Thank you. Morning, Madam President.
Welcome and good morning.
Good morning to everyone in this chamber on both sides, and of course, all those who are also following and the visitors to this house. I rise to make a few comments on two of the reports, Madam President. One of them had to deal with the state-owned enterprises. In particular, the interest I had is on page 24 regarding the PetroCaribe debt stock of $372,100,000. My concern there is when you look at all the bodies, that is the one with the most significant of the total lot of debt. I think the total debt is like 500 or something million, and this one is like the highest. The concern I have, and it's there, is that understanding the risks that were raised in the medium-term economic strategy document around section 5, around page 55. A major section spoke about the geopolitical situation in the world, in Latin America, the Caribbean, and all of those issues. And we know Venezuela is tied into that whole space, and what implication all of these have in the way we treat with that downstream. It doesn't mean because the debt is high, I understand that it's due in the morning, because you have to look at how you service debt and the ability to service. We're not saying that, but we're looking at it in terms of Petro-Caribbean has provided a lot of support to this country through different mechanisms of the funding from that institution, and what implication I may have for futures and how we address it in terms of managing the risk that we can have a demand on our continuous flow. And that's why I thought that I wanted to flag on that point. And the other one also related to the medium-term economic and fiscal strategy. I always like to look at the risk section, and it was again highlighted by the Ministry of Finance, some key areas, and a few things stood out to me in that section. Of course, the geopolitical issues, in terms of how that would affect tourist arrivals, remittances. You speak about also the impact of the CBI program and the citizen, the IMA, I think it's called now, and what that does, because that has a major input into our budget, our monies for supporting the country. So that is one of the risks, and of course we see that we have passed various legislation to support that, but that is one. But the other astonishing piece of information from reading through is under the financial risk. It speaks of, and I'm using a piece of information from the statutory body's report that speaks that employment is about 51,000 persons employed when I look at the data. And it says to me, a risk that was raised is that we are unbankable. I think that's the word, meaning that we do a lot of business, we collect money, but a lot of us don't have bank accounts. And so that creates a challenge for the whole banking and financial landscape. Because if you have all the money in the bank, then most of your money is then you can understand what's happening from a management standpoint. But a lot of person could have money, maybe they just put it in the bank. Maybe it's circulating in different ways in the economy. And that, to me, is a serious issue that was raised along with financial literacy issues. And it's something that I think while we're busy looking at a lot of other things in the country, this could easily slip away and be a great risk. If you realize right now we have less banks in the country, less banks. And the question might be why? If there is no opportunity and business for them, then they will become less. And of course, persons feel if they put money in the bank, then everybody's watching them. So this is something that is of grave concern, particularly in light of announcements that we are almost fully employed. We have unemployment rate is very low. So where is that threshold for growth in the banking sector? And that would be an issue of liquidity and access to more monies. If you want to do business, develop your own self, if you're not in the banking sector, how you intend to get monies to get a mortgage? You have to go to the bank or to the credit union. So that, I think, is a big issue for growth. And of course, the last point, which we know we have to live with, is of course the issues of natural disasters, climate change, and so on, which is something that we have to guard and work around. So I wanted to highlight those issues. Of course, during the general debate, other points would come along. And maybe the last point I want to raise, which sort of come back to the state-owned. I know that we would have passed a legislation sometime, either earlier this year or last year, where the state-owned bodies can invest and extend their portfolio to increase wealth. And it will be good to see, and I'm not too sure if this is too early in this report, to see what measures are investment that some of these bodies would have taken. And so we get a good idea also, because that is also a risk in itself as to if something happens, increase the potential risk for this institution, which is a pressure back on the government. It would be good to see some comment or some note pertaining to that. So these are my remarks pertaining to the reports. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Senator Sinclair. They seem to pertain to the capacity or the possibility for the expansion of the economy in relation to present or potential risk. And just to comment on one of the points you made, I had the impression that while we do have fewer banks, that these banks in Grenada are overflowing with liquidity. So it probably poses part of the answer to your question. Do we have the capacity to expand the economy? Is it, able to absorb national interests, whether it's from businesses or statutory bodies or individuals? So it's obviously an interesting and valid point for continued discussion. Thank you for your observations.
Item 10, government notices.
I think we have not voted on accepting the reports. We just voted to lead them. We've voted already? All right, proceed.
Item 11, unofficial notices. Item 12, questions to ministers. Item 13, personal explanations. Item 14, motions.
Senator Adrian Thomas, Leader of Government Business. You have the floor, Senator.
As stated on the order paper, Madam President, whereas debate and the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament on Friday, the 12th of September, 2025, was deferred to a date to be announced, be it resolved that the said address be now debated by the Senate. However, Madam President, I wish to propose an amendment to this motion, given that the content of the address and the estimates of revenue and expenditure complement each other, and considering that extensive debate will be taking place on the 2026 budget, it is quite evident that the Governor General address establishes the framework upon which the budget is built. So, having said that, Madam President, I therefore humbly submit that we amend the motion to read as follows. Be it resolved that the said address be accepted. Thank you very much.
I thank the Senator and entertain comments on the proposed amendment. Hearing none, I will put it to the vote. Honorable members, the question is that whereas the debate on the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament on Friday, 12th September 2025, was deferred to a date to be announced, be now accepted. All those who are in favor, say aye. And of the contrary opinion, say nay. The ayes have it. This brings to an end our debate on the address, most gracious address of the Governor General.
Resolution for the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st of January 2026 to the 31st of December 2026. Whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2026 by means of an appropriation act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st of January 2026 to the 31st of December 2026 be approved.
Honorable members, the question is that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st of January 2026 to 31st December 2026 be approved. All those in favor say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Motion is approved. Leader of Government Business? No. Ms. Golson? Get started, I apologize that Senator Dwight Horsford and Senator Claudette Joseph have both asked to be excused for late arrivals due to commitments commencing around 9 o'clock, and they would be with us shortly. Thank you very much. Senator, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, first and foremost, I would like to inform this Honorable House that I have the Speaker's certificate to proceed. Madam President, Honorable members of the Senate, Clerk of Parliament and staff, fellow Grenadians, home and abroad, those of you who are here in person, all online and social media, pleasant day to all. Madam President, I stand here with a deep sense of national responsibility to present this Honorable House the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2026. I do so, Madam President, on behalf of the government and people of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, citizens whose resilience continue to define our national character. However, Madam President, before I start, allow me to extend appreciation to the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, for giving me the opportunity to serve in the Senate as leader of government business and having the confidence to appoint me for another year. My cabinet colleagues, you have been a tower of strength. on both sides, President of the Senate, clerk, and other parliamentary staff, the permanent secretary and staff of the Ministry of Finance, Division of Policy, Budget, and Debt Management. Madam President, it will be remiss of me if I did not say a heartfelt thank you to the PS and staff in the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture for the sincere and unwavering support they have shown to me in the last 2 years. The Board of Directors and staff of the following statutory bodies must be recognized for the sterling contributions and the growing success of this important ministry. The Grenada Tourism Authority, Spicemas Corporation, Grenada National Museum, the Grenada National Trust, and all other stakeholders that have worked with us throughout the year 2024-2025, the years 2024 to 2025. All other ministries and departments for the hard work in preparing these estimates, which constitute the final public version of our nation's expenditure and revenue for 2026, as captured in the official documents. Madam President, I would like to set out the national context of this budget. The 2026 budget comes at a time when global turbulence continues to place small developing states under serious pressure. From climatic volatility and rising debt service costs to labor market adjustments and the increasing cost of living driven by external shocks. Yet, as Eleanor Roosevelt reminded us, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Grenada's dream is clear. Shared prosperity, but through people-centered development, innovation, resilience, equity, and opportunity. This budget, Madam President, reflects that dream. Under the guidance of the theme, Powering Progress through People's Participation and Innovation, this theme, Madam President, signals our commitment to placing Grenadians at the center of national transformation, as highlighted on the cover page of the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure 2026. Madam President, it is important that we be reminded of the biblical wisdom according to Proverbs 29, chapter 29, verse 18. Where there is no vision, the people perish. This 2026 budget, Madam President, provides vision and a disciplined plan for fiscal responsibility. Let us now have an overview of the fiscal structure. Madam President, the total estimated expenditure for 2026 stands at $1,960,013,910 Eastern Caribbean dollars, as outlined in the explanatory notes. This amount, Madam President, includes recurrent expenditure, capital expenditure, initiatives expenditure. Madam President, this is a new classification introduced in 2026 budget, and it's clearly been explained in the estimates. But for listening today, Madam President, I would like to offer a definition according to the estimates, what is being recorded in the estimates. Initiatives are recurrent programs or interventions that do not have a defined completion time frame. Historically, these items were budgeted under capital projects despite their ongoing nature. Madam President, the objective of creating this system is to ensure better alignment between program characteristics and modern budgeting standards. This strategic reclassification strengthens clarity, is how government activities were financed and enable Parliament to track ongoing development programs more efficiently. As former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon stated, sustainable development is a pathway to the future we want for all. This budget, Madam President, strongly reflects that pathway. The revenue estimated for 2026 built on stable performance in 2025 with continued recovery across tourism, construction, creative industries, ICT, agriculture, etc. Government focus, Madam President, strengthening customs and inland revenue modernization, thorough digitization, compliance reform, and training is expected to produce further efficiency gains. Moreover, Madam President, priority areas for expenditure includes social protection, health and education, tourism and the creative economy expansion, food and nutrition security, economic diversification, climate resilience infrastructure, youth development, and strengthening community development and local governance. Madam President, this budget is crafted with humility, recognizing that our national progress must rest on wise stewardship, social justice, and moral groundings. Madam President, this is a budget that is people-centered. The estimates reflect government's ongoing commitment to inclusive growth, ensuring that every Grenadian villager, farmers, fisherfolk, entrepreneurs, artists, students, pensioner, they can all participate in and benefit from national development. Madam President, the budget also elevates programs in youth empowerment, skills training, digital transformation, expanded hospitality capacity, agriculture assistance and services, and major capital works across health, housing, roads and bridges, and tourism. As John F. Kennedy said, efforts and courage are not enough without purpose and direction. This budget, Madam President, provides clear purpose and direction for 2026. Madam President, rooted in the principles of good governance, equity, responsibility, and creativity, these estimates seek to create the conditions for a stronger, smarter, safer, and more inclusive Grenada. Having said that, these words, I now proceed to detailed presentation of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2026. And first and foremost, I would like to present and deal with the macroeconomic and social context of this very important budget. Madam President, I am pleased to present to this Honorable House the macroeconomic and social context supporting the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year, for this fiscal year. I think by now, every citizen of this country is quite aware that Grenada economic performance in 2025 has been exceptional, remarkable. Building on this solid recovery from 2024 with burial and other external shocks, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, estimated or estimates that real GDP growth for 2025 stood for now at 4.4% for 2025, despite the difficulties that we face in 2024. However, Madam President, our government believes by the end of 2025, we believe it could move from 4.4% to 6.2%. But we'll hold it at 4.4% for now. Madam President, growth in 2026 is projected to ease to 4.1%. As post-Hurricane Ivan reconstruction winds down. Inflationary pressure has also eased significantly. Madam President, youth unemployment in Grenada fell from 42% to 20.2%, a remarkable improvement of more than 21%. Well, we knock here, we get smiles over there. That's nice. It's all in confirmation. Our physical performance, Madam President, has also been stronger than anticipated. Despite increased capital spending related to Hurricane Beryl recovery, higher revenue collections and disciplined recurrent expenditure resulted in a primary deficit of $126.4 million in 2026, significantly better than the budgeted $208.6 million in 2025. The overall deficit, Madam President, is similarly improved, estimated at $279.1 million rather than the projected $337.4 million. This performance reflects both prudent fiscal management and the resilience of the Grenadian economy. Madam President, I turn to the estimates of revenue expenditure for 2026. Members of this Honorable House, the 2026 estimates was crafted through an inclusive national process reflecting the voice of the people, reflecting the voice of the citizens of this country, home and in the diaspora. The contribution, Madam President, is well aligned with our National Sustainable Development Plan 2025 and Vision 75, and have helped shape a budget grounded in resilience, equity, and shared prosperity. I record, Madam President, our sincere appreciation to all those who have contributed and participated. As I stated earlier, the total expenditure, Madam President, $1,906,013,910 Eastern Caribbean dollars. The key fiscal components are as stated. Recurrent revenue, 1.3 billion EC dollars. Grant, 37.6 million Eastern Caribbean dollars. Recurrent expenditure, 1.1 billion. Strategic initiatives, 206.7 million. Capital expenditure, 370.4 million. Current account surplus, 229.7 million. Principal repayments, 313.3 million. Primary deficit after grants, 229.2 million. Overall deficit after grants, 309.8 million. Madam President, although the Fiscal Resilience Act rules remain temporarily suspended, government maintains its commitment to strong fiscal management and responsibility. Madam President, I am pleased to report that this 2026 budget is fully financed. Transformation in motion, one of our mantra. Madam President, when this administration assumed office 3 years ago, we pledged to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique that our leadership would bring about a real transformation. We have not moved away from that, Madam President. As the philosopher Marcus Aurelius reminds us, what stands in the way becomes the way. And indeed, every challenge we face becomes fuel of the transformation now unfolding across our nation. Madam President, some question whether we will make it based on our youthful team. Others dismiss our early success as coincidence, a political theater. Others ask the question, where is the transformation? But as the African Proverbs wisely states, a lot of quotations this morning, don't worry that. Because we got to get a message. When the music changes, so does the dance. The rhythm of governance has changed, and so too has the direction of our national development. Today, Madam President, the evidence speaks louder than the detractors. The evidence speaks louder than the detractors. Across the health sector, education, youth empowerment, infrastructure, public service modernization, digital transformation, social protection, and environmental resilience, this government, Madam President, has not promised transformation. We have delivered it, and we have done so with purpose, strategy, and unwavering commitment, Madam President. as we present the estimates, revenue, and expenditure for 2026, it is important to frame the allocations within context of the transformation already in motion. In healthcare, we are building a once fragile system with ambition of positioning Grenada as a healthcare center of excellence of the Eastern Caribbean. Things are happening, Madam President. In education, we are modernizing classrooms, expanding access, and ensuring greater equity so that every young Grenadian has a fair chance to succeed. Things are happening. In youth development, we are creating opportunities, strengthening skills, and laying the foundation for a vibrant, prosperous youth economy. Things are happening. In housing, infrastructure, digital governance, public sector modernization, we are replacing outdated structure with system build for transparency, efficiency, and national advancement. Madam President, so when the opponents of progress ask where is the transformation, we say it with confidence and boldness and clarity. Transformation is everywhere, in every parish. And so, I will now turn to health and wellness. This government has remained focused on fixing the health system we sadly inherited. Madam President, one that was struggling with old buildings, not enough staff, outdated service. Today, I am pleased to report visible transformation is happening across the sector. Madam President, we have engaged world-renowned Mount Sinai Health System out of New York to assist us. And they have completed a full assessment of the General Hospital. They have identified the gaps that need to be filled, Madam President. And we're going to address them block by block, month by month. Madam President, we're going to, in 2026, we will make a bold move to statutarize the healthcare system in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, with the objective of also addressing the National Health Insurance Scheme. That will help many of our citizens to have access to good medical attention. We have also started, Madam President, digitizing the patient's records. Which part of the world are we talking about if we're talking about modernization? And those things are not digitized as yet. We are heading in that direction. Madam President, we cannot ignore the importance of your workforce in the General Hospital. And I don't need to, in Parliament today, to detail everything that we have done to make sure that the workforce in the General Hospital is taken care of. Madam President, I'm taking note. Madam President, training opportunities for our workers. We welcome 30 new nursing interns from St. George's University with starting salaries of $3,000. Madam President, we have engaged Nigeria and Ghana to work in partnership so that they could help us and assist us in providing the skilled labor we need in our general hospitals, nurses and doctors in particular. Madam President, we continue our annual honorariums of $12,000 for doctors and $6,000 for nurses to help retain skilled staff. We are doing something about the gaps, Madam President. All over the country, major repairs, refurbishment, and upgrades are taking place. We have purchased life-saving equipment to install in our hospitals. And we have also installed a new state-of-the-art kitchen for our workers. In 2026, Madam President, we'll continue at more than 20 health facilities, upgrading more than 20 health facilities and ensuring stronger primary health care at every community. Madam President, while some talk down this important sector, we are busy building it and things are happening in our country. Project Polaris is now on the fingertips of every Grenadian. And we're going to make it a reality. While some are doubting, we are busy working to make sure that that dream that we have for decades becomes a reality. So far, Madam President, the site has been secured. Detailed designs are completed, and we are finalizing the hiring of contractors and consultants. The financing framework is being developed, including concessional loans and philanthropic support. Cabinet ministers have voluntarily committed 1 month of the salary each year until the hospital is built. This is the bold step. Things are happening, Madam President. And we will encourage people to volunteer in other sectors. We are setting the pace. And I know my friends in Tau can do so. They have money. Well, Andrew, the government can't give us a salary increase. Your workplace have to give you that. The mic is off, right? Madam President, one of the new ministries that we have,
counting each and every one of those.
Mental health and wellness is one of the new initiatives that we have taken on board. And I think Grenada is leading in the region with the creation of the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Religious Affairs. We have made some progress in that area, Madam President. In regards to mental health, we have the expansion of the community mental health service and integration of mental health care in regular health clinics. It's something that we have never had in Grenada, but we want to give every Grenadian the opportunity at the doorstep, not to having to travel long distances to get some attention. And we have also started the construction of the new Maribor Rehabilitation Center, designed to bring dignity and hope to our patients. Madam President, 2026 will expand mental health training for frontline workers and strengthen wellness program in schools and workplaces. A total of $155.7 million has been allocated to the Ministry of Health and Mental Health, Wellness, and Religious Affairs. A clear signal of government commitment. Madam President, the remarkable progress the government has made in education is so impactful. Progress that is touching the lives of many Grenadians. Progress that they welcome. And we can start with the free tuition at Tom Sisi and Nulu. We can talk about 700 scholarships to students and educators in medicine, the arts, and the sciences in countries such as the United States, Cuba, Morocco, and China. These scholarships, Madam President, represent an investment of nearly $227 million in our people. We have a vision, Madam President. This is the kind of progress we are talking about. It will look intangible to some people, but this is the kind of investment we have to make if we want our country to grow. Madam President, we have implemented, while people talk about it in the past, we have implemented our first generation scholarships program in a very serious way with the Mona University in the United States. We are in partnership with the St. George's University, and we have secured 30 fully funded medical scholarships for our people in Grenada. They have a desire to further their education in the medical field. We have a need for it, and therefore, rather than the 2 and 3 scholarships we used to be given year after year, we have now advanced that to 30. And once there are no obstacles, Madam President, our commitment to provide education for our people will continue. Madam President, we have launched the e-book program, distributing 3,875 military-graded laptops to our Form 1 and Form 2 students. We have started the pilot school bus program, and by the end of the year, it will be coming to an end, and we are hoping to learn from that and advance it, Madam President. And fifth, we have invested heavily in our nation's schools. After the devastation of Hurricane Beryl, we repaired and upgraded our schools and reopened every school by September 2024. Madam President, this is a commitment that we made to the people. No one will be left behind, and we have completed that, and I'm happy that we have even started the construction of many schools. The Minister for Education will give some more details. Madam President, but one of the things I want to talk about here is our Center of Excellence. We are serious about that. Again, this is a gap that we have in our country, and we need to address it. And the Center of Excellence, like most developing countries are heading these days, skills and talent is where we're going to spend the money. Madam President, the message is simple. Education, transforming things are truly happening in the sector for the benefit of every Grenadian. Some may question our direction, but I believe that this direction is finally moving Grenada forward. Things are happening in education. Madam President, in the area of housing, this government continues to deliver on its promises to give our people something every family desires or deserves: a safe, decent, and dignified place to call home. Madam President, over the years, we met a serious housing deficit in our country. But we did not sit back. Something has to be done. And we are doing something. And so, Madam President, we have just completed the pilot phase of the Project 500. By the end of the year, 17 model homes will be distributed, paving the way for a full rollout of the Phase 2 project. The Build Back Better housing program has constructed hundreds of safe, climate-resilient homes. These homes have brought comfort and stability to families who lost everything. The WASH program, Madam President, is taking its place in Grenada. And we are heading to the elimination, once and for all, pit latrines in our homes. It's unhealthy, it's not good enough. Our people deserve much more than that. And so the WASH program will continue. We are hoping to eliminate some 8,000 pit latrines throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martin. The houses, the 647 houses donated by the Chinese, Madam President, we have turned these houses into shells, just shells, into something more comfortable and comforting. Madam President, we have retrofitted all these apartments, and I think people are quite happy with the living conditions in those units. Madam President, we have distributed over 244 units already. In 2026, housing will continue to be a major priority. And the Housing Authority of Grenada and the government will partner together, and the private sector will partner together to build high-quality, affordable Grenadian-style houses. Madam President, real things are happening in the housing sector. Our people are finally seeing the dignity, comfort, and opportunity that come with proper housing. And this government remains committed to delivering even more. The opposition as well as the transformation? Well, the answer is in every parish, throughout the country, real transformation taking place. I now move to renewable energy. Grenada move towards renewable energy is not just about technology, Madam President. It is about protecting our people, lowering electricity bills, and building a safer, more secure future for our country. Madam President, we have launched the SOFA program, the Solar for All. This, we hope, will bring relief to families and small businesses. We do have a problem with in terms of paying our electricity bills, and this is no fault of the government because we don't produce the oil that is needed so badly. So, Madam President, we believe in the solar system, we believe in renewable energy, and the government is prepared to spend millions of dollars. We have allocated $1 million to make sure ordinary people feel the benefit of renewable energy, not just in theory, but in the pockets. Madam President, after Hurricane Beryl, the solar plant at Limley in Carriacou was badly damaged. This facility was built to supply up to 20% of Carriacou electricity and save the country about $500,000 annually. The good news, Madam President, the United Arab Emirates and the contractor have committed to rebuilding it, this time with stronger and more resilient designs that can withstand Category 4 and 5 hurricane. So this plant, Madam President, will be built back in Carriacou, and we are heading in that direction. Madam President, in 2026, more than $140 million is granted, and concessionary financing has been secured to advance two major initiatives beginning in 2026. Number one, $40 million for solar installation and government buildings and 10.6 megawatts battery storage system at the Maurice Bishop International Airport to secure reliable electricity. And number two, up to $100 million is in concessional loans and guarantees to support private companies and independent power producers invested in renewable energy. These, Madam President, are actions that show our renewable energy transition is real, deliberate, and people-focused. We are cutting costs and securing a cleaner future for our children. Madam President, in the renewable energy sector, things are definitely happening. Yeah. I now turn to agriculture. I'm not sure I should be speaking on agriculture because the things are so glaring, and I know Senator Sinclair will expound on it when he speaks today. Madam President, there is no doubt that agriculture remains the backbone of our economy. One of the gaps that we have in agriculture, though, and I must mention, is that sometimes we don't measure the real value of the agricultural sector. And if you speak to the housewives in the rural areas, you can speak to my wife. She doesn't have to buy bananas. She doesn't have to buy avocado. She doesn't have to buy citrus. So when you put all these things together, Madam President, if you put a value to it, subsistent farming must be recorded. Unfortunately, it's not recorded, but we have to find ways and means of recording the value of those products. If you go to the supermarket and you have to buy all these products, you will understand the value of it. But we have to find ways, and I hope this senator will work together with us to find ways in terms of measuring subsistence farming in Grenada, CARICOM, PT Martin. But agriculture remains the backbone of our economy, and as the people see. And I agree and I endorse that, Madam President. Madam President, some key achievements in 2024, 2025. Over $37 million, Madam President, in support of farmers and fisherfolk were placed directly in the hands of the communities. $37 million, Madam President. Not loan. Nobody have to pay back anything. Madam President, the Chinese have donated a brand new tissue culture lab where farmers can now get clean plants, clean seedlings. These is free to plant in the field. Madam President, through SAEP, farmers receive training, extension support, and small grants to help them adopt climate-smart and sustainable farming practices. We have now seen young men and women in the agricultural sector because we have a place for them and we have given them the kind of assistance that is necessary. We have now established an agro-processing plant in Lackalome, St. David, that will give the agro-processors an opportunity to process some of the stuff. Every agro-processors don't have to buy a pulping machine or a seal or a label. This agro-processing plant will provide the kind of service that some of our small agro-processors really need in order to improve the quality, because our market today must not remain 107,000 people in Grenada, but it must be extended to the people in the Caribbean and the international community. Yeah. Madam President, we are serious about agriculture. In the area of livestock, it is well recorded that we brought in some top quality breeds of animals in our country. And the program, Madam President, we are hoping to improve the breeds of pigs, sheep, and goats to strengthen local breeding and move towards greater self-sufficiency in meat production. Madam President, I am sure that we are aware of the amount of chicken that we consume, the amount of eggs we import, especially around Christmas time. It's starting to get scarce now, Madam President. But our hope is to make sure that we are self-sufficient in meat production, something that so many of us are so addicted to, yet for we're not producing it. Don't get addicted to what you can produce. It's going to be a heavy cost to you. Madam President, the issue of combating predial larceny, we have now, is a long process, and it's something that my good friend Senator Roderick Sinclair has been clamoring for. We're going to address it. The motorbikes are here. We have employed and trained 45 trained officers. We have brought in drones. So those people that feel like they could continue predial larceny and get away with it, tell them we are coming for them, and we're going to deal with them. The legislation will soon be here, Madam President. Madam President, we cannot continue talking about Grenada, the spice of Isle, the spice of the Caribbean, and we're not doing anything about it. Madam President, this administration have embarked on the replanting of spices throughout Grenada, CARICOM, PT Martin, and we even have a national spice planting day. The program will continue, Madam President. New farm roads was constructed across the country, and state lands were regularized to improve access and reduce post-harvest losses. For 2026, Madam President, we will continue most of these programs and more investment in irrigation, farm roads, and storage facilities for the farmers. We have budgeted $1 million, Madam President, to upgrade animal pens, because a lot of farmers want to get into animal production, but they don't have the facilities. We have invested $1 million, Madam President, not in soft loans, Madam President, in grants. In grants. Food security is at our heart for our nation. Madam President, in that, we have allocated $40.5 million in agriculture and food and nutrition security for 2026. Madam President, they claim nothing is changing, but I believe that things are happening, and agriculture is seriously improving throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. One of the other ministries that we have created, Madam President, the Blue Economy. And the Blue Economy takes us to the ocean. It is recorded that our waters is 75 times greater than our land mass. And there are lots of resources outside there that we can tap on. But if you don't organize and put structure in place, you will not be able to capitalize and access and harness the resources outside there, Madam President. And so, in 2026, we'll be doing much more in terms of training our fisher folks in safety at sea and sustainable fishing practices. We are starting the Melville Street Fishing Port. It's a massive project. We'll be reclaiming some lands there, Madam President. We'll be expanding mariculture, including sea moss, baits, and shrimp farming to give coastal communities more ways to earn income. Madam President, we have allocated $16.4 million for advancing the blue economy. Madam President, I now turn to one of the most important sectors in our country. Grenada's story of transformation, Madam President, continues through the growth of our tourism industry, our creative sector, and our rich cultural heritage. These three areas, Madam President, are not just about attracting visitors. They are about providing real opportunities for the people, creating jobs in every parish, and showcasing what makes Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique so unique. This, Madam President, is the third initiative that the government has taken on to form a new ministry, third ministry, tourism, the creative economy, and culture. Madam President, in 2025, the ministry, through its tourism awareness and education program, organized the National Tourism Youth Congress, which embraces more than 30 primary school students. In an effort to deepen their understanding of Grenada's diverse tourism offering. Madam President, this program empowers young people to contribute to the sustainable development of Grenada tourism sector. And the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy, in collaboration with the GTA, the Grenada Tourism Authority, had the opportunity to celebrate Tourism Awareness Month from the 1st to the 31st of November 2025 under the theme Sustainable Tourism, People, Planet, and Pure Grenada. Throughout the month, Madam President, a diverse series of activities including immersive school tours, secondary school essay competition, social media awareness series, staff development and educational activities, and a consumer pop-up showcase was executed to engage students of all ages. Madam President, in 2025, the ministry successfully reintroduced and hosted the National Tourism Youth Congress competition, and this was held on Friday, the 9th of May. The national winner, Madam President, of this program went on to proudly represent Grenada at the Regional Tourism Youth Congress in Barbados. I was present, Madam President, and I was very proud of what we offered the Caribbean. She was excellent, and I think she deserved a table up for that. Madam President, one of our flagship programs, the community-based tourism, is very dear to me. I sleep with community tourism on my mind. I think about it night and day, and the PS can testify that every time I get the opportunity, we're talking about community tourism. Because I believe that tourism, I believe in the notion that tourism is everybody's business. But I believe also that we must not only say it, but we must act it. And tourism must reach the rural family in the villages, the farmer, the fisherfolk, the artisan, the craftsman, the cultureman. Tourism must reach them. And so, Madam President, in 2024, I think this program started, and we made remarkable strides. In 2025, Madam President, we had a late budget, we had some setbacks, but we already know what we're going to do for 2026. And I can say to you that the level of enthusiasm in the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture is very high for promoting community tourism. And I can guarantee you that whatever allocation in this budget for 2026, we will surpass that, because we have a responsibility to make sure that community-based tourism is spread throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Madam President, it will be remiss of me if I don't talk about our friends, our partners, the Grenada Tourism Authority. Madam President, the GTA has completed a 40-foot expansion of the Grand Anse Jetty in mid-2025. And this, Madam President, is very important for the vendors market. And as time progresses, we'll be enhancing our sites bit by bit, Madam President. In the area of digital transformation and financial modernization, the GTA has launched, Madam President, the online payment and fees collection system, making a major step forward in modernizing the island's tourism administration. Madam President, I am sometimes annoyed, shocked, and wonder why we don't capitalize on using cashing machine. I travel sometimes without hands, sometimes I don't even realize there's no cash in my pocket, but I have cards. And today, travelers, visitors, Madam President, I travel sometimes and I don't even bother about going to the bank and get foreign exchange anymore. People must get involved. And the GTA is spending some time in making sure that no matter what you're selling, no matter where you are, you must carry that machine so that when the visitors come and they say they want a beer or a carib and they give you the card, you must not say, well, it's cash or ticket, and you miss that sale. You don't only miss the sale individually, you have deprived the nation of making some extra foreign exchange that we have already invested in. The fact that we are marketing and telling people to come to Grenada, if we don't have the structures in place to make sure that we capitalize on the spending, we are wasting time. And therefore, we must get every vendor, every fisherman, every fisherfolk to make sure that these machines are at the disposal. And we're going to work with the banks and other institutions to make sure that this happens. We do not want 2026 to be completed, and we are not fully furnished with all those bits and pieces, Madam President. So the whole question of digital transformation and financial modernization must be capitalized on. Madam President, the internationally acclaimed series Below Deck featured Grenada, highlighting the island's pristine diving sites, crystal clear waters, and diverse adventure offering. This exposure significantly increased awareness of Grenada as a premier destination for luxury travelers, yachting enthusiasts, and adventure seekers. Madam President, this activity, further boosting Grenada global visibility, the destination was showcased in 3 segments of The Real Housewives of Atlanta, reaching a combined audience of over 1.76 million viewers. Madam President, this is the kind of marketing we want. This is the kind of marketing we need. And this is the kind of investment that the GTA is embarking on to make sure that the tourism sector is well taken care of. Madam President, on December the 20th, 2025, Delta will be having the inaugural flight to Grenada from Atlanta. Madam President, things are happening in the Ministry of Tourism and the Grenada Tourism Authority. Make no bones about that. I will be there, and hey guys, book all the flights. Straight to Georgia. I know you have a friend in Georgia? Family. Madam President, we are headed in that direction, and we are making sure that we're going to try our best to get more flights, more airlift to Grenada, not only from North America and Europe, but also within the Caribbean region. We will be spending some money there to make sure that we market Grenada as we really and truly deserve to. Madam President, for 2026, the ministry will continue to prioritize youth development through the National Tourism Youth Congress. The ministry will also maintain a strong commitment to the community-based tourism, and we will continue to enhance our sites. We have taken on the responsibility, Madam President, of making sure, and we have taken on a commitment that every year we will at least work on one major site in our country. I cannot understand, Madam President, why for so many years all these sites were just left. What's to do? No maintenance. We have to maintain it. I see young guys washing their vehicles every morning. Every 3 months they break for maintenance. But they're not even maintaining their medical self. But its sites need to be maintained. And this will be part of our budget to make sure that those things happen, Madam President. The ministry will also embark on major rehabilitation of at least Bathway and Livera for 2026. But we have also hoping to complete another 2 major tourism sites, the Fort George project that we have to deal with there, and the Granite Tongue Shoreline Trail. Those two sites will definitely be completed in 2026. And Grenadians will now have the opportunity, not only visitors, but Grenadians can go to Granite Tongue and walk around the lake in 2026. We are hoping to achieve that, Madam President. And I can say to this honorable house and to the nation that we will definitely have toilet facilities and 3 gazebos and improve the ambience of the entrance in the lake in 2026. Clap. Madam President, I now turn very quickly to the creative economy and culture, and I will be very brief on this in this presentation because Senator Britton will elaborate much more on that. Madam President, this government takes full credit for ensuring that the creative sector, music, fashion, digital, festivals, etc., is not recognized as a major part, is not recognized as a major part of economic development. And we are investing heavily in that because we believe in it. We believe that the creative economy and culture can help our country to grow. The same, our hopes and dreams in terms of exploring with the hope of exploiting oil and gas in Grenada. The creative economy, I believe, has that same potential, and we must do everything to make sure that we tap into it and we get the kind of benefits that we deserve. Madam President, we are proud to have created a national cultural and creative industry strategy. We have established the Grenada Office of Creative Affairs to help creatives access training, funding, and markets. We have increased grants for artists, event organizers, and cultural groups, strengthening Spice Mass and festivals across our nation. We have partnered with regional and international experts to train Grenadians in copyright, digital media, entrepreneurship, and film production. We have begun a 5-year National Steel Pan Festival revival by distributing 240 steel pans and 7 drum sets across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Steel pan will be back in Grenada in every village, Madam President. We have started it, we have filtered it in every village already, and we're going to build on it for the next 5 years, Madam President. There is more to come, Madam President, but as I said, Senator Britton will expand and expound on those 2 areas. We have an allocation of $53.1 million for the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy, and Culture. $53.5 million. Madam President, I now turn to the digital economy. Today, I am proud to report that Grenada is not just using technology anymore. We are building it, shaping it, and using it to improve everyday life for our people. Madam President, in 2025, we have started many processes, and Grenadians can testify that they can now file and pay taxes online, no longer having to leave Sotes and go to St. George's to line up to pay taxes. Things are happening, Madam President. Passport applications, less paperwork. You can now do that online. Pensioners can renew their life certificates online. Making life easier for those people after the hard work. And for many government services, you can now manage your business with just a little click, just a click. It takes up, it's a pleasure to sit in your office and just pay all your bills in 5 minutes. Sometimes you have to ask your employer for time off to go and pay your bills. We are moving, Madam President. In some of the villages and community centers and across Grenada, Madam President, schools, government buildings, tourism sites, free Wi-Fi access to our brothers and sisters, to our citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The Digital Workforce Initiative, Madam President, is preparing our young people and working adults for good paid international jobs. In fact, graduates from the cybersecurity program have already secured employment right in the home in Grenada, working with the international communities. Madam President, this is the kind of progress and the kind of digital transformation that we are talking about. Transformation is here, Madam President, and things are happening. Yep. Madam President, we have what you call the JUMP program, where our vulnerable people can pay $20 a month for internet service. Everybody knows what is the real cost of internet. And if you make it accessible for our citizens, then, Madam President, I think this is real progress. Madam President, on the issue, we now move to infrastructure development, community renewal, and public utilities, and transportation. Madam President, infrastructure, if we are doing a lot of intangible things and people are not recognizing them, this is one that cannot be intangible. It has to be tangible. And I think everybody is seeing it. And I can see my colleague nodding. Madam President, when this administration took office, we made roads that was falling apart, bridges that were unsafe, public buildings neglected, no maintenance, and a transport system where much is desired. We don't believe that we can work miracle and everything going to be transformed in the morning. But we believe that if we put our minds to it and put our back to it, and we unify, we unite our citizens, we can get all those things changing. Madam President, across our tri-island states, we have delivered the long overdue widening of the Granite Town Road. Is that true? Major work infrastructure upgrades through projects like J-Cruise, and presently we do have the South St. George Water Expansion Program. It's a bit messy for now, but it's going to be nice and luxurious in time to come. Madam President, we have the completion of important routes such as the Molina Bridge, Chublu Road, Laborie Road, Monkuma Road, Mongo Road, Snell Hall Bridge, and Bonnet Bridge. Construction of many secondary schools across the villages and towns, Madam President. We have upgraded the high court, the hard courts. Playing fields are being lit in several parishes, including the National Stadium, where we'll have the privilege to enjoy T20 cricket that so many other Caribbean islands are enjoying. And last night I set up looking at some in Dubai, and I look forward to when T20 will be coming to Grenada. Dozens of community centers throughout the length and breadth of Grenada have been taking place, Madam President. In 2026, major road and bridge projects will advance across Point Saline to Woodlands, the Cliff to Egmont, Tempe to Bolio, Mabuya to St. John's. Critical bridge replacements will begin, Madam President. Maki, Maris, Monkfendu, Monkrich. For the first time, Madam President, Grenada will introduce a strategic preventative road maintenance program so we can fix the problem before they become emergencies. Madam President. Madam President, the coastal protection of Sotez will be addressed. I say no more. In 2026, Madam, it will be addressed. Madam President, when we compare the broken roads, unsafe bridges, neglected public facilities, and weakened community spaces we inherited to the Grenada we see today, the progress is unmistakable. Across every parish, transformation is happening. And with a clear roadmap for 2026, the transformation will continue. Madam President, the total budget for the Ministry of Infrastructure in 2026 is $187.2 million, a strong investment in national renewal, safety, and development. Madam President, the message is simple. And both sides of the House can testify, I am sure, when we call our friends in the diaspora, one thing they're saying, things are happening. And Grenada is moving forward. Anything else you hear, let me know. But that's what's coming from the diaspora. Don't worry, things are going to happen for you just now. Madam President, social protection, gender and inclusion. Madam President, our government has been working steadily to strengthen how we care for our people, especially the elderly. Persons with disability single parents, and families living in our rural communities. Madam President, we have developed this government, making sure that no one is left behind. We have developed a national social protection policy. In 2024, we increased the cash support for elderly over 65 and for persons living with disability by $200. Madam President, the seed benefit card, people can now have access. They are modernized. They do not have to stand up and line up in the hot sun under tents to cash their little pittance when they mount up. As a matter of fact, they don't even have to cash it. They can move around and use their cards to purchase whatever they want to purchase, or they can draw down any money from any ATM machine. Madam President, this government is digitizing our society, and things are moving and things are happening. Madam President, work is also on the way on a new gender-based violence strategy, which will help protect women, families, and communities across the nation. Importantly, Madam President, we continue to support our rural communities, the backbone of our country. The Rural Development Unit is preparing a national rural development plan through the basic trust funds with $5 million US has already been approved to finance community projects that create jobs and reduce poverty. Madam President, things are happening. And from disability inclusion to gender equity, from better social services to stronger rural development, the message is clear. We are building a Grenada where every citizen in every community has a fair chance to succeed. Madam President, this is the direction we want to go and want to continue. In the area of legal affairs, Madam President, we have made sure that we address the question of minimum wage. In addition, we have worked hard to maintain industrial peace in this country, Madam President. Almost 3 out of every 4 labor disputes were resolved through dialogue and mediation, not confrontation. We continue to inspect the workplaces, making sure that the employer and employees are on the same page and no one is taken advantage of, but everybody work in equity, Madam President. Grenada continue to mobilize workers for the Canadian Seasonal Workers Program. In the area of consumer protection, stronger enforcement is now in place, and preparations are well advanced for the launch of the Consumer Affairs Tribunal, which will give ordinary Grenadians a fair and accessible way to seek justice when treated unfairly in the workplace. We must protect our consumers, Madam President, from unscrupulous behavior of others. We must put structures in place to make sure that this happens, Madam President. Thank you. Madam President, a total of $13.9 million has been allocated to this ministry. Madam President, members of the Senate, in legal affairs, labor, and consumer affairs, things are happening, and the lives of our people are being strengthened through real, tangible action. The opposition may question our progress, but the people can see it with their own eyes. Good morning, Dr. Mitchell. Happy to see you. I guess we're going to agree on this one, right? Madam President, in the area of sports, sports in Grenada have come alive in a powerful way. This is not by luck. It's a result of planned investment, believed in our young people, and a strong national vision. Our national icons, people like Anderson Peters, Lyndon Victor, Dr. Kierani James, Afi Fletcher, Andre Fletcher, and many others, Junior Murray, continue to fly our flag with pride, knowing that they do well, knowing that when they do well, this government will look after them. We have 70 trained coaches are now placed in our schools and clubs. Trained coaches getting the opportunity, not Imanis, trained coaches getting the opportunity to build a career. And many of them will be regularized. Madam President, we also invest heavily in sporting facilities. Upgraded the National Cricket Stadium, relayed the Mondo track at the Kirani James Stadium, improved the Tantin netball court, installed lights at Progress Park and other playing fields, began building Grenada first aquatic center, a major step in developing the swimming champions. Madam President, in 2026, we'll see even more of all this work as we continue. It will be remiss of me if I don't mention anything about Carriacou and PT Matnik, Madam President. First place, few places in the world have shown resilience like Carriacou and PT Matnik. And I think we must give our brothers and sisters some recognition. After Hurricane Beryl, Madam President, though the storm caused heavy damage, the spirit of the people and the response of the government and partners brought quick recovery. The effort was remarkable. Madam President, we restored electricity, water, and telecommunication in record time. Schools and public buildings were rebuilt. Many families received grants, tax relief, and concessional support to repair homes and restart businesses. Today, agriculture, fisheries, and tourism in Carriacou are once more growing, and we are looking ahead to continue all this work, Madam President, in 2026. We have allocated $64.8 million, including 20 million EC dollars specifically for Hurricane Beryl recovery. Madam President, things are happening in Carriacou and PT Matnik. Madam President, the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation, MIT, has been key in delivering major national initiatives under the Grenada Resilient Improvement Project, the Unleashing the Blue Economy Project, the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project, the Data for Decision-Making Project, the OECS Regional Health Project. Through MIT, Madam President, we strengthen flood protection, coastal defenses, bridges, and climate resilience. We improve digital services, advance e-government, increase cybersecurity readiness, and build better systems for national data. Madam President, an allocation of $45.4 million has been made for MIT work in 2026. Madam President, I would not say much on the climate resilience. We have done extremely a lot of work, and I've spoken a lot about renewable energy and the direction we are going already, but only to say that we have allocated $19.1 million to climate resilience and environmental sustainability. Madam President, I now turn to foreign affairs. Grenada has strengthened its standing in the region and the world through active engagement with CARICOM, the OECS, CILAC, the Commonwealth, and stronger ties across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Madam President, it was a pleasure, and we are all proud to have hosted the African Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum in Grenada last year. I think it's an eye-opener not only to the people of Grenada, but also this year, but also to the people throughout the Caribbean. And the connection that we have made with our African brothers and sisters is remarkable. Madam President, it's a golden opportunity for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, working through the Grenada Bureau of Standards, to continue promoting Grenadian products abroad. We have also, Madam President, at this point in time, gained the kind of respect that Grenada is so badly in need of. I think the world is now watching Grenada, and Grenada is under the microscope. Nobody in the world cannot say that Grenada is just a little dot on the map anymore. We are a big ocean state, so to speak. Madam President, we are doing quite a bit of work in laying the foundation for the Hydrocarbon Technical Working Group to function in the way that it should, to really and truly continue exploring the possibility. And once we could reach a stage of exploiting that opportunity, we'll do so. We have strengthened the Hydrocarbon Technical Working Group with successful gathering and analyzing important seismic data that have been sitting with private companies for years. For the first time, Grenada has a proper scientific understanding of what may lie beneath our waters, and we have now established data sharing agreements with Trinidad and Tobago, which we are very happy for. So in months to come, much more will be said of the working group who are responsible for the development of Grenada oil and gas. Madam President, our public sector governance and prudent economic management, Grenada economy continues to be well managed. And as I reported, in 2025, the IMF Article 4 consultation praised Grenada for strong recovery, good physical discipline, and an effective response to Hurricane Beryl. This is the 4th consecutive year of strong IMF endorsement. The naysayers must chill out. We will continue to mobilize resources, manage debt prudently, and build strategic investment to ensure stability and long-term growth. Madam President, things are happening, and even the international communities, they are recognizing that things are happening seriously in Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. Madam President, this government has undertaken one of the most ambitious public sector reform in our nation's history, and I will outline. We have introduced a contributory pension plan, bringing justice to thousands of public servants. We have settled the decade-old retroactive pension payment at a cost of $75.1 million. We have introduced twice monthly salary payment to ease financial pressure on our citizens. We have regularized hundreds of public officers who have been working on contracts for years. We have appointed 618 officers to permanent positions and created 1,049 new positions to modernize the service. Madam President, we have delivered long overdue salary adjustment for the Royal Grenada Police Force. In 2026, Madam President, we will deepen digital transformation, expanding paperless systems, building ICT capacity, and modernizing the public service. Madam President, real things are happening in the public service. And as I stand here today, I can hear the echoes from my friends who have retired. Oh, Papa God, things are happening. They are glad, they are happy. So, Madam President, there are much more to be said, but you will realize, Madam President, that I am asked to summarize my budget speech or presentation from 2.5 hours to 1.5 hours based on the privilege that has been granted in the other place. So I will now conclude the presentation of 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Madam President, I underscore once again that this budget is not merely a financial document. It is a national contract, a commitment between government and the people to work together to advance development, prosperity, and justice. In 2026 estimates, as presented to this Honorable House, we see a framework that strategically allocates nearly $2 billion to address national priorities in a balanced, disciplined, and forward-thinking manner. This, Madam President, is a budget that prioritizes the well-being of our citizens while safeguarding fiscal responsibility. The theme of this year's budget, power and progress through people's participation and innovation, is not symbolic. Madam President, it reflects a deliberate shift in our governance and development approach, empowering communities, fostering entrepreneurship, strengthening skills, modernizing institutions, and encouraging every citizen to see themselves as active contributors to national growth. As Henry Ford wisely said, coming together is a beginning. Keeping togetherness is progress. Working together is success. And Madam President, success for this nation requires all of us. Government, opposition, private sector, civil society, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, youth and seniors, in order to move forward with unity of purpose. Madam President, the good Lord said to us in Jeremiah 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future." This is the spirit underpinning the 2026 budget. Hope for families, opportunities for young people, plans to give you hope and a future. This is the spirit, Madam President, underpinning the 2026 budget. Madam President, as I extend a call to all sectors to support implementation of the 2026 budget, let us embrace innovation, strength, partnership, and lift each other as we walk towards an equitable and prosperous Grenada. The great Nelson Mandela once said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." Together, we can and we'll get it done. And finally, Madam President, we may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. Grenada will not be defeated because our people remain our greatest assets. It will be remiss of me if I didn't extend heartfelt gratitude to all. Madam President, can I have 1 more minute, please, to just wrap up? 1 minute, 60 seconds. Starting now. To all who have supported this national undertaking, our Almighty God for His guidance, the Prime Minister and Cabinet colleagues, the dedicated teams across government ministries, departments, statutory bodies, and state-owned enterprises, the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Finance, the Attorney General and a team, the Cabinet Secretary, the GIS and Communication teams, the Clerk of Parliament and his staff, and most importantly, the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. Your collective commitment, partnership, and unwavering support have made this budget possible. And for this, I express my deepest appreciation. Madam President, as you can appreciate, our list of acknowledgements is extremely long. Therefore, a detailed listing can be found in Appendix 3 of the budget statement. Madam President, I now commend these estimates to the honorable members of this House. May your deliberation be guided by wisdom, respect, and a shared commitment to building a resilient and striving Grenada. May God bless the government and people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. I thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas. And I remind all speakers to come that we are operating on the Senate standing orders, in particular, rule number 38, that does give to the Leader of Government Business 1.5 hours, to the Leader of His Majesty's Opposition 1.5 hours, and to all other members 1 hour. And brief extension, if it is in the discretion of the chair to do so. In passing the floor to the next speaker, I also join on behalf of the Senate in welcoming former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell to our sitting this morning. And welcome you, sir. You are welcome. The floor is offered to Senator Honorable Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me take this opportunity to extend a pleasant morning, warm welcome to visitors in the chamber and staff, and of course, my colleagues and members in this honorable House. I too, Madam President, would like to extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Mitchell, our most senior parliamentarian in this country, and for coming in this side of the House, probably the most interesting side of the House. As we deliberate on a very important motion before us, Madam President, I rise today with a deep sense of privilege and humility, as always, when I stand in this honorable House to make my contribution to the debate on this motion, the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal period 2026. Madam President, this is not just another parliamentary exercise. It is a serious discussion about the direction of our nation, the stability of our economy, and the well-being of our people. It is a substantial document filled with projections, promises, and promises. But most importantly, Madam President, it contains warnings, vulnerabilities, and the uncomfortable truth. My purpose today, Madam President, is not just to critique or condemn, but also to correct. Not to dramatize, but to clarify as well, Madam President. Not to divide, but to ensure we face the reality ahead with honesty and courage. Madam President, it is believed and understood that true leadership requires both truth and vision. So let me begin, Madam President, by stating Grenada is not experiencing bold economic transformation, Madam President. Grenada is experiencing a disaster-driven reconstruction spending financed by short-term passport sales and long-term borrowing. That is what is happening, Madam President. And that is what the document reflects. Madam President, this is not transformation. It is not resilience, and it is not sustainable. The measure of a good economy is not just growth figures, but whether ordinary people feel that their lives are being improved. And today, Madam President, unfortunately, they do not feel that way. Madam President, after a thorough review of the estimates of revenue and, of course, also the budget statement, I was left without a single piece of evidence pointing to any new innovative or transformative projects. What we have before us is not a forward-looking financial plan. It is a repetition, a recycling, and a reheating of promises we heard year after year. Madam President, this is why I have described this budget as regurgitation. Borrowing from animal husbandry, that's one of my areas of competencies, Madam President, and animal husbandry terminology. All right? It resembles the behavior of ruminants, Madam President. They chew, they swallow, they regurgitate, and they chew again, Madam President. This is exactly how this budget feels. Same old ideas being chewed over with refreshed substance for the people of Greater Carriacou and Petit Martinique. At the same time, Madam President, when citizens are demanding bold action, innovative policies, and decisive leadership, the government has presented a budget that only brings back what was already digested, Madam President. No new programs, no new industries, no new solutions, just a regurgitation of unrealized commitments. Madam President, the government's growth story, is misleading. Yes, the government proudly announces 6.2% growth for 2025. That's a projection. But let us not fool the public. Madam President, we must understand the source of this growth. Where is this growth coming from? It is not driven by new industries. It is not driven by major reforms. And it is not the product of innovation or export expansion. It is not. This growth is a result of reconstruction after Hurricane Beryl, a storm that caused damage amounting to 16.7% of GDP. This growth is not due to structural productivity gains. Grenada is growing only because it first fell. This recovery, while important and welcome, but Madam President, it is not transformation. It is not. Madam President, if we continue to confuse temporary rebuilding with long-term economic strength, we risk misleading both ourselves and our people. The reconstruction activity came at a high cost. Imports for construction material rose to 86.7%, and the economy became more even dependent on foreign supplies and imported inputs. You cannot call it national development, Madam President, when every dollar we spend in growth leaves the country through inputs. That cannot be called national development. Madam President, you cannot call it job creation when the same report, same documents, indicate that severe labor shortages in skills, trade, and basic labor is lacking. That is the government reports, Madam President. I'm only repeating what is presented. This is not sustainable development. It is temporary, it is inflationary, and it is input-dependent spending, Madam President. This financing strategy reflects high fiscal risk, uncertainty, and unsustainability. Madam President, the government noted that due to stronger than expected fiscal performance in 2025, the deficit is not realized what was projected, but we'll speak more about that, Madam President. Because the presenter of the motion, Madam President, was having a fan flame around smaller deficit. Madam President, if you're in deficit, you're in deficit. Whether it's small deficit, big deficit, you're in deficit. What is exciting about having a smaller deficit? Madam President, we used to be talking about surpluses. That is what we used to be talking about. Madam President, some key sectors of government are collapsing. Madam President, and everything that we say in here, Madam President, is from the government documents. While we boast of growth in sectors, Madam President, agriculture continues to struggle. Nutmeg output fell by 51%, maize by 33%, cocoa by 9%, Madam President. Our farmers continue to struggle with labor shortages, high costs, limited technical support. However, Madam President, our farming community may remain resilient. But resilient alone, Madam President, is not policy. They need irrigation, they need replanting support, better markets, and other capacity, Madam President. The fishing sector, Madam President. Our fisheries sector is under serious and immediate threat. Madam President, in just under 3 weeks or so, the United States seafood ban will take effect on Grenada. This is a very serious development. And what is most glaring, Madam President, I find that it has been glossed over as just some activity. It is much more than that, Madam President. It appears that we are nowhere near to meeting the required compliance standard as yet, Madam President. But we recently passed legislation that is just an initial step. But we are far, far from being where we're supposed to get back to those markets. This ban, Madam President, will wipe out in excess of $30 million in export revenue, directly hitting our fisher folks, exporters, boat owners, and fishing communities. It threatens jobs, livelihoods, and one of our most important traditional economic pillars. Madam President, this is not just a regulatory issue. It is a looming economic shock that is coming. The government must continue to act with urgency, must continue to act swiftly to ensure a real recovery plan for this sector. Tourism, Madam President. Tourism is our largest foreign exchange earner. We see declines 10%, 10.5% in stayover arrivals, with declines across the United States, Canada, UK, Europe, and Caribbean markets. Hotel occupancy is down. Cruise arrivals are up, but with far lower spending, Madam President. Visitor spending is down. Visitor numbers mean little when revenue declines, Madam President. Success is measured in what we're able to generate from those visitors. Madam President, we hear of new flights and Wives of Atlanta, whoever it is, I don't know. I know about that. I know if probably leader of government business is sending a word to me, sending some signal about that. However, Madam President, we want to know what is the status. We had recently had this inaugural flight, direct flight between Grenada and Guyana. I think it would be nice to hear what is the status of that flight. Is it still going on? And how is it progressing, Madam President? We must focus also, Madam President, we must focus on quality tourism and not just quantity. In Carriacou, Madam President, yachting, which is a vital economic engine, has collapsed because of very 80%. It has declined. And yes, Madam President, the government triumphant tones gives the impression that everything is fine. but it is not, Madam President, it is not. The manufacturing sector, Madam President, manufacturing growth is modest as a result of high energy costs. Logistical challenges remain nagging barriers for the manufacturing sector. Our private education, Madam President, most notably St. George's University, there is an issue of U.S. financing changes may pose a risk to student enrollment. While the government acknowledges this threat, Madam President, but they present no contingency plan to safeguard our largest GDP contributor, Madam President. Madam President, and the reason why this is so important, because when SGO trembles, our economy shakes, Madam President, and that's a fact. Our state-owned agencies, Madam President, what we've noticed from government documents and reports, Madam President, the dependence on public transfers has grown. That is a signal, that is a warning. I think that this morning, when the member for farmers, Fisher Folks and Farmers stand, he spoke about the observation of these large transfers and large debt that is aligned with the state-owned agencies and as a concern for going forward. Madam President, that is something of concern. It's a trend that should concern us all, regardless of political affiliation. Why our SOEs are requiring more transfers? What is actually happening? What is really happening there? There needs to be a closer look at the management and operations of these state-owned enterprises. Madam President, our fiscal position is deteriorating, Madam President. According to the government numbers, we see a growing trend in deficit budget financing. I heard the presenter of the motion, Madam President, say that the budget is fully financed, but I think I'll give him a little bit of economic schooling today, Madam President. All right, and what is happening is deficit budget financing. It's not no full financing, it's deficit budget financing. I hope he remembers that. I hope that stick with him, because it happened last year, Madam President, and it's happening, and it's even worse this year. The deficit is even higher. Because when you have to go to your savings to fill that gap for financing your budget, it only increases the risk for this country. It's increased the risk for each and every one of us in this country, Madam President. Madam President, the government, I didn't know why they choose to even to mention or boast about that, to say that the deficit was better than what was budgeted. I'm lost, Madam President. The reason why it is happening, Madam President, is because it is to set the budget priorities, Madam President. This budget is based on broken assumptions. Broken assumptions. Because a small deficit relative to a big deficit is not success, Madam President. It is just deficit. That is all. It is a failure with a smaller deficit. It is not success. We see reduction in capital investment. This is a reverse of what is required to achieve real economic growth. Madam President, when you take inflows, one-off inflows, and you use it for recurrent expenditure, you're only putting yourself in trouble. It is important that those monies are invested on the capital side of the budget to create real economic activities, and the revenues are going to be collected through taxes, because our tax is what you call a consumption tax. So that when people spend, when the leader of government is a swiping card, like he loves to swipe his card, and we collect the VAT from the swiping of the card, we use those monies to fund recurrent expenditure. We should not take one-off monies from the sale of passport to pay salaries. That is unsustainable. And hence the reason why we are in this hole, Madam President. But Madam President, we come into a very exciting item next. It's called initiatives. Oh, beautiful. Madam President, this government has now adopted a new nomenclature for this 2026 budget, something they call initiatives. One is left to wonder, Madam President, what is the mischief this government is trying to cure with this new invention? Is it a capital expenditure? Is it a recurrent expenditure? Or is it some new unidentified category created to mass spending that does not fit neatly with our transparency either, Madam President? What is it? We are not saying that what is contained therein is not important or necessary, but the question is, where this initiative come from? Is it a capital budget? Is it recurrent expenditure? What is it, Madam President? Madam President, you know, as a young boy, I came across something and I thought it fitting to characterize what is happening with this new nomenclature here today. It reminds me when I was a young boy, I was looking at a cartoon, watching a cartoon as a child. And there's this one cartoon in the commercial, the character asks for a new day called Friday. They was asking for a day between Friday and Saturday so that they could get to watch more cartoon. Madam President, is this something similar to what we're seeing? That we're trying to squeeze a category between capital and recurrent? I wonder, Madam President. Madam President, this is something that we have to look at. This raises serious questions about transparency, accountability, and fiscal discipline. If initiatives is simply an attempt to repackage spending to avoid scrutiny, then it undermines the clarity that Parliament and the people of Grenada deserves. Madam President, we cannot build confidence in public finance by inventing cartoon categories. We cannot. The country needs honest accounting, not creative renaming. Initiatives, I don't know. I wonder if that is legal. Madam President, revenues are collapsing and the country is gambling on passport sales. Total revenue and grants fell by 14% between January and June of 2025. These are the government numbers, Madam President. Non-tax revenue collapsed by 49%. And I want to make this clear to the public, Madam President, very clear, that government is funding its operations mainly through one-off receipts from CBI investment. That is what is presented to us, Madam President. And those revenues, Madam President, fell by 58% year on year. When one-off revenues fund recurrent spending, our teachers, our nurses, our doctors, contractors, the same pensions that you boast about are at risk. Madam President, this is not fiscal policy. This is what you call fiscal gambling. The debt story that the government tells is incomplete. And we are here to clarify it. I did say so earlier, Madam President. We're going to clarify it. The government claims that debt is falling and trending towards 60% of GDP by 2035. But what they did not say loudly is this. This Parliament has already authorized $825 million in new borrowing. $825 million in new borrowing. $420 million for the 2026 budget, and $405 million for the beautiful Polaris that is to come is yet to be financed. Madam President, that is $825 million. Debt may look low today, but a tidal wave of borrowing is on the horizon, Madam President. And once those loans land, the debt ratio will jump sharply, placing future generations under tremendous burden. Let's be honest, Madam President, that is what the government documents say. I didn't make up these numbers, Madam President. That is what is contained therein. We are borrowing heavily without a plan to grow the real economy. The government is building things and not building opportunities. Madam President, we spoke about the issue of how do we focus, how do we move forward. We have massive capital expenditure due to reconstruction growth. That has been touted as success. But when you look beneath the figures, Madam President, the job numbers are temporary. Skills development is minimal. Local manufacturing capacity is limited. Supply chain linkages are weak. Madam President, even the central bank is warning that banks' profitability is falling and the cost structures are rising. We have public debt increasing, private capital struggling, and households facing rising food prices and financial pressures daily. Yet, no comprehensive job plan, no strategy for youth engagement and development, no plans for SMEs, no innovative agenda. Madam President, that is what is beneath the numbers. Infrastructure and the great MIT, Madam President. The great MIT. We hear what he just done. We have grown accustomed to impressive boasts in previous years, Madam President, about high implementation rates, record delivery and transformative infrastructure performance. But surprisingly, Madam President, this year, the government avoided that topic entirely. Not a word about implementation rate. Not a single word. And it is no mystery. It is no mystery why, Madam President, because the implementation record has been nothing short of poor. We have numerous stalled projects, abandoned and incomplete projects scattered across our country. Monuments of inefficiency, indecision, and incompetence, yet the budget presentation conveniently pretend that they do not exist. Madam President, in all, the talk about unlocking projects is a word was said about, not a word, Madam President, was said about the St. John's River project. A critical intervention with enormous consequences for safety, resilience, and urban development. Why no update, Madam President? Why no timeline? I believe the people in that area who are impacted by that project need some answers. And while we're on the issue of accountability, let's discuss, Madam President, Molinier. And I heard mention was made of Monkuma Road. Madam President, I could recall driving on Monkuma Road before elections, Madam President, so I don't know who actually built Monkuma Road. I'm a little bit puzzled there. So, I don't know, Madam President, sometimes we find ourselves, mentioning things without actually thinking about what we are saying. Because the Monkuma Road was built by the new National Party government. And that's a fact. I believe that they cut the ribbon. I think that is what was required. There's nothing wrong with that. You know? And when we speak about Molina Road, Madam President, how much did the state overspend on Molina precisely because of governmental negligence? What about the Closure Road? I haven't heard anything about Closure Road. Madam President, what about the cannabis? We haven't heard anything about cannabis. I mean, is it dead in the wind? I don't know, Madam President. Madam President, the issue of overspending on infrastructure projects is one that we must pay close attention to. Figures matter because it is the taxpayers, not ministers, who will foot this bill, Madam President. Madam President, a great effort has been made and continued to be made to take credit for works by the previous administration. In particular, Madam President, about some successful projects in the South St. George constituency. But you know, facts are a stubborn thing. Mention was made about Calais Government School. Madam President, we built a new classroom wing at the Calais Government School. The Limes playing field undergo comprehensive restoration to address a significant and long-standing chronic problem of flooding within the area. Lights for all playing fields in South St. George were procured on an island before the 2022 elections. Contracts were issued and works commenced on several playing fields, including Montu. So, Madam President, I nearly fell off my chair when I heard the claim that they lighted the Springs playing field. Madam President, that is a false claim. And to put it in layman terms, that is a big lie. There is a clear evidence of foundation works for the lighting poles before the change of government was done. Madam President, we have pictures with myself being on site, witnessing the implementation of the lighting poles. So I don't know, Madam President. I don't know unless the honorable gentleman and I were working in the same parallel universe. I am very confused as to how we both installed the same lights at the same time for the same project. That is, I'm trying to figure that out, Madam President. Yes. Madam President, I don't know. I really don't know. So I'm trying to figure that one out. I hope I do get some help. Because the facts are there. As I say, facts are there. Madam President, then I heard the proud claim that a number of Build Back Better houses constructed in South St. George. For the moment, I really thought that Hurricane Beryl had really devastated the South and bypassed Carriacou and Pitimatnik entirely, Madam President. The government seems to forget which communities suffered catastrophic loss and required urgent attention. Pitimatnik is still reeling for support, Madam President. It gets worse. President, I have no issues, and I must state it clearly, with persons receiving housing support anywhere throughout this country. And it's something that we have discussed here in its entirety since the passing of Beryl. But I was startled to hear 69 houses completed, with an additional 68 to be completed in December. But what was most alarming, Madam President, 39 burial roads. I didn't realize you had burial roads too in the South. I didn't realize that, Madam President. Burial roads in the South. Yeah, Pitimatnik could really do with some burial roads. Also, Carriacou could do some burial roads, Madam President. You go back and check it out. Don't worry, the records are there, the Hansard is there. Madam President, the uncomfortable truth is this. Communities most impacted receive less priority. Spending appears politically guided rather than needs-based, Madam President. And the distribution of resources reflects partisan targeting and not national recovery. Madam President, infrastructure is the backbone of economic development and the shield against climate vulnerability. This government inherited many major projects, already designed, tendered, mobilized, many projects, Madam President. But, Madam President, the duty is not to take credit. The duty was just to deliver to the people. Instead, we've seen delays, cost overruns, abandonment, political storytelling, you name it, Madam President. No amount of propaganda can pave a road, or build a bridge, or restore a shoreline. What matters is performance. Performance. Delivery, not deception, Madam President. Madam President, going good. I want to touch on Carriacou and Petit Martinique because I think we have a lot to say about Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Madam President. Madam President, Carriacou and Petit Martinique people continue to grapple with the painful aftermath of Hurricane Barry. Life as we know it has changed, and our people are still coping with a new normal, a new and very difficult normal, Madam President. Even after $118 million from the CRIF insurance payout, plus $200 million plus spent thus far, many families, unfortunately, Madam President, especially in Petit Martinique, remain displaced, living in tents, in damaged structures, who have not returned because they have no place to reside. And those are the facts, Madam President. Yes, the government speaks of Build Back Better houses. And yes, the people of Petit Martinique and Carriacou are grateful for every assistance. But, Madam President, gratitude does not erase inequality. It doesn't hide the fact that what has been done is a far cry from fairness, transparency, and criteria-based allocation. Madam President, it is important that someone speak up for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And I take full responsibility today to do that. Because they say, who in the kitchen feels the heat, Madam President? Madam President, we hear pronouncements of over 200 houses handover in Carriacou. Many residents of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, including myself, are very much mystified by this announcement. Where are those 200 houses? I challenge anyone to submit to Parliament the list of the names of those 200 persons who receive houses. I challenge them. Send them. Let me read them out. Because from my recollection, Madam President, and what stands before us, we graciously receive 27 prefab houses from an NGO, 40 to 50 Build Back Better houses that are handing over so far, and maybe about 8 to 10 houses from social development. Madam President, it's a far cry from 100, much less 200. Madam President, there was a promise for 200 prefab houses from Happy Home. I think 5 came. They installed them about 100 feet or 200 feet away from the dump in Dumfries. They are still incomplete, and yet to be handed over. I don't know, somebody should really take some real responsibility for those monies sitting there and nothing happening, Madam President. I think something needs to be done about that. Madam President, I know the people who look forward to any housing support. I know that. And some of them are living in hope that they will get an opportunity to get housing support, Madam President. we, the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, we are not ungrateful. We are simply saying that boasting must match reality. That is all. That is all we say. On fairness allocation, Madam President, the people are deeply troubled by what they are seeing on the ground. Madam President, those are the facts. And you know, sometimes, you know, when you're here and you see things post, you're troubled because you know what people are experiencing. You know what is taking place. Madam President, on the ground, we have in several communities where 2 build back better houses are built for one family in the same yard, Madam President. 2 houses in the same yard for one family. And there are as much as 3 examples of that, and probably more, Madam President. While other families are left completely without. Madam President, there are individuals receiving houses who never owned a house before. Never owned a house before. And as I said, we don't have any problem with anyone receiving a house if they never had. That is not the issue. That's not the issue, Madam President. The issue is what criteria that hasn't been employed to arrive at giving somebody a house who never had a house before, as against giving someone who lost a home. What is the criteria? How you arrive at that? While families who had homes lost everything and still waiting, persons who never had are benefiting. Madam President, this is the level of unfairness in allocation. I don't know what is the criteria. Maybe they have following a criteria that they have employed, but I don't know. And what is even more sad, some of them are blatantly told that they will never receive any support under this government, Madam President, and that is a fact. Madam President, families are stripped from housing support because they're stating where they're supporting. That is what is happening. You know, it pains me to speak about this, and every time I have to speak about this, it tears me up inside. Because we do not have to do that. We do not have to treat our people like that. It is a crisis, and each and every one of us must be addressed based on these allocations, Madam President. Madam President, materials intended for hurricane victims are now distributed secretly to supporters. When you call, based on who called, they tell you nothing is distributed. When other persons call, they tell them come and collect, Madam President. That is what is happening, and that's a fact. That is what is happening. Carriacou is a small place. You cannot do those things and don't believe that people will know what is taking place. Madam President, recovery programs with financial and other benefits are administered quietly, selectively, and politically. Nobody has no problem with whoever supported the supporters whatsoever. That is not the issue. That is not the issue. The issue is that we're in a crisis and persons are struggling, and we have taxpayers' money, and everyone should benefit accordingly. It is not for a selected few. Madam President, this cannot be the definition for Build Back Better. It just cannot be. It is not. It's Build Back Worse. Can never be. Madam President, small business. I touted that businesses are opening Carriacou and businesses are expanding. And Carriacou is open for business and everything is thriving. Madam President, many businesses are struggling. Because an announcement was made that through the GDB, that $22 million are going to be allocated for business reactivation. Madam President, better I tell them to go and climb Mount Everest. Better I tell the business people go and climb Mount Everest, because when they go with one document, they come back for another one. Go for another one, come back for... Madam President, I'm telling you, it's a chaos, Madam President. When you hear the stories of persons who were initially excited to hear that the government has allocated $22 million for business reactivation, persons were excited. They say, yes, it's a good thing. But to extract those monies I tell you, he's climbing Mount Everest in the winter. Madam President, some businesses in Carriacou had to come to Grenada and access through GDB branch in Grenada. They couldn't make it in Carriacou. So they had to come to Grenada, Madam President. And that is the fact. That is the fact. Many bona fide small businesses, they meet every, Madam President, one gentleman meet me. You know, I mean, and listen, these are the things that drive people. I mean, he was so hot. I mean, I never know him to be involved in any party. He's just an honest businessman. He just focuses on his business and he tries daily. I don't even know what his political preference. And he said that he went in, he submitted every document that was asked for. They called him, say, you get a letter saying that his loan was approved. Come a particular date for disbursement. When he goes, everything canceled. Up to this day, his business is still in ruins. Nobody can give an answer, Madam President. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on, Madam President. I really don't know. This is not recovery support, Madam President. This is economic discrimination. That is what is happening. Madam President, the Berry Relief Support, the move of the motion spoke about $37 million being handed out. Madam President, the government's failure to deliver berry relief support to many of our fishermen and farmers is nothing short of disappointing, Madam President. Very disappointing. We have witnessed boats and engines being intended for genuine livelihood restoration, being handed to individuals who are never even in fishing. Never been in fishing. New boat and engine. And bona fide fishermen boats are lying on the beach in ruins. And that is a fact, Madam President. And somebody had to stand up for Carriacou today. Somebody has to stand up. This has to stop. We cannot continue like that, Madam President. We cannot continue. Madam President, this is bad. We cannot continue. Madam President, farmers, there are some bona fide farmers, they haven't seen not a roll of wire, not a black tank. Nothing. Some persons have 8 black tanks behind their house. Me and the sheriff have an ounce of land to work. But they're full of black tank. And bona fide farmers cannot get, Madam President. Those are the realities. Those are the realities that are not mentioned, Madam President. That is what lies within these documents, Madam President. The real experiences on the ground, Madam President. Madam President, this is not merely poor administration. This is gross betrayal of the very people whose livelihoods were destroyed. That is what it is. That is what it is. After a disaster of this magnitude, fairness, transparency in relief distribution are non-negotiable. We have instead a sad situation. Those who feed the nation have been left abandoned while political favorites prosper, Madam President. Madam President, this initiative, boat building, and I must say, Madam President, I support any initiative that supports and sustains the development of our cultural assets, fully, unconditionally, and including our boat building tradition that is iconic, it is unique to Carriacou and Pitimatnik, and I support any initiative to expand and to grow it. There is this announcement that Ambassador, I can't remember what his exact title is, but the Ambassador Zipoli working together with the government to do this boat building showcasing. They're going to build vessels, wooden vessels, local built wooden vessels, and that will be showcased, I think it's in Italy to promote Carriacou's culture. Madam President, I support that fully. Yeah, that is all good and well, Madam President. That's an excellent initiative. I have no issue with that, Madam President. I recall, Madam President, in sometime between 2015 and 2016, the NP administration then, we worked closely together with National Trade Agency to develop what you call boat building standards. So the NTA has in their possession right now a manual for boat building. And that manual was compiled by contributions from shipwrights and local builders in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. And so we are proud of the work in that regard, Madam President. So there is foundation for us to build on. But, Madam President, the challenge that I have with this initiative, and you see, it's important for us to deal with things and to help correct things. Madam President, some parents calling me, asking me, Coach, how do I get my child to register in the boat building school? What is the process? And the Minister for Education is here, and maybe he can help me with the definition, with some clarification, whenever because I presume that he would be a bit excited to see a couple of things that I mentioned here today. You know, he normally does. Madam President, from my investigation and knowledge, there are no students enrolled in this school. There is no syllabus. There is no teaching guidelines. There are no identified formal instructor. So, is this a school? Is this a workshop? Or what it is? Madam President, even more confusing, and I just want to state here, the idea for school is a good one, which I fully support. I want to reiterate that. But there is no school. Where are the students? Why come and say that you have a school? The Minister of Education is here. I'm sure he can quickly tell me, probably send me a WhatsApp, quickly defining the definition of a school. There's some simple tenets that constitute what a school represents. It must have students. There must be some syllabus or something to guide the teaching. There must be a site, whether physical or digital. But those are missing. Those are missing. The key ones are missing. Madam President, I recall when the Prime Minister visited Carriacou, visited the site, in his remark, the Prime Minister said, referred it to as Ambassador Zipoli's workshop, while the representative called it the boat building school. And in the same interview, Madam President. So who is telling the truth? Madam President, I leave that for them to sort out, because I don't know. But all I'm saying is that it is, from a conceptual and idea, it is a good initiative, which I fully support. But if you're having a school, ensure that you have a school before you say you have a school. That is all I'm saying. Don't mislead the people. Because people calling me and asking me how they could get a child enrolled in the school. Yeah? So maybe after today's presentation, I might see the guidelines, I might see the number to call to get in the school on social media. So they might resolve that by this evening. Madam President, Lauriston Airport lighting. And facts are critical. Facts are important. Yeah, facts are very much important. Madam President, we welcome improvements to our airport. And I think I need to spend some time to bring some clarification. But the public was left with the impression that the airports had no runway lights, which is not true, Madam President. And we'll speak about it. Madam President, Lauriston Airport, the lone airport on the island, have some critical limitations. A number of attempts have been made by the new National Party government and probably other governments to see how they can expand the airport to help improve travel to Carriacou in terms of larger aircrafts and to ensure that Carriacou's economy grew through transport sector. You have significant limitations in terms of lengthening the runway. If we're to lengthen the runway going forward to the east, Madam President, the requirement is that we'll have to take down Fort Hill. What is on Fort Hill, Madam President? Our former Prime Minister, H.A. Blaze, is that's where he's rest, may God rest his soul. Former Minister for Carriacou, Elvin G. Nimrod, they are the top. And so that presents, of course, a challenge. If we to lengthen it going west, Madam President, it means that the runway would have to go into our pristine beach, the Paradise Beach. And there lies the challenge that we have with really expanding Lauriston Airport. So the former minister, Nimrod, had a bold idea to look for a new site and to build a new airport. And probably, Madam President, that is still a viable idea for Carriacou and Pidimantlik for us to look at going forward. But those were the discussions surrounding that. And so that limited the development and improvement at the Lauriston Airport. So there was a call for night landing, and of course, this government promised night landing. But what I need to clarify, Madam President, because you see, what is presented now is that this is the first time we had runway lights on the airport, and that is not true. Runway lights were first installed on Lauriston Airstrip in 1994, and that is a fact. I just want to clarify that. Yeah? It was installed by Nicholas Brafitt, a Carriacouan, a beloved Carriacouan, and former Prime Minister of this country. Yeah? I want to clarify that. Good? In 2019, Madam President, those lights were upgraded. Newer lights, more with solar panels on them to improve efficiency, and so that was upgraded under a new National Party government. Now, what is the distinction? The distinction is that what constitutes night landing? What really constitutes night landing, Madam President, is some beacon lights on the various hills around the airport to alert the plane coming, and I think some additional navigational equipment. So I don't want the impression to go out that the airstrip never had lights before. And one of the reasons why, Madam President, there was an urgency in 1994 for those lights to be installed was because of a near-fatal incident. And members in here may not know that. But sometime before that, a gentleman who was on a radio station antenna fell and had to be rushed out of the country. And what had to happen? The whole of Carriacou came out with their vehicles and lined the side of the airstrip with the headlights on so that the plane could land to take the gentleman out. And today he's alive and well, you know, and we thank God for that. So that is just a little history, Madam President, about Lauriston Airport. So let us celebrate progress, Madam President, without rewriting history. Yeah? I just wanted to indicate that. Madam President, our playing fields. Madam President, I struggle to describe what happened to our playing fields after the storm. And perhaps, from what I hear, the reports, there's maybe a new condition, I don't know, and probably I know about that condition. Against the advice of many, Madam President, debris from burial was dumped on all our playing fields but one, destroying them. Now, Madam President, we witness the boasting about fixing what they themselves damaged. You know? Madam President, could you imagine? You're boasting about fixing what you damaged through negligence and stubbornness. If you had listened to the people, we wouldn't have had to be going through that right now. To make matters worse, Madam President, you know, with all the rigmarole, all the materials still end up in the dump. The majority of it still end up back in the landfill, where it could have gone initially. And there are ample lands, Madam President, that could have been used by private and state-owned lands that will be used for as a temporary site and not our playing fields. Today, we just have our lone playing field that our sporting enthusiasts, cricket, football, we just having short tournaments just to ensure that everybody is getting an opportunity to use the playing facility, Madam President. Madam President, this is not planning, this is poor judgment, you know, followed by some fancy public relations, but it's poor judgment. Madam President, the Bel Air Road, I just wanted to just say this because oftentimes this has been a subject of conversation about road development. This administration, this new National Party government, we have received so much criticism for being concrete driven and so much things to say about with roads. Madam President, the construction of the Bel Air Road is very important and it is welcome. Just as every government before has built roads and others to come will build roads. Roads are a basic responsibility. It is not a favor. It's not an achievement that belongs to any one individual, Madam President. It is remarkable and troubling that certain individuals who went on social media and pledged that they should be sent to a mental home for taking credit for road work. They are now the very ones boasting and celebrating road construction as if it were a personal accomplishment. Could you believe it? It's there. A complete reversal of their own standards. I didn't put it out there. They put it out. This is the same leadership that condemn others for exactly what they are doing now proudly. They condemned others before. You shouldn't take credit for roads. Roads must be done. But now you have drone and all kind of things. Drone so nice and pretty. It's the same thing you're doing. It is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. If road building was madness then, why laud it today? Huh? Why laud it today? The Bel Air Road is funded by taxpayers, state and through public debt, not by personal pockets of any minister or candidate, Madam President. You know, so sometimes we have to give people a stark reminder, you know, of what they put out themselves. You know, people can see the contradiction, you know. People are watching. It is not that the road concerns people. It is the grandstanding. It is the disrespect and the dramatic reversal of those principles. That is what people are watching. Madam President, I come to a very important matter, Madam President, and that is the property tax. Madam President, I am making a serious plea today on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petit Matic. As I said before, somebody have to stand up for my people, and I have to do that today. I call, Madam President, I call on the leader of this country, through you, Madam President. I'm so sure I could take chance with the leader of government business, Madam President, with this matter. This one is too important. Madam President, I think you might have a better ears to the leader of this country, because we are asking for something very simple, something that is reasonable, something that is just, and something that is already there. I am asking for, on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petit Matic, for the waiver extension to continue for the period of 2026, Madam President. I think for the people of Carriacou and Petit Matic. This is not an unreasonable request, Madam President. And let me tell you why, Madam President. Because Inland Revenue has announced that they're going to resume property tax on persons in Carriacou. However, they are saying that persons who may feel or know that their home is not in livable condition, they should come in, fill out a form with the hope of getting exemption. I have to say with the hope, because, Madam President, what I realize with this government, especially in Carriacou, they have a file called File 13. When your application goes in File 13, Madam President, nobody can find it. Nobody can find it, Madam President. So sometimes when people submit applications for things and they go back, oh, we didn't see it. We didn't know, ask this person, ask that person, Madam President. I am saying we have an excellent opportunity to do right by the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique to allow the waiver to continue for another 12 months. That is a simple, reasonable, and justified request, Madam President. I'm pleading in this honorable house today, Madam President. Let me tell you why. Yes, Madam President, we see videos that show roofs replaced, but they are just a beautiful cover over an empty shell. Numerous persons' roofs are on, but nothing inside that house, Madam President. Literally nothing. In some cases, not even painted. It's not even tiled. Electricity has to be redone. That is what is happening. While the roofs are back, the house are not back, Madam President. All we are saying is that give the people more time. Give us more time, Madam President. Many people are living in a downstairs, in a room, under stress, trauma, and financial strain. Now, Madam President, you know, some people may find it funny, but I'm telling you, real trauma, Madam President. I met a gentleman in the diaspora in the US about a month ago. You know, we just chatting, so I said, man, you up here? He said, man, I've been seeking, you know, counseling. He said, I can't deal with the issue of the hurricane. He said, I just can't deal with it, you know. He said, this is the first time he experienced a hurricane. And he was traumatized. Just as recent as weekend, Madam President, we had some high winds. And persons within the south of the island they're not comfortable because it brings back the memories of burial. Madam President, there is real stress, there is real trauma, there's real financial strain. So, Madam President, today I beg of this country, I beg of the leadership of this country, please do not add another burden to struggling families of Carriacou and Petite Martinique at this time. Please don't, Madam President. If no one is bold enough to stand up, to say this, Madam President, to deal with this matter, I will. And I must do it because that is the sentiments of the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Madam President, I've even gone far by, you know, starting my quiet time, Madam President. I even drafted a motion, Madam President, to this effect. But because of these rules of this honorable house, any motion that bears of a financial nature and bring burden of financial nature on state funds cannot originate from the Senate, Madam President. So I call on my friend, Madam President, leader of government business, to let him know that it is already drafted. Through you, Madam President. It is already drafted. All you have to do is just to come here and read it, and we pass it. I think it is reasonable, and I think it is not difficult, Madam President. So today, my plea is let the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique breathe. Let their recovery be a recovery. That is all that I'm asking. Madam President, some critical omissions. I am disturbed that one of the critical needs that has not really appeared anywhere in the budget, Madam President, and that has to do with the fire trucks for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, for Carriacou and Petite Martinique in particular, the two islands. There is currently no fire truck in Petite Martinique. none in Carriacou for immediate fire response. There is only one that is with the aviation response at the airport. But for normal fire responses, we do not have a working fire truck at this moment. Madam President, I want to say this. We have had instances in the past where we have been in this situation before. This is not the first time we have been in this situation. I just want to be fair. But I know resources are required for such equipments. They are expensive. But I recall clearly, Madam President, in 2022, procurements were already on the way before change of government to procure those engines. So I am not clear as to what really happened, why it was not done, Madam President. If I could recall, Madam President, the member of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique then stand in the same house, in the other place, and spoke about those pronouncements, Madam President. The record is there. Madam President, I must draw attention to how vulnerable this situation is. And to say that a few months ago, a cargo vessel severely got damaged by fire, caught a fire in Terrell Bay, leaving the owner in severe financial distress. But what is most alarming is what happened on land, Madam President. Aviation services at Lauriston Airport had to be suspended because that's the only fire truck on island. It had to be redeployed to fight the blaze, to fight the fire. For that period, the airport was not functional. And I said, Madam President, this is not the first time that this has happened, but it is not something that we want to see continue. Yeah? And I just must be clear on that, Madam President. Madam President, for that period, we basically created another emergency, in other words, by leaving the airport unattended in itself, Madam President. This is an operational issue, and we must seek to address this as quickly as possible. Madam President, and you know, it's something that sometimes we take a lot of things for granted. And you know, where a single fire could shut down an airport, not because of a fire on the airport, this is a serious wake-up call that we cannot really ignore. Madam President, the beautiful island of Petit-Martinique. The story of Petit-Martinique, the people of Petit-Martinique, in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, is one that is really marked, unfortunately, Madam President, by sadness, neglect, and abandonment. Madam President, that is the sentiments of the majority of the residents of Petit-Martinique. The residents reflect not just disappointment, but a clear and searing sense that this government has failed them during this period. That is how they feel, Madam President. That is how they feel. Madam President, Hurricane Beryl struck on 1st of July, 2024. A number of houses, a number of homes in Petit-Martinique. Some homes were totally destroyed, some partially destroyed. The whole issue of roads, jetties were impacted, Madam President. While some progress have been made in Carriacou with roofs being replaced, and some in Petit-Martinique as well, it is so unfortunate that so much homes, in terms of prefab homes, were given to this country. And Petit-Martinique, unfortunately, didn't even receive one prefab home, not one. Yet many families, including those displaced, those whose livelihoods have been disrupted, those waiting for better access, jetty access, their recovery remains painful and incomplete. Madam President, the government response for Petite Martinique has failed short. And I think that there is some acknowledgement on their part. While not saying it openly, the actions alone is a clear indication that they recognize that they have failed the people of Petite Martinique. Madam President, while one can understand logistical difficulties of responding to a remote island, not so much remote, but a lone island, in these conditions, record reveals that not just challenge, but it is a pattern of neglect. From government recent reports, just only about 6% responsiveness in terms of total housing needs in Petite Martinique, just 6%, based on the numbers, Madam President. Madam President, the issue of the jetty in Windward, and the whole issue of the logistics, and I want to speak on two things: the jetty, Madam President, the health center, in the context of recent interactions, Madam President, and from residents. I think as recent as yesterday, Madam President, those two issues were raised in one of the Prime Minister's weekly engagements, Madam President. And I had the opportunity, through messaging, somebody messaged me, I clicked, and I believe, Madam President, and in being fair to the Prime Minister, I believe that he is not being properly informed as to what is really taking place. Because he said, for example, with the health center, the reason why the health center is taking so long to build is because of challenges with housing for the workers, the construction workers. Madam President, the contractor brought up 240-foot container in Petite Martinique for accommodation. They're there. He said that there are challenges with place to store materials. Madam President, they built 5 Build Back Better houses, and they say they claim that they built 2,000 feet of road. I don't know where those materials were stored. Madam President, there is also a service provider on island who sells gravel and sand. And the ministry has identified and currently using a spot to store materials. So whoever informed him is incorrect. Madam President, but you know what is most crazy about this health center, Madam President, is that the Prime Minister also did mention that something to do with labor, and Madam President, if the logistics have to do with labor, I don't have any issue with contractors. But you have able-bodied contractors in Petite Martinique. You have able-bodied contractors in Carriacou. But yet for all, a contract was given to a contractor on the mainland, who also have several jobs in Grenada. And so you only have 2 or 3 workers up there, lingering, and the work is slowing down, because he is focusing on the work down here. So if you made a decision not to use resources close or easily accessible resources, that is the fault of the Ministry of Health. You cannot blame the people of Petite Martinique. You cannot come and give them an excuse about that, because you is the one who chose that contractor. So it is unfair to them to say that. But albeit, Madam President, there is a new location for the health center, and that is operating. And so the people of Petite Martinique are receiving health services. I must mention that. But what was more funny about this whole health center in Petite Martinique, Madam President, you know, they had a starting ceremony for this health center to change the roof, Madam President. I think, it's good to do PR, but I think you guys take it too far. You take that a little too far this time, Take that a little far. I mean, if that is the case, we should have had a salutary ceremony to change to replace the roof on the hospital, to replace the roof on the Leicester Clinic, to replace the roof on the administrative building in town. We should have had a salutary ceremony for that as well. You know, so why do that, you know? Why do all these things? Madam President, the jetty in Windward. For the past year, we have been hearing announcements on social media and otherwise that a contract have been issued to build a new jetty in Windward. New jetty. Madam President, from my recollection, I have never seen any public tendering for this jetty. I don't know if the procurement laws were followed. I don't know. I haven't heard any advertisement or anything of that. And there seems to be some kind of hush-hush with this jetty project. Because there is some reluctance to say who is the person the contract was awarded to. I never see a project more quiet than anything else. I ain't seen no drone flying over it. I ain't seen no big announcement for it. Everything is hush-hush, Madam President. I haven't noticed any budgetary allocation. I scrolled through infrastructure, I scrolled through MIT, I scrolled through the Ministry of Caribbean and Diplomatic Affairs vote, and there is no allocation for stating anything about Windward Jetty. I noticed there was some allocation for a commuting building, something like that. That is what I noticed, but nothing that speaks towards a jetty in this 2026 budget. Announcement was made that the project was going to start in late October. October has come and gone, still no action. Madam President, what is going on with the jetty in Windward? Who is the contractor? What is the cost? Madam President, it seems like this is a pretext for a question for this Parliament. So probably at the next sitting, I might have to submit those questions, Madam President, for some more substantive answers. Madam President, the whole issue of this seafood ban is going to impact the families of Pittimatic more than anyone else, I believe, because that is the livelihood. That is the main source of livelihood. Madam President, we haven't seen an urgency, not even a meeting with fishermen in Pittimatic. Not even one meeting. I don't know why that was the case. I don't know if it's an issue of time, but I believe that they deserve to get a hearing because they have questions. They have genuine concerns as to what is going to happen come January. And I know that the government may have some answers for them. So we are asking for some meaningful dialogue to take place with the people of Pittimatic, Madam President. Madam President, history will judge us, not by what we have announced or continue to announce, but by who we have lifted up, but by whose life we have made a difference in. Madam President, the people of Carriacou and Pittimatic are not asking for charity. They are asking for their rightful share of the national resources. That is all they're asking for. Not when we hear 40 million spent on the mainland for burial support and 20 million in Carriacou. What we are saying, Madam President, is give us our fair share. They are demanding equal and fair treatment. And they are asking for a government that honors its responsibility with respect to its citizens. That is all they are asking. Recovery is not simply about replacing roofs. It's about restoring hope, restoring livelihoods, and restoring faith in governance that solve all in a time of crisis. Madam President, the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique do not really need political headlines at this point in time. That is the least of their concern. They need fairness desperately. They need respect. They need transparency. They need support to rebuild and a relief from further burden, Madam President. That is why I made the plea regarding the property tax. Madam President, the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, they are listening in loud silence. They are listening when a representative can announce, when taking office, he only have $2 in his savings, and 3.5 years later, he's boasting about being set for life. They are listening. This is very troubling for many families who are still struggling to recover, Madam President. This is very troubling. Madam President, this budget speaks about numbers, about growth, about projections and grand visions. But Madam President, our people, my people, the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, are still trying to hold themselves together emotionally, financially, and mentally. Recovery cannot be selective, Madam President. Cannot be. Let us rebuild people before we rebuild narratives, Madam President. Madam President, I want to take the last few minutes to express my unwavering thanks to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique for their continuous love and support, and especially those in the diaspora, Madam President. Madam President, to my family, my mom, who is a great advisor, my kids who are an immense support, I'm forever grateful for the sacrifice that they are making together with me during this period, Madam President. Madam President, the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, we are built in a unique way, Madam President. Despite whatever one may think or feel, we have that spirit of togetherness. And hence the reason why the characteristic of resilience have been lauded for how we are dealing with our recovery experience. Despite the many inadequacies, we still continue to rise with strength day after day, to plow through, to plow on. But we are saying that there is an opportunity to do it better. There is an opportunity to do it different. And for that, Madam President, I think the responsibility of the owners and the government is to correct this. We have an opportunity and a responsibility to correct this for our people. They should not have to be going through this, Madam President. And I stand here today without any apology, without any fear for what one may say after today, or one may post after today. Because what we are experiencing, it is real. It is real. Because you see, Madam President, a social media posting bears great and significant, unrealistic experience for the people who are actually dealing with life daily, Madam President, and that is the fact. So, Madam President, I stand here on behalf of them to say that we will continue to speak on the things that affect us. We will continue to speak and to provide opportunities and guidance on where we can improve. And we will continue to be grateful for whatever good that comes to us. That is who we are as Carriacouans and Petit-Martiniquans, Madam President. And with those words, I want to say thank you, and may God bless this nation of ours.
I thank the representative from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I also want to recognize the presence and the departure now of the leader of His Majesty's opposition, Representative Emmeline Pierre, who was with us until, as I said, has now departed. We have one more presenter scheduled before lunch, and we will commence now, therefore, with Senator Seville Francis. You have asked for the floor, madam, and you have it. You have a full hour, and you are the one between us and lunch, but we are sturdy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, allow me to recognize my colleagues in this honorable House and to my colleagues on the opposite side of this House, Madam President. I must recognize also the young people of our beautiful Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Madam President, I am not sure what's happening to me this morning or this afternoon, but for the first time ever presenting in this honorable House, I am not myself. I am filled with a lot of emotions today, so bear with me.
Senator Francis, may I interrupt you? Would you like to go later?
I don't think going later will change how I feel, Madam President. It is the first time ever doing this without looking on the opposite side and seeing Senator Nylon Franklin, and that has been really bothering me for the entirety. So I must say, may his soul rest in peace, Madam President, because I know today would have been one of the days he would have been in full glee, as we know his passion runs near and deep for the young people of our country. Madam President, despite how I feel today—
It may help you just to say again that we know that this is a period of grief for you, and we all recognize that and extend our continuing embrace to you as you walk through and move through and work through your grief. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, despite how I feel today, I rise with a deep sense of duty and honor to the young people of our country, to honor the present, the future, and the past of our country. I'm here to present the progress of our youth sector in this year's budget. A budget themed towards a Vision 75, powering progress through people's participation and innovation.
The Senate takes a quick recess. The Senate will recess for lunch immediately and will be returned in 45 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. For a quick update, the Senator Sybil Francis, who began her presentation earlier, will continue in the morning. She will not continue with us this afternoon, but she promises to be here in the morning. We wish her well. Thank you. Who's next? Opposition Senator. Okay, then. Opposition Senator. Gentleman, lady, who's going next? I offer the floor to Senator Marianna Charles. Dr. Charles, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President, and special greetings to everyone in this honorable House. I rise today to contribute to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2026. Madam President, this budget is more than a set of numbers. It tells a story. It tells us not only where a government hopes to go, but what it is prepared to risk to get there, and who will ultimately be asked to carry the weight of those choices. This honorable House must therefore examine whether the numbers before us are sustainable, whether the promises can realistically be delivered, and whether the path being laid today will genuinely strengthen this country or quietly shift the burden onto our children and grandchildren who are set to face the consequences of the decisions made today. Madam President, the 2026 estimates reflect an unrealistically ambitious agenda. Total expenditure, as we've heard in this honorable House, is projected at approximately $1.67 billion, and that excludes principal repayments, while total revenue and grants amount to about $1.36 billion, producing an overall deficit of over $300 million. An overall deficit, Madam President, of over $300 million. That figure matters. It matters because it represents the difference between what the country earns and what it proposes to spend. And it matters because it is not a one-off anomaly, Madam President. If I jog your memory to the 2025 estimates presented in March this year in this very honorable House, the people were served with a deficit budget of over $279 million. In 2026, the deficit only grows. It grows larger, not smaller, but larger by over $30 million. Even as we are told, Madam President, that the economy is performing strongly and unemployment has fallen to historic lows, the budget paints a different picture. Madam President, it would be totally understandable and supported if the performance on the ground was outstanding and produced tangible results for the people. But as the people traverse Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique, myself included, they are confronted with incomplete projects, deteriorating roads, unsafe roads, and chronic delays. Where shall I start? Is it the Grandlands Main Road? I heard about Grandisang earlier. Just yesterday, somebody said to me, something needs to be done about Grandisang. The Cliff, Cloget, Molinier Road, millions are spent for baby steps. The people are left confused, Madam President, caught between song bites of the government blaming the contractor and the contractor blaming the government. Where is the truth in all of this? This reality does not justify the overspending and erroneous budgeting. Put plainly, Madam President, Grenada continues to spend more than it earns year after year, with little to nothing to show for it. And the gap is not narrowing in any meaningful way. Madam President, if I were to make $1,000 and every month I'm spending $1,500, people will say I'm broke. And that's just the reality. But we see in this picture here, in this country. At the same time, the Ministry of Finance has indicated an intention to reduce the public debt target, which is good, from 70% of GDP to 60% over time. That raises a fundamental question, Madam President. How is it that target to be achieved if the country continues to run large deficits and borrows or draws down from savings to finance them? How will we achieve that? Honestly, how will we achieve this? Madam President, this is now the fourth budget under this administration. And yet, probably I'm blind, I don't know, a clear, holistic economic strategy, one that aligns growth, production, and livelihoods, remains difficult to discern. The productive sector, and my brother, Senator Rahman, he speaks about that all the time. The productive sector tells a more sobering story, Madam President. Tourism has gone down by over 12.5% in stayover arrival rates. Fisher folks, and you heard my brother, Senator Cox, passionately speak about the fisher folks. Fisher folks, they are operating under increasing uncertainty that threaten their livelihoods. Agriculture continues to struggle to reclaim its role as a reliable engine for revenue and food security. The many young people, myself included, continue to feel disconnected from opportunity. Healthcare services are overstretched with access challenges, long wait times, and staffing shortages becoming the everyday experience. It is becoming the norm, Madam President. Road conditions in many communities have visibly deteriorated, and in some instances, as I mentioned before, unsafe to traverse. I face this reality every single day as I leave my home. And every day when I go back home, this is what I'm faced with, unsafe roads. And all of this is on the backdrop of rising cost of living, with no strong measures to cushion the rising inflation, no real sustained relief for the people. I was hoping to hear some measures to cushion that rise in inflation for the people. I was really looking forward to that. That has not been addressed. Madam President, is this the transformation that we have been promised? Is this transformation mode? Madam President, all of this is occurring in a context where grants have declined sharply by approximately 50% compared to the previous year, and where the Fiscal Resilience Act remains suspended. These realities demand serious caution and reflection. And this caution is echoed by the International Monetary Fund itself. The IMF warns that Grenada remains highly vulnerable to external shocks, including natural disasters, global economic volatility, and shifts in tourism demand. Crucially, the IMF stresses the importance of preserving fiscal barriers, exercising prudence in debt management, and ensuring that increased spending is matched by strong implementation and measurable outcomes. I haven't seen this in this budget. That advice wasn't taken. In other words, buffers must not be exhausted too quickly, and ambition must be matched by delivery. It must be matched by measurable outcomes, Madam President. Where are the outcomes? Against that advice, the financing of this deficit deserves careful scrutiny. The government proposes to finance the over 300 million deficit primarily through a drawdown of over 257 million from government deposits. In simple terms, this means using your savings to meet current spending commitments. I remind you, savings can only be spent once. When they are gone, they are gone. And once those buffers are reduced, the country's ability to respond to future shocks, economic shocks, climatic shocks, or social shocks become far more constrained and may even be unachievable. We have to take heed to those things. And that is why prudence is not optional. It is essential, Madam President. Prudence is not optional. It is essential. When a government spends beyond its income and relies on drawing down savings to close the gap, it must be able to clearly demonstrate what the country is gaining in return. It is not enough to say transformation is on the way and to chant rhetoric. Transformation must be measurable. Transformation must be timely. And transformation must be visible in people's daily lives. The people must feel it, Madam President. This brings me to a central concern. Despite the scale of expenditure and the confidence with which this budget was presented, implementation continues to lag. And my brother and very good friend, Senator Nolan Cox, highlighted that. Implementation continues to lag. The unavoidable question therefore becomes, are we building lasting capacity, or are we managing expectations with promises that don't materialize? Year on year, we're seeing the same thing. Madam President, fiscal management is not simply about how much is spent, but how effectively spending is converted into real results. In an era of continued deficit budgeting, weak implementation is not a minor administrative issue. It is a fiscal risk. Every delayed project, every unfinished program, and every underperforming initiative represents borrowed time, financed by what? National savings. And there is another reality in these figures that the public should understand clearly. In 2026, the government intends to spend I will wait for that to be turned off, and then I will proceed.
Welcome you to the gallery. Thank you for coming. Please, everyone, double check that your phones are turned off. Thank you. Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. In 2026, the government will spend over 390 million servicing debt. And that includes interest plus principal repayments. Put plainly, about $1 out of every 5 that the government plans to spend next year will go towards paying debt, rather than towards where it matters most: healthcare, housing, youth opportunities, education, our roads, or social protection. That is not a moral judgment, Madam President. It is a fiscal fact. But it matters because it limits how much is available to respond to today's challenges and tomorrow's crisis. At the same time, and as I mentioned before, grant financing has declined sharply, falling by over 50%. That is millions in 2026. When grants decline while deficits persist and savings are drawn down, it is reasonable to ask whether this reflects a temporary cycle or shrinking external support. And if grants do not recover, where would the additional burden fall? Whose backs will it fall on? These choices determine whether the fiscal path we are on leaves Grenada more resilient or more exposed. And we cannot continue to be exposed. So, Madam President, we must ask ourselves, calmly and without any theatrics, what are we truly getting ourselves into? Leader of government business, what are we truly getting ourselves into? Are these deficits purchasing resilience? Are they purchasing productivity and opportunity? Or are we gradually eroding our buffers while postponing the urgent work of improving delivery, accountability, and value for money? It is against this backdrop, not slogans, not themes, but figures, financing, and consequences that I now turn to examine the allocations for health, youth, housing, and social development. Because the people of Grenada do not experience budgets in speeches or spreadsheets. They experience them in the hospital waiting rooms, in the search for jobs and opportunities, in the struggle to afford housing and land, in the price of food at the supermarket, on electricity bills, at the gas station, and in the growing demand placed on social support systems. This is where the Grenadian people experience the budget, Madam President. But nothing, I haven't seen anything to address those things. That, Madam President, is the reality that will guide my deliberations today. And with that, I transition to health. I now turn to examine what this budget truly delivers or fails to deliver in the area of healthcare. Healthcare is not a sector we can afford to dress up with slogans. It is a place where budgets meet human vulnerability. It significantly influences the productive sector. If you're not healthy, you can't work. So healthcare is very critical. Yes, health systems everywhere face challenges. I acknowledge that. But challenges do not excuse underperformance. And before we get lost in narratives of intent and ambition, we must confront the numbers honestly. Madam President, when I sat in this honorable house in March, I placed certain figures on the record. I return to them today because they remain deeply troubling. In 2024, 24 million was left unspent in healthcare. The year before that, 27 million. This year again, over 32 million remains unspent. That is more than 83 million for healthcare in over 3 consecutive years. 83 million left unspent. Madam President, this 83 million was not converted into critical services. It was not converted into staffing needs. It was not converted into supplies or meaningful system improvements. Those are not opposition claims. They are budget outcomes. And in a sector that continues to suffer from staffing shortages, supply constraints, and service delays, there is no justification for this level of underspending. When funds are approved and people still suffer, the issue is no longer aspiration and intent. It is about the ability to deliver at this point. It is about accountability. Has this government delivered in healthcare for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique? Have they seriously delivered in healthcare for the people? I will leave them to ponder with that question and reflect on that. Yet, we are asked to celebrate accomplishments, Madam President, such as fencing medical stations, installing air-conditioned units, purchasing basic equipment, and placing security cameras. This is what we've been asked to celebrate. Madam President, with all due respect, these are not achievements. These are basic responsibilities. This Parliament did not approve tens of millions of dollars merely so facilities could try to meet minimum standards. And I would be happy if the minimum standards were indeed being met. But the reality is that they are not being met. Medical supplies remain in shortage. Lab reagents are consistently unavailable. And this is facts. And this forces persons to pay significant amounts out of pocket during a time in this country when your monthly grocery bill is more than your salary. Basic diagnostic capacity continues to fail patients in moments of crisis. Madam President, and I want to make this point very clear, the true benchmark of success in healthcare is patient outcomes. This is the true benchmark of success. Patient outcomes. Whether people receive timely, safe, and dignified care. And I ask this administration, has patient outcomes improved? Has it improved? We all know the answer to that question. Madam President, the minister's hands appear to be constrained by bureaucracy. So the question is simple. What reforms have been made to ensure approved funds result in actual care? Where are the key performance indicators? Because when delays persist year after year, we must hold the administration accountable. Now, Madam President, in the interest of balance, I do commend the minister for articulating an intention to strengthen primary health care. This is significant, and this is very important. And this is the correct approach. In a small island state with limited fiscal space, rising chronic disease, and limited resources, primary health care is not optional. It is foundational. So I was really happy to hear that intent. Strong community clinics reduce emergency room congestion, improve early detection, and lower long-term costs. If we are serious about health reform, primary health care must be at the core of that reform and must be strengthened. And I have said this publicly many times. And this was one of the recommendations we proposed in this Honorable House. So I'm really happy to hear that commitment to strengthen primary health care. But, Madam President, intention alone does not deliver care. And this is where the gap between policy and lived reality becomes impossible to ignore. Despite these allocations, the healthcare system remains severely overstretched. We continue to face critical workforce shortages, including more than 85 nurses short in community clinics alone. We're not talking about hospital services. And this is on the backdrop of 240 vacant posts in the Ministry of Health. Probably I read that line item wrong, I don't know. But it is there. in the estimates of revenue and expenditure. This budget does not clearly explain how these vacancies will be filled, how retention will be improved, or how burnout, which usually drives migration and absenteeism, will be addressed. Madam President, I say this again, supplies remain constrained. In some instances, medical professionals are forced to ration basic fluids. Imagine that, you're rationing fluids. If somebody comes in with something that's not too serious, they need fluids, you send them a buy Pedialyte. If it is serious, then they get IV fluids. When did we come to that state, that stage in healthcare where we have to ration fluids? Lab services face recurrent shortages. Emergency departments remain overcrowded with long wait times. How many of you have been to the emergency room? I can put up my hand. The wait time is overbearing, Madam President, overbearing. And I can stand here and tell you multiple stories about the wait time. This is unacceptable. And these are not abstract problems. They are the daily lived realities of patients, families, and frontline workers. Madam President, if anyone believes that these concerns are exaggerated, let us turn directly to the line items in the 2026 budget, because numbers tell the facts. The Hospital Quality Improvement Project had approximately 15 million approved, less than 8 million was spent. Half-spent budgets don't deliver solutions. The OECS PPS support program, Madam President, and for the public understanding and everybody in this honorable house, it is a pooled procurement system among OECS states that allows us to buy medicines and medical supplies in bulk at lower costs, and this ensures availability on our hospital shelves, in our clinic. In 2026, Madam President, $112,500 was allocated and $0 was spent. Not $1. In a system experiencing medication shortages, this is not an accident. It is mismanagement. Let's call it what it is. And I move to something else that is very important, the National Non-Communicable Disease Control Program, the very heartbeat of primary health care. And the program addresses things like diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, cancer, asthma, you name it. So 125,000 allocated and only about $21,000 spent. Madam President, you cannot underfund and underspend on chronic diseases and then turn around and tell us primary health care is a priority. It's not lining up. And infrastructure tells a similar story. When we look at refurbishment of buildings, 300,000 allocated, under 60,000 spent. Expansion of the storage at the central medical stores, critical for availability to ensure that you have supplies stored away and so forth. 300,000 allocated, $0 spent. Upgrade of health facilities, our medical stations and health centers, 1 million allocated, about 300,000 spent. And training 12s, another troubling story. Nearly 250,000 allocated for training. Do you know how much was spent? $60,000 was spent. While overspending occurred on international travel, hosting and entertainment within the Ministry of Health. This is not resource scarcity, Madam President. It is misaligned priorities. We also face a growing threat with infectious diseases here in Grenada. This is a reality. And this includes HIV, tuberculosis, and so forth, particularly among our young people. And the strategic response for TB, that's a lung infection you can get, and HIV elimination, was allocated $30,000. Do you know how much was spent? $900. You cannot eliminate disease on $900. They are not serious, regardless of how often we chant the rhetoric. Where are the solutions? What is also glaringly absent is meaningful investment in health education and promotion, a core pillar of strong primary healthcare systems worldwide. You do not reduce chronic disease without education and prevention. Where are the health education programs? Madam President, and nowhere else, the gap between rhetoric and reality is more painful than in mental health. Year after year, allocations are made for drug rehabilitation and mental health services. Year after year, $0 are spent. And year after year, we see worsening drug abuse and addiction, particularly among our young people. We see untreated mental health issues or illnesses cycling between the streets in police custody and hospitals. Most of you see it when you go to the restaurants. You see the challenges with mental health in this country. What is being done to address this? Announcements that never materialize, my dear friends, is not transformation. I don't know how you call it, but I know this is not transformation. It is rhetoric without results. It is neglect. Madam President, mental health requires continuous care, residential treatment, counseling, reintegration, and case management. We need more staff. We need more specialized staff. We need more psychologists. We need more psychiatrists. We don't need nice talk and more administrative burdens. And those administrative burdens have been produced by separating the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Mental Health. We see more spent in administrative cost than in actual outcomes on delivery. When will we start seeing real tangible results? Madam President, this is the context in which we are being asked to embrace a new hospital project. This is the context, you know. It's again against this backdrop. We are being asked to embrace this. Millions have already been spent, yet tangible system-wide improvements remain limited. Based on expert estimates, and I want this House to listen carefully, a modern hospital of the scale contemplated could cost over $1 billion to construct and outfit, excluding the annual operating costs, which could run into hundreds of millions each year. Who will this debt fall on? This debt will fall on the backs of taxpayers. It will fall on the next generation. And Madam President, I ask this administration, where are the feasibility studies? Where are the studies? Have they been done? Then show us. Make the public aware. If we pursue this path without fixing the fundamentals first, we are not merely investing in infrastructure. We are committing Grenada to a long-term fiscal burden. Deficits do not carry themselves. Ultimately, the weight falls on taxpayers. It falls on the workers. It falls on the future generation. So the question before this Honorable House is not whether Grenada should aspire to modern infrastructure. Of course we should. The real question is whether we are sequencing reform responsibly or placing a roof on a structure whose foundation remains unstable. Madam President, over $83 million left unspent in 3 years is not fiscal prudence. It is missed opportunity. And missed opportunity in healthcare have consequences. And those consequences are not measured in spreadsheets, but in delayed treatment, exhausted healthcare workers, families forced to wait, and the loss of lives. So I ask, what measurable improvements in healthcare delivery can be directly traced to funds already approved? How exactly will this budget address chronic staffing shortages and retention? Where are the timelines, the targets, and accountability mechanisms to ensure we are not repeating these same figures next year? Where are those things? Madam President, healthcare reform cannot be rhetorical. It must be practical and rooted in execution, supported by systems that allow ministers to act, not merely to announce. Because when healthcare fails, the cost is not abstract. It is lived, it is felt, and it is remembered. And trust me, it will be remembered. With this, Madam President, I now shift my focus to the youth sector. And I do so not only as a senator in this honorable House, but as a young person living through the very realities this budget claims to address. Youth policy is not abstract to us. It determines whether we feel hopeful or expendable. It determines whether we feel protected or pushed to the margins. A nation's youth policy is not judged by press releases or institutional reshuffles. It is judged by how many young people are productively engaged. And what is that number? What is the number of young people today who are productively engaged? It is also judged by how confident families are that their children will not be claimed by crime, despair, or desperation. The 2026 budget speaks of youth empowerment as a pillar of transformation. New frameworks are proposed, programs are reorganized, yet when we examine the figures, a different story emerges. One that demands scrutiny, and honest scrutiny that is. While this administration makes claims of consolidating youth programs under a new agency, the allocation to youth and sports have been significantly cut. This is what the numbers say. This is what the budget says. In practical terms, Madam President, 44 million was allocated for 2025, yet only 22 million was spent. And for 2026, the youth allocation is cut by about $16 million under the disguise of reorganization. Reorganization, Madam President, is not expansion. Consolidation is not growth. And dispersing youth spending across ministries, as you have claimed, does not automatically translate into opportunity on the ground. The reality is that at a time when social pressure is increasing, the scale of direct youth investment is shrinking. They're going in the opposite directions. And, Madam President, we have browsed the recurrent expenditure, which include things like salaries, across most other ministries. We don't see an increase. So where are these young people accounted for? How do you justify slashing the youth budget? Madam President, we cannot talk, but the numbers never lie. They tell the real story. And everything is in between the lines in the budget. It tells the real story. I'm not making anything up. This is what was presented to us. And this leads to a fundamental and unavoidable question. Is this budget genuinely expanding opportunity for young people? Or is it managing scarcity while asking our young people to wait? Are they the ones paying the price for mismanagement? When we look deeper into the estimates, it lacks clarity. There is little indication of how many young people will move into permanent employment as a direct result of the 2026 youth spending. There is no clear breakdown of what wage levels these jobs will sustain or how many youth-supported businesses are expected to survive beyond the startup phase. Small business initiatives, Madam President, without markets, without capital depth, and sustained mentoring becomes a gamble. This is not policy. This is a gamble with our young people. Across our communities, youth involvement in crime and antisocial behavior is rising. This is a reality. Families see it, the schools see it, law enforcement sees it. Yet, when we review the 2026 youth allocations, there are no measurable coordination between youth programs, national security, education, and social development. How are we addressing those problems? Madam President, young people who feel excluded do not remain idle. They become vulnerable. They become recruitable. They become statistics. And this budget does not sufficiently answer the question of what happens to people who fall outside of structured programs, those who are no longer eligible for trainee initiatives, those without formal certification but full of ambition and potential, and those growing up in communities where opportunity is scarce but temptation is constant. The urgency is sharpened by the wider fiscal reality we face. This is a deficit budget, as I mentioned before, financed in part by drawing down on national savings. In such circumstances, every dollar spent must carry real results. It must make a difference. So, Madam President, I just want clarity on which programs specifically target at-risk young men and women, and how is success defined and reported beyond participation? numbers. So how do you define success in these programs? Madam President, I want to, at this point, take the opportunity to commend and acknowledge the achievements of our young athletes who continue to excel and represent Grenada with pride. I also acknowledge the minister's statement that 40 Mani participants gained permanent engagement as coaches, but today I heard a different story, right, in terms of that. While this is a step in the right direction, 40 permanent roles do not meet the scale of the challenges confronting us. Madam President, it does not meet that scale. So where are the measures to address those challenges that we are confronted with? Madam President, youth policy delayed is youth potential denied. If we fail to invest with urgency now, this country will pay later through fractured communities. This is not ideology. And that, Madam President, is the standard by which this youth budget must be judged. With this, I want to move on quickly. And, you know, now I'm going to speak a little bit on housing. Housing is where economic policy becomes personal. It is where the cost of living is felt sharply. And it is where government performance is judged not in words, but in keys handed over to families. In small states like ours, housing policy is not merely about structures. It is about dignity, it is about stability, and it empowers citizens to plan their lives with confidence and comfort. Once again, Madam President, like the other ministries, the figures tell a different story from what is actually happening. And I want to begin with Project 500, which was presented to the nation as a flagship solution to affordable and, and access to housing. To date, Madam President, only 17 model homes are scheduled to be completed by the end of the year, and I assume that these will be sold at the end of the project. Let us be clear. Model homes are typically built in small numbers. When you build in models, you build in 2, 3 for viewing purposes. 17 model homes. 17 homes for viewing is not acceleration. In my humble view, Madam President, is a waste of time and resources. More elements still, Madam President. Approximately 14 million has already been spent under Project 500, and we are told by the end of the year we will see 17 model homes. That is all we have to show for $14 million? 17 model homes? Madam President, no keys have been handed over. We spent 14 million, and we just have model homes to show for it, 17. So, Madam President, these figures do not align with what is on the ground in Dunfermline. By any reasonable measure, this represents an extraordinary cost per unit. Additionally, 17 homes out of a promised 500 a year represents an implementation rate of less than 3%. That is not slow progress, it is failure. No private contractor, no community organization, no international partner would be allowed to continue under such performance without serious intervention. Less than 3% is a report card. The scale of unmet need makes this even more indefensible. There are approximately 6,000 applicants seeking housing. Even the full delivery of 500 homes would meet at least 8% of the current demand and the projected satisfaction rate. Madam President, this is not a solution. It is a placeholder. It is a drop in the bucket, and it is undelivered promises. Madam President, the picture does not improve when we examine the Build Back Better program that was introduced to strengthen resilience and assist families affected by Hurricane Beryl. The program has been plagued by slow delivery, misappropriation, poor management, and widespread frustration on the ground. Too many families remain in vulnerable structures. And once again, Madam President, Peter Martinique appears to have been sidelined the most. Housing recovery on that island has lagged badly, with residents feeling forgotten and treated as an afterthought. Madam President, resilience cannot be selective. Resilience cannot be selective. National recovery must meet all communities, not just those easiest to reach. And we've heard that. The reason why it is so slow, because it's difficult to reach apparently. This cannot be the reason, Madam President. It cannot be. You know, and I now turn to the matter of the Chinese-built apartment units, generously donated by the government and people of China for the express purpose of providing housing for low-income families. Yet, Madam President, based on what the public observes, many of these units appear to be unoccupied. And there is widespread uncertainty regarding those units. And I asked, who were the beneficiaries of these units? Were they Grenadian citizens? And were they means tested as low-income households? If units remain unoccupied, what is the justification for denying access while housing demand continues to grow? There is no justification for that. No matter what is said, this cannot be justified. The people deserve transparency, and the people need real answers regarding these units. Madam President, underperforming housing policy actively undermines social stability. Solutions exist, but it requires seriousness and skill. You know, and one of the things that I implore my friends to do is to identify suitable non-agricultural lands for affordable housing development. Land access is a major cost driver, and without deliberate planning, affordability will remain out of reach for the average Grenadian. Second, government can pursue initiative mutual assistance models successfully implemented in other Caribbean countries, where beneficiaries participate directly in the construction process. A true partnership, Madam President. This approach reduces costs and accelerates delivery, while at the same time keeps money circulating in the economy. Madam President, a housing program that spends $14 million to deliver 17 model homes does not reflect transformation. It reflects weak planning, poor execution, and mismanagement. And I asked, and probably my friend will be able to tell me this after, where did the $14 million go? What is the true cost? What is the true per unit cost on the Project 500? How many families will actually receive keys? And when will they receive those keys? Madam President, until delivery replaces rhetoric, this housing agenda remains unfinished and is evidently inadequate to meet the current demand. And Madam President, as we establish social and community development, you know, this is a ministry where the government's conscience and compassion is tested. It is here, more than anywhere else, that budgets will reveal whether care for the vulnerable is a lived commitment or simply a well-written paragraph in a budget statement. This is where the conscience is tested and compassion. The 2026 budget statement speaks eloquently about inclusion, fairness, and leaving no one behind. And we've heard it here today. We hear of policies, frameworks, consultations, and future implementation. And Madam President, it is only fair that this honorable House acknowledges those intentions. The development of a national social protection policy, the modernization of seed payments through the benefit card are all positive in principle. But, Madam President, social development is not judged by intention alone. It is judged by timing, delivery, and reach. And that is where concern begins. Despite the scale of need across communities, this ministry continues to exhibit serious underspending, with more than $15 million left unutilized. And this comes at a time when poverty pressures are rising, cost of living remains high, and demand for social support is growing. Underspending in social development is not fiscal prudence, it is policy failure. And, Madam President, this is not an abstract concern. Every dollar left unspent in this ministry represents something. It represents a household that did not receive support, a vulnerable individual left behind, a community project that never left the drawing board. Nowhere is this contradiction more glaring than in the line item called Community Self-Help Program. Madam President, this program stands out, not for transparency, but for confusion. In the last budget, 6 million was allocated for Community Self-Help Program, yet 12 million was spent. The amount spent was double the amount approved. And I raised this issue in my previous contribution in this Honorable House in March. I asked for clarity. Madam President, I received none. What is the Community Self-Help Program? What does it entail? Why there is 100% overspending in that area? What is it really for? So, Madam President, I ask again on record, what exactly is the Community Self-Help Program? Which communities benefited? What criteria are used to allocate funds? Why did spending exceed the approved allocation by nearly 100%? At the same time, Madam President, other program areas within social development remain under-resourced and under-executed, including long-standing needs in child protection, community infrastructure, and support for at-risk families. Madam President, delay in social support increases exposure to homelessness, exploitation, and crime. These realities link directly to the pressures we see in the justice systems. Madam President, social development is the last line of defense when all other systems fail. It is our last line of defense. When housing fails, social development feels the pressure. When youth policy fails, social development absorbs the fallout. When health systems are strained, social development carries the emotional and financial burden. And that is why this ministry cannot afford weak delivery, vague line items, and unexplained overspending. So I ask, how will government ensure that social development allocations are effectively utilized in 2026? What controls are in place to prevent repeat overspending on ambiguous line items? And how will outcomes in this ministry be tracked? Madam President, compassion without accountability is negligence. And this is what we are seeing here. And if we are serious about building a fair, inclusive Grenada, then social development must be delivered with the same urgency, discipline, and transparency that we demand in every other sector. Because for the families depending on this ministry, there is no margin for error. And time is running out for promises that arrive after the damage has already been done. And Madam President, there is a lot of damage that has already been done. In our communities, it is loud. It is loud. You know, I heard something earlier, you know, the diaspora say we're doing good. What are people in Grenada saying? What are they saying about the performance? The people who are living here, they are the ones feeling it, you know. And it is not good. Madam President, when all the numbers are stripped away, when the speeches fade and the rhetoric quiets, this is what remains. A nation spending more than what it earns, drawing down on savings faster than it rebuilds them, and asking its people to be patient while systems struggle to deliver. Madam President, I have patience, you know. But up to a certain point, after a certain point, you get tired. Patience run out. Budgets are not neutral instruments. They are statements of priority, urgency, and of responsibility. And when deficits grow, buffers shrink, and implementation lags, a fundamental question must be answered. Who bears the risk of this shortfall? Because it is never the spreadsheet that absorbs the shock. It is the worker, it is the taxpayer, it is the young person, the patient, the homeowner, the vulnerable family, and ultimately the next generation will be absorbing the shocks of the decisions being made today. This is the reality. And this is the young people we claim to love and say there is sobering opportunities. They are the ones that are going to absorb the shock, you know, of the decisions being made today. Across health, youth, housing, and social development, a single thread connects the evidence placed before this honorable house. Talk is outpacing execution. Social media posts is outpacing execution. It is a reality. Money is approved but not spent. This is the overall theme we saw. And there are certain items where there was significant overspending. Significant overspending. You're talking about an increase of over $50 million if we look at certain offices. Programs are announced but not delivered. Institutions are reorganized while outcomes remain unchanged. So we're spending a whole bunch of money in administration, doing reorganization, but the outcomes doesn't change. What is the point of that? We cannot modernize a country by press release or social media. We certainly cannot govern by talk alone. Reform must show up in the hospital wards, in safer communities, in keys handed over to families, and in opportunities that keep young people invested in the future of this nation. Anything less is not transformation. It is postponement, financed on borrowed time. This is what we are seeing. Madam President, Grenada does not need perfection, but it does require prudence. We require discipline, and we require honesty, Madam President. It requires a government prepared not only to announce, but to implement, not only to spend, but to measure, not only to borrow, but to account. The choices made in this 2026 budget will echo far beyond this financial year. Madam President, public confidence is thinning. This is the reality. Patience is wearing out. And for some, the patience is gone. And Madam President, because of this, the consequences are permanent. And for a lot of families and communities, the consequences are painful. So, Madam President, I end with a plea. A plea on behalf of every Grenadian. I implore that this administration come back to this parliament with achievements that matter, achievements that touch lives and impact the greatest number possible, not a select few. Come back to this parliament with results that people can feel in their homes, in their communities, in the hospitals, and most importantly, with results that people can feel in their pockets. Madam President, and I'm going to say this constitutionally, I may sit on the side of this honorable house with smaller in numbers, but no government is ever relieved of its duty to account. And there is no justification in any democracy for a government that spends without proper account to its people. Before I resume my seat, Madam President, I implore my friends, let's be accountable. Let's have measurable outcomes, things that the people can actually feel. Madam President, at this time, and as we approach the festive season, I wish you, the parliamentary staff, all honorable senators, and the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique a joyous, peaceful, and prosperous season. And may the coming year bring renewed hope, good health, and collective resolve to build a country that truly works for all. Right? Let us build a country that works for all, not some. And with this, thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Senator the Honorable Miana Charles. Madam. Our next presenter is the Senator, the Honorable Gloria Thomas. Samuel. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. distinguished colleagues on both sides of this honorable house, citizens of Grenada and in the diaspora, good afternoon to all. As Minister for Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, I rise to support the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2026 under the theme towards Vision 75, powering progress through people's participation and innovation. A theme so relevant at this time. Let me take this opportunity to wish everyone happy Human Rights Day, today the 10th of December. Madam President, as we continue to navigate the evolving social landscape, the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs remains steadfast in its mission to protect the vulnerable, strengthen families, and empower communities. Our work is guided by the principle that social development is the cornerstone of national progress. I wish to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the dedicated staff of the ministry, our partners, our stakeholders, for their unwavering commitment throughout 2025. Your efforts have been instrumental in delivering impactful programs and services to those who need them most. Madam President, today we look beyond line items and allocations. We look at the lives behind the numbers and the wide array of services that we provide to our citizens. This ministry carries some of the most direct responsibilities to our people. It shapes how families find stability, how communities grow stronger, and how every citizen, regardless of gender or circumstances, is treated. And we do so with fairness and dignity. We know the pressures of our country. We know the pressures our country faces. Rising cost of living due to external shocks, vulnerable groups call for stronger support, communities need safer spaces and better opportunities. Housing demand continues to outpace supply, and gender-based issues still require urgent, coordinated action. These challenges are real, but they are not reasons to stall. There are reasons to act with purpose, and as a ministry, we have been doing just that. And we will continue continue with greater resolve. The 2026 budget aims to strengthen social protection, expand access to housing, support community development, and advance equality for gender issues through concrete programs. It directs resources towards people who need them most, while building systems that help families stand on their own. It prioritizes safe shelter, resilient communities, and equal rights as core pillars of national growth. Our duty today is to weigh these choices with care. We must examine where the ministry is making progress, where gaps remain, and how this budget can better serve those who look to us for leadership while keeping the needs of our communities at the center. My first point is under the psychosocial support that we provide to everyone who comes through our door and who require that service. Madam President, in times of crisis, whether caused by natural disaster or personal trauma, the emotional and psychological well-being of our people is often overlooked. Yet, mental health is the foundation upon which recovery and progress is maintained. Without addressing emotional scars and challenges, we cannot achieve true social development. Psychosocial support helps individuals cope with stress, trauma, and uncertainty. It strengthens families, builds resilience, and fosters healthier communities. When people receive the right support, they are better able to function, work, and contribute positively to society. Madam President, in 2025, the Psychosocial Support Unit provided psychosocial care to 467 individuals and crisis intervention to 13 families using psychological first aid. Things are happening. Through media outreach and community engagement, over 500 individuals receive psychoeducation and 1,200 brochures were distributed on mental health topics such as suicide prevention and resilience. We strengthen disaster preparedness by training 45 individuals in psychological first aid in collaboration with St. George's University. World Mental Health Day was observed and featured a mental health symposium with 85 participants. 65 daycare staff was trained and workplace sessions were conducted across Grenada and the Carriacou. Suicide prevention efforts included consultation with UNICEF and other social partners, media programs, and the distribution of over 200 brochures. Our priority for 2026 under the Psychosocial Unit includes building on the achievements of the 2026 agenda focuses on expansion, innovation, and resilience through psychosocial support, scaling up mental health outreach, expanding disaster mental health training, and strengthening partnership for suicide prevention. Madam President, we will also get into community engagement, where we will increase psychoeducational sessions in churches, schools, and workplaces, and deepen collaboration with NGOs and regional partners. Juvenile justice reform. Madam President, our children and young people are among our most valuable assets. When they come into conflict with the law, it's often a reflection of deeper social challenges, such as poverty, trauma, and lack of guidance and limited opportunities. Juvenile justice is not about punitive measure. It is about protection, rehabilitation, giving our youth a second chance after society has failed them. So for one to say that there is no connection between our youth and the social services is very misleading. Juvenile justice reform is being implemented in the ministry through Juvenile Justice Division. The Juvenile Justice Division was established to address long-standing gaps within Grenada's juvenile justice system and strengthen the national response to juvenile victimization. The division is committed to fostering safe, stable, and protective environments where children and adolescents can grow and develop free from harm. policy and legislative reform. Madam President, as part of our juvenile justice transformation process, we are continuing to put the proper institutional arrangements in place, which include policy and legislative reform. In this regard, Madam President, the juvenile justice policy has been completed. Things are happening. The policy is a whole of government, child-centered framework designed to guide all stakeholders, legal, social, security, and education in providing timely, coordinated, and rehabilitative responses to children in conflict with the law. So I trust with this policy, we see the connection now where young people are looked after in a coordinated way through interaction with the education, with the social, with the legal entities. Additionally, Juvenile Justice Act has been reviewed and proposed amendments submitted for legislative changes. These amendments are designed to strengthen legal protection, modernize child justice responses, and ensure consistency with international standards. The Juvenile Justice Technical Advisory Committee has been established to improve response coordination. The main presenting issue was that there was not enough interaction between partner agencies regarding national juvenile justice intervention and programming. A critical factor for accomplishing the juvenile justice reform agenda is the need to foster a collaborative and coordinated approach among multiple agencies and disciplines involved in juvenile justice system. It is against this backdrop that the Juvenile Justice Technical Advisory Group was established to foster a collaborative and coordinated approach among stakeholders. This committee aims to improve outcomes for youth in the justice system by leveraging the expertise and resources of all participating entities. And that committee is a broad-based committee comprising of judges, law enforcement, representative from education, representative from child protection, non-government agencies, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Her Majesty Prison, Ministry of Youth and Sports, Grand Bacolet Juvenile Center, Ministry of Social Development. It is indeed a collaborative approach. Madam President, we have also developed a standard protocol for handling juvenile in police custody. The protocol will establish a right-based, standardized, child-sensitive framework for the safe handling of juveniles in police custody. Implementation is expected to commence in 2026. Madam President, within that same context, we developed an assessment protocol for apprehended children, which is already used by our probation officers with responsibility for juvenile. The protocol will ensure structured psychological assessment after apprehension to guide risk assessment, diversion decision, and care planning. Reset Summer Program. Madam President, the Reset 2025 program delivered a one-week intensive diversion and developmental program targeting 25 juveniles aged 12 to 18 who are either court-ordered or identified at risk for violent or antisocial behavior. Participants engaged in a wide range of activities, including emotional regulation, conflict resolution, legal awareness, mentorship circles, community service, and exposure to positive role models. Madam President, mentorship connections were established, providing ongoing support beyond the program and reinforcing the division's long-term rehabilitation strategy. We successfully delivered a 2-day structured substance use workshop which targeted juveniles affected by the rising trend of marijuana use. 17 participants completed the program. The workshop covered substance awareness, triggers, craving and coping strategies, legal consequences and juvenile accountability, stress management and personal reflection, future planning through a vision board exercise. Madam President, the Division of Juvenile Justice has modernized and restructured the juvenile community service orders, modeled into a more rehabilitative, skill-based, and supportive intervention. The updated model now includes unspecified supervised community service hours, 5 hours of mandatory meeting with the probation officers, 5 hours of certified skill building workshop, a structured 6 to 8 week program cycle, and nationwide availability across all magistrate court as a diversion option. The restructured CSO model strengthens accountability while supporting personal development and reducing recidivism. The HYPE mentoring program. HYPE is the Harnessing Youth Potential Excellence mentoring program. It is one of the division's flagship initiatives, offering structured support to children in conflict with the law and at risk youth from age 12 to 21. In 2025, over 40 mentees were supported during the year. The program offering continues to be upgraded, and this includes CHESS initiative. CHESS teaches emotional regulation, discipline, focus, problem solving, sportsmanship, and healthy competition. Technology integration, providing digital literacy, basic graphics, web design, job exploration, and supervised tablet use. Robust psychological support is delivered through weekly counseling, crisis intervention, trauma-informed care, and regular check-ins. Strengthen case management through the social worker, including referrals, family engagement, and employer follow-up for working youth. The success of the program is already evident through noticeable behavioral improvement, increased confidence, improved communication, better emotional regulation, and positive feedback from parents, teachers, and probation officers. So when we say that we do not see any result for youth, the working youth, probably we're not looking in the right direction. 2026 priorities for the juvenile justice: continue the implementation of best practices program, reset substance use intervention in HYPE, continue to expand program offering to other parishes, development of a management information system for effective data management. Very intensive work with the youth in the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. So I move on now to elderly care. Madam President, a demographic shift is taking place in Grenada. The population is now shifting from a youthful population to an aging population. Within this context, the Ministry of Social Development is adapting programs focused in response to this demographic change. 0 to 60 quick. The Desk of the Elderly conducted 3 0 to 60 real quick sensitization sessions. The objective of the program is to arouse consciousness in the mind of the population concerning the importance of planning for retirement. Sessions were held at Corinth Community Center, the Luke Cinema in Grenville, and the Mermaid Hotel in Carriacou. Participants included secondary school students, Imani trainees, geriatric caregivers, and youth within various communities. A total of 108 youth benefited from these sessions. Special thanks to Dr. Francis Martin, the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council, the National Insurance Scheme, and the Rotary Club for the partnership in this initiative. Forum for World Elder Abuse Day, Awareness Day. Madam President, a forum was conducted to observe World Elder Abuse Awareness Day on June 17, 2025, to sensitize older people and geriatric caregivers about the issue of elder abuse. Celebration of centenarians. Madam President, the demographic shift that I spoke about earlier is becoming more evident. In 2024, the Desk of the Elderly celebrated the birthdays of 28 centenarians, and in 2025, 32 centenarians were celebrated, 30 female and 2 male. This is also indicative of the fact that life expectancy continues to be higher for women in comparison to men. Assessment of geriatric homes. Madam President, last year I announced the national standard for the operations of geriatric facilities, and I am happy to report that the standards are being used to assess geriatric care homes to ensure our elderly are cared for in facilities that operate at unacceptable standards. 8 geriatric homes were assessed to ensure compliance with the national standards. Reallocation of displaced elderly. Madam President, through the Desk of the Elderly, the ministry organized and conducted the relocation of 14 older persons displaced by Hurricane Beryl to the St. Martin Care Home. It is our duty to do all that we can to care for our elderly citizens who spend their primary years contributing to national development. And I want to move on now to the Early Childhood Division, Early Childhood Development. The Convention on the Rights of the Child Policy. This year, the ministry proudly recognized and celebrated the 35th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of the Child together with UNICEF, civil society organization, key stakeholders, and our children. This milestone reaffirms our commitment to placing the well-being and voices of children at the center of our national agenda as we continue to build a safer, more nurturing and hopeful future for every child in Grenada. Distribution of simulation tools. The Early Childhood Development Unit purchased and distributed simulation tools for 4 child development centers in Carriacou. Distribution of gas cylinders to vulnerable families. The unit collaborated with Huggins Distribution Division to distribute over 20-pound gas cylinders to vulnerable families. And this is apart from what is being done on the local front in every constituency by the respective MPs. The unit collaborated with the psychosocial unit to conduct psychological first aid, debriefing sessions with caregivers at the Christine David Child Development Center in Carriacou. Social protection policy. Madam President, work continues to advance with the development of a national social protection policy. Through early reviews, consultation, and legislative assessment, we are laying the foundation for a modern and unified system that brings together all safety net programs into one organized repository. This work strengthens our resolve to deliver a service approach that is coordinated, people-centered, and grounded in dignity. It will support families who are facing hardships, build stronger and more resilient communities, and ensure that every Grenadian has a fair chance to thrive. Madam President, that is why an increase in seed beneficiaries is evident. It is not a sign of increasing poverty, as was alluded in the other place. The argument confuses the presence of a safety net with the presence of a crisis. It mistakes proactive governance for reactive desperation. Madam President, to claim that expanding social protection when poverty is increasing is to confuse treatment with a disease. When a state strengthens its safety net, it is demonstrating foresight, responsibility, and care for its citizens. In fact, the most advanced nations in the world have the strongest social protection systems, precisely because they refuse to let poverty define their future. Madam President, an increase in a social protection does not automatically mean poverty is worsening. Rather, it demonstrates that the state is strengthening its capacity to safeguard citizens against vulnerability. When we broaden access to housing support, disability allowances, or child protection services, we are not announcing that poverty has grown or we are on a spending spree. We are declaring that no citizen should be left behind. This is a mark of progress, not decline. Madam President, consider the evidence from advanced economies. Nations such as Sweden and Denmark, with some of the lowest poverty rate globally, they have some of the most extensive social protection systems. The welfare structures are not symptoms of poverty, but symbols of social equity, resilience, and foresight. Moreover, social protection is preventative as much as it is responsive. Expanding services cushions family against shocks, whether economic downturns, natural disaster like burial, or health crisis, ensuring that temporary hardships does not spiral into generational poverty. It is a shield, not a symptom. A government that invests in its people is not documenting failure, it is building resilience. Madam President, the real measure of a state's strength is not whether poverty exists, for poverty exists in every society, but whether the state has the courage and the capacity to confront it. By expanding social protection, we are refusing to let poverty define our future. We are choosing inclusion, dignity, and stability for all citizens. That is why we increase the seed, not because we have more poverty. Therefore, I submit that the increase in social protection services is not evidence of rising poverty, but rising to embrace responsibility. It demonstrates a government that is putting structures in place to buffer rising cost of living. Everybody striking for more pay. What happened to our beneficiaries? We have to give them more pay too. It is the hallmark of governments that a government that values its people, anticipate risk, and build a stronger, safer, and more resilient society. This, Madam President, is why an increase in seed is evident. We have modernized service delivery, launching the seed benefit card across all parishes, improving access for over 7,000 families with support from the World Bank. We revised the targeting tool, which will make assistance more equitable and efficient in 2026. Madam President, when you contrast this with the old system, where our elderly and disabled had to stand in long lines in the scorching sun to collect their benefits, ask yourself, who really cares about the elderly, poor, and vulnerable, and about transforming their lives? Madam President, our government continues to expand protection for the most vulnerable, from initiating a halfway home for young persons turning 18 and having to leave institutional care, to renovating the Father Malagran Home for boys in institutional care. We also took bold steps towards inclusion, hosting the first regional policy dialogue on disability and finalizing a national disability policy and action plan to be implemented in 2026. The Burial Relief Income Support Program. Madam President, the Burial Relief Income Support Program, BRISC as we call it, is another income assistance initiative designed to provide financial support at the household level for people who lost their main source of income due to the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Madam President, the program commenced January 2025 and concluded June 2025. Madam President, the program was designed as a shock-responsive social protection measure to safeguard vulnerable individuals and households from sliding into poverty due to sudden income loss arising from the hurricane. This emergency disaster response was facilitated through the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. It is important to note that Grenada is the first island to activate a disaster relief program of this nature. Madam President, a total of 869 families received financial assistance, ranging from $450 to $1,200 per month over a 6-month period. And I said to my officers, make sure you tell them it's 6 months, it is temporary. We don't want after the 6 months, they say we take back the money. So we had to underscore it's just for 6 months. As how the cess was for 1 year, and when we got in there, we had to take it back or stop it. They say we cut seed. So beneficiaries by parish. St. Patrick's, 294 persons benefited. Carriacou, 264. St. Andrew, 169. Pittimatnick, 74. St. John's, 45. And St. Mark's, 22. The beneficiary total payout was $3,631,500. I would like to place my sincere thanks on record to the United Nations World Food Programme for providing technical and implementation support. We had a number of safety net interventions for 2025, where we provided glasses, rent assistance, grocery assistance, electrical assistance, water connection, disaster relief support, burial assistance, and so on. Our priorities for 2026, implementation of an approved policy document, policy on aging, as an example, to improve the geriatric sector and begin process for development of legislation for the care and protection of our older persons. Continue public awareness and education initiative, such as the 0 to 60 Real Quick program in schools, community engagement. Development of a licensing mechanism for daycare sectors, and review and amend the Probation Act of 1960, which is long overdue. We move on to gender equality and inclusion. Women Economic Empowerment Initiative. Madam President, in 2025, we engaged over 1,000 women and girls through International Women's Day empowerment events. We partnered with the private sector to promote entrepreneurship growth, ensuring that women have access to opportunities that strengthen their economic independence. Women in leadership and STEM. We continue to advance gender equality in education by engaging 12 secondary schools, promoting female talent in renewable energy, aviation, and ICT fields, which is critical to Grenada's future development. Youth inclusion and accessible advocacy. Youth with and without disability co-created sensitization content on disability inclusion, strengthening their voices in national conversation, and ensuring that inclusion starts with our young leaders. Media training workshop. In collaboration with UNESCO, we train journalists and content producers on disability-sensitive communication, improving how media represent persons with disability. Media plays a powerful role in shaping public perception and attitude towards persons with disabilities. We are so aware of that we have to be proactive in ensuring we could get them to be careful how they project and represent our disabled community. When communication is inaccurate or insensitive, it reinforces stereotypes, discrimination, and exclusion. Media training on disability-sensitive communication is therefore essential for creating an inclusive society. Within the same context, Madam President, and with support from the UN Resident Coordinator Office, we developed a unified national approach to inclusive communication, ensuring that disability inclusion becomes a mainstream priority. Regional webinar on gender equality and disability inclusion. Madam President, I am proud to say that Grenada took a leading role in regional advocacy through a webinar hosted with CUSO International, Global Affairs Canada, and UNRCO, positioning our nation as a Caribbean champion for inclusion. Madam President, as part of our inclusion agenda, the ministry is strengthening our service delivery by training government staff in basic and advanced sign language. This will improve accessibility of service and promote equity for persons with disability. The National Disability Policy and Action Plan. I am also proud to report that we finalized the National Disability Policy and Action Plan. Things are happening. The policy speaks to the necessity of a comprehensive and inclusive approach to empowerment, addressing barriers across healthcare, education, employment, and all other key sectors of society. The implementation of the policy will be supported by an inter-ministerial task force on disability inclusion. Population policy. We advance demographic planning by finalizing the population policy, ensuring that inclusion frameworks are embedded in national development strategies. The policy is a structured framework to respond to emerging demographic and human development realities in Grenada. This framework emphasizes the importance of demographic resilience and enhancing the capacity of the population to adapt to social, economic, and environmental changes, whilst fostering linkages between set targets and our developmental outcomes. Program for men. Men programming is a critical component of advancing gender equality and building safer, healthier communities. Traditionally, gender initiatives had focused primarily on women and girls, but engaging men and boys is equally essential for sustainable social change. In this regard, in this regard, the ministry through the Men's Bureau is continuing to find creative ways to engage our men, and this includes the Boys to Men program. 17 boys completed the Boys to Men mentorship program, focusing on vocational skills and positive masculinity, youth engagement in education spaces. We conducted sessions in 4 primary schools, 4 secondary schools, and 1 technical institution, addressing youth violence prevention, healthy role models, and positive masculinity. Community engagement using sports. The Men's Bureau has begun using football as a tool for mentorship and non-violent conflict resolution by engaging youth in high-risk communities. The aim of this initiative is to meet young men within the context of what interests them. Men and Mental Health Support Group. In collaboration with the psychosocial unit, we created safe spaces for men to discuss mental health, breaking stigma, and promoting well-being. Madam President, as part of the commemoration of International Men's Day, we engage men as allies in equality and nonviolence, reinforcing their role in building safer communities. The local theme for this year was Inspiring Inclusion, Redefining Strength, and Restoring Balance. Discussions were held at several educational institutions across the island. A basketball competition and wellness fair was conducted, which focused on healthy relationship, healthy masculinity, cooperation, and conflict resolution. Parenting. Madam President, parenting programs are essential for building strong family and nurturing healthy, well-adjusted children. They provide parents and caregivers with the knowledge, skills, and support needed to create safe, loving, and stimulating environment for children to thrive. Through the parenting program, we reached over 1,600 parents and caregivers with successful cycles completed in St. David and St. Andrew. We are pleased to note that there has been a continuous increase in fathers turnout after years. Daycare worker training. 46 daycare workers across 5 facilities were trained in improving early childhood care, quality, and safety. 78 parents, including 16 men, participated in antenatal sessions encouraging co-parenting and early nurturing involvement. PTA parent campaign. Our PTA campaign reached 620 parents in person and 66,600 virtual viewers, demonstrating strong digital outreach success. Gender-based violence. Madam President, domestic violence programs are essential for protecting individuals, strengthening families, and protecting and promoting social stability. These programs provide critical support and intervention to prevent abuse, assist survivors, and break the cycle of violence within homes and communities. In 2026, the GBV unit placed heavy emphasis on public sensitization. These included activities such as Voice of the People, which is a community conversation on GBV. Voice of the People included a live stream, moderated discussion on gender-based violence involving 4 different panels with a total of 22 social media influencers, educators, and media personnel. The discussions were aired on Mikey Live, GIS, YouTube, the ministry's page, and delved into topics that included music and its influence, how we raise our children, men as advocates, service availability, sexual harassment. Efforts were collaborative and included partnership with the private sector as well as the legal aid and counseling clinic. Numbers reached 100,722 views and 3,582 engagements. Educational engagement outreach on GBV was conducted with the following entities: faith-based organization, media professionals, Special Victim Unit from the Royal Grenada Police Force, private sector, Nawasa secondary students. Additionally, educational banners on GBV were installed at the Esplanade Mall and bus terminus and the ministerial complex in collaboration with the Ministry of Health during the Spice Mass season. Numbers reached over 20,000. The National 5-Year Strategy and Action Plan to eliminate GBV. The ministry is in the process of developing a National 5-Year Strategy and Action Plan to eliminate gender-based violence in Grenada, 2026 to 2031, in collaboration with CUSO International. Gender-based violence is one of the most pervasive human rights violations affecting individuals, families, and communities. Developing a strategy and action plan is critical for creating a coordinated, sustainable, and impactful response to the issue. The strategy will provide a clear roadmap, strengthen coordination across sectors, improve access to services for survivors, and to focus on prevention and cultural change. Madam President, I want to speak now to the Age of Legal Responsibility Bill. Madam President, today I rise not just to speak in support of the bill, but as a champion, a vision for a more just, compassionate, and forward-thinking Grenada. The Age of Legal Responsibility Amendment Bill 2025 is not merely a legislative adjustment. It is a declaration that we trust our youth, that we value their autonomy, and that we are committed to protecting their health and dignity. We must set measures in place to ensure that the uncles, stepfathers, fathers, family friends who abuse our children are stopped in their tracks. This bill will allow abused children who cannot communicate with parents or do not have parents or guardians to listen to them to seek help. For too long, our young people, especially those navigating the complexities of adolescence, have faced barriers to accessing the care they need. The bill changes that. It empowers minors, aged 16 and older, to make informed decisions about their sexual and reproductive health. It recognizes the capacity to understand, to choose, and to act in their own best interests. And for those aged 12 to 15, the bill provides a pathway through ministerial oversight for them to receive essential care when circumstances demand it. This is not about undermining parental authority. It is about safeguarding the rights of children who may be vulnerable, who may be in vulnerable or even dangerous situations. It is about ensuring that our children is not denied care because of fear, stigma, or silence. The bill is rooted in the principle of human rights, public health, and social justice. It aligns Grenada with international standards, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It reflects the value of the Spotlight Initiative, which seeks to end family violence and promote gender equality. Let it be clear, this bill will save lives. It reduces teenage pregnancy. It will lower the rate of sexually transmitted disease. It will protect young people from abuse and neglect. And it will give our health professionals the legal clarity they need to act with compassion and confidence. To those who worry that the bill gives too much freedom, I say freedom is not the enemy of responsibility. It is its foundation. When we trust our youth, when we educate them, when we support them, we build a society that is stronger, safer, and more resilient. Therefore, we must take this bill forward in due time. Consultations have been done with a number of key stakeholders with a view to give them a clear understanding of the nature of the bill, since the bill has been negatively presented in the public space by individuals who do not understand the bill themselves. Community development. Madam President, it is my honor to present this summary of work and program executed by Division of Community Development across the 3 operational zones, Western, Southern, and Eastern, along with the progress made in St. David's for the year 2025. Our effort this year have centered on 3 main priorities: strengthening community infrastructure, advancing skills training and youth empowerment, and promoting social inclusion and community wellness. Across all zones, 40 major projects were completed or nearing completion, improving roads, drain, retaining walls, and community facilities. Madam President, over 300 skills training and capacity building. Madam President, over 300 participants benefited from training and certification program this year, aimed at improving employability and economic independence. Courses included electrical installation, plumbing, office administration, property management, Creole language, livestock engineering, clothing and textile. In addition, community-based initiatives such as adult literacy, cosmetology, sewing programs, and fashion design at the Malmont Community Center have expanded, particularly for women and youth. Madam President, what we see here is more than just training for training's sake. It is nation building. It is the engine of transformation, the guarantee of dignity for our people. With these initiatives, we are looking forward, and we are now moving forward together. Each skill imparted is a brick laid in the foundation of resilience, innovation, and prosperity. This government is not just responding to today's need, it is preparing Grenada for tomorrow's opportunity. Youth and community development, youth again. Youth engagement and wellness remain at the heart of the ministry work. Highlights include an anti-drug, anti-violence march held in collaboration with Nova Spark, a youth retreat and youth impact day theme, bridging generations, changing lives, all fostering leadership and positive social value. The Southern Zone Wellness Fair brought together government agencies and NGOs to provide free health screening and social support to hundreds of residents. In St. Andrew, the ministry provided small business, medical, and laptop assistance along with support for 6 Saracas Festival, Father's Day activity, a youth talk forum, and the distribution of back-to-school supplies for students. Across all zones, school and community groups also benefited from fire safety training, cleanup campaigns, back-to-school initiative, and the establishment of cool-down rooms to promote students' well-being and positive behavior. Total spending on the community development amounted to $11,363,979. Housing. Madam President, in housing for 2025, I am proud to report the following achievements. 245 families' home was repaired, 204 new houses were built, and 137 bathrooms were constructed, providing dignity and better living conditions for our citizens. WASH program. The water access and sanitation in homes continue to provide families with a sense of dignity and privacy. Our government has introduced and financed this very important program, which is implemented by Nation Builders Incorporated, with support from NAWASA and some private sector entities. To date, 230 bathrooms and toilets have been built through this program, touching communities like Belay, Beirut, Lakabeke, Telescope, Soubise, Baghdad, St. John's, St. George's Northwest, and St. Patrick's, creating jobs for approximately 275 persons. To date, $5,520,000 has been expended. Project 500. Madam President, under phase 1 of Project 500, the pilot project at Dunfermline is well advanced, targeting the construction of 17 model homes. I am pleased to report the construction is approximately 95% complete, supported by major infrastructure. So that is part of where the money goes. 5 more minutes. By major infrastructure, upgrades, clearing of the land, including roadways, sidewalks, drainage system, and utility connection. So that money is spent before one house starts to build. Madam President, it has been said in the other place that our new housing designs are made of styrofoam, unable to stand any hurricane. Let me be absolutely clear. These homes are not made of ordinary styrofoam. What we are introducing is a modern, internationally recognized construction technology that uses engineered insulated panels reinforced with concrete and steel. This is not cheap material. It is tested, certified, and proven in countries across the world. It is stronger, more energy efficient, and more affordable than many traditional methods, keeping with our climate change commitments and obligations. These homes are designed to withstand our climate, reduce electricity bill through superior insulation, and speed up construction so that more families can move in safe, comfortable housing sooner. Madam President, innovation often faces skepticism, and when aluminum was introduced in aviation, many dismiss it as too light. Today, carry millions safely across the sky. In the same way, this housing technology represents progress, resilience, and affordability for our people. So let us not reduce this advancement to a caricature of styrofoam. Let us call it what it is: a bold step forward in sustainable housing for Grenada. Our duty is to embrace solutions that deliver dignity, safety, and opportunity to our citizens. And this technology does exactly that. Grenada is not too small to be leading in housing technology. Madam President, preparation for phase 2 are already well advanced. Site clearing, land subdivision, and site development design have been fully completed. The next stage comprises of the placement of new roads, sidewalk and retaining wall, as well as construction of additional homes scheduled to commence in 2026. To date, the investment of 13.1 million has been committed across both phases. In partnership with the Housing Authority, Authority of Grenada, efforts to provide affordable housing continue. To date, over 250 families have received keys to homes under the People's Republic of China Phase 2 Low-Income Housing Program. As we move towards 2026, the ministry remains committed to building people, empowering communities, and transforming lives across our nation. Madam President, as we look ahead to 2026, let us remember that social development is not a destination, but a continuous journey. The achievement outlined today, from psychosocial support and juvenile justice reform to gender equality, elderly care, housing, and community development, reflect our unwavering commitment to building a Grenada where every citizen feels supported, valued, and empowered. Our priorities for the coming year are clear: strengthen resilience, expand inclusion, and ensure that no one is left behind. This means calling up mental health service, deepening juvenile rehabilitation program, advancing gender equality, safeguarding our elderly, and continuing to provide housing and social protection for the most vulnerable. Together, we can create a society where dignity, equity, and opportunity are not just ideals, but reality for all. I wish to take this opportunity to wish everyone all the best for the season and for 2026. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished Senator, the Honorable Gloria Thomas Samuel, for her intervention. I offer the floor to Senator, the Honorable Roderick Sinclair, and I thank all those persons who have come to support presenters. Exit as quietly as you can, please. Thank you. Come again. Not only one of the biggest ministries, Senator, one of the biggest teams.
They're using technology. Technology.
Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise at this moment to make my contribution to the budget estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year upcoming 2026. And I will refer to various documents, the budget statement, as well as the medium-term plan strategy, as well as the budget statement itself, budget expenditure. Madam President, as I stand here and listen the presentation so far and the presentation of the resolution from the government side, I wish to respond to a few things. I have a framework that I want to achieve within the time allotted, and I want to focus on agriculture, marine affairs, some issues on national parks, corporate affairs, intellectual property. I think that these are the main areas, but there are some other cross-cutting areas that I would tend to. And I want to start, I've been hearing a lot, Madam President, about the word hope. You know, I was sitting here and hope, and so I went to check out what really is hope. What does hope really mean? And we can be operating with hope. And this is what troubles me. Towards the end of the leader of the government business presentation, there was a big quotation about hope, which means if you're quoting things, you are really holding on to those things. So I sort of come up with a phrase called hoping for things, right? So hoping for things, and I would explain what are some of these things we are hoping for. Of course, it doesn't mean that they are not things, but there are other things that we seem to be hoping for. On the other hand, Madam President, I also look at the Public Finance Management Act. That's another important part. Clause 26, subsection 3, under that heading, which is very pertinent to this discourse here. It speaks of the minister may require departments, which is government departments, to prepare in conjunction with the annual estimates. So in conjunction should be together with a corporate plan that shall be prepared in a prescribed form and shall contain information required by the minister. Of course, this is for the minister, and I assume it's not something necessarily that may end up in this parliament. But what strikes me in this is that when you look at the medium-term plan, under the risk, a major point was raised there, which had to do with institutional capacity, project management, project planning, procurement, and a series of things. And the mitigation matters had to do with improved project management and alignment and coordination. And so I understand the frustration by my dear Senator, Ms. Charles, Manna Charles, when she said, well, how much percentage of what is happening, how much percentage that is not happening? Because the question we can ask ourselves, are those plans in existence? Because those plans would establish timelines and it would sort of outline when things would happen. And if you leave everything to happen in the last quarter, then that's a lot of work. Particularly when you look, for example, in the Ministry of Agriculture, where last year we had like about 130 persons, vacant positions. And this year it increased by 5 to 135 when you look under the vacancy section. So those things are concerning. And the issue of hope, which speaks about some aspirations for something to happen, it's a matter of concern. Further to that, in my review, there is something referred to as true hope. And true hope is where you really feel something would happen. And that, the literature says, is very dangerous. And so I say this to say that when we come here with these presentations and the action, we expect deliveries to take place. And this is the moral of the story. And I wanted to share this as I begin. Now, when I look at the budget statement, there are a few items I want to refer to that caught my eyes. On page 19, the presenter of the statement, the Minister for Finance, speaks about, Mr. Speaker, the agriculture, land, and forestry sector is the bedrock of our nation. That's a very serious statement. What I know, bedrock is like the foundation. It is that way when you're building a house or so, you must get to that foundation. And so he says further that anchoring food and nutrition security, sustainable rural livelihoods, and underpinning national resilience. Again, it shows the strategic importance of this industry, and we acknowledge that, we all know that. The question is, how does this budget, both the numbers, the policies, and the history can give us the hope for these things. And the things we will see when we look under the priorities that were presented for 2025, whether they were accomplished or not, and those new priorities that are outlined in the different departments for 2026. We'll get to this shortly. On page 20, of course, we recognize the contribution by the government to the farmers, fishers, in terms of the support after burial. Of course, whilst there are some persons who are saying, well, they didn't get help in different ways, there might be certain little administrative issues, but by and large, there was contribution in that regard, and we recognize that. We also see contribution from the SIEP, which is the Climate Smart project, doing training and so on, and we applaud that. At the same time, Madam President, the speech went on same page 20 to make a very significant point. A point that I've also advanced many years ago, that we do need some central agro-processing facility to facilitate our agro-processors, where they can get testing, they can even get technical support and certification of the products rather than having it produced in their homes. So you have better economies of scale and quality control. At the same time, the presentation went on to say that, Mr. Speaker, the opening of this agro-processing plant at Lacaloom in the first quarter of next year will provide a significant boost to the sector. This troubled me when I went and looked at the actual expenditure in the budget. And whilst $500,000 was allocated last year, only about 100 and something thousand was actually spent. So I'm trying to figure out how we would get there in this first quarter if we had about 8 months and we only spent $160,000. Bearing in mind my early proposition of the plans, the corporate plans, project planning, etc. That is the hope. And of course, another 500,000 is allocated in this ensuing year, 2026. So this one have me sort of baffled. While we welcome it, the question is the timeline. Is it achievable? Are we going to work day and night? Is work continuing on the project right now? These are the questions we have to ask ourselves. Madam President, we also speak about the revitalization of the livestock sector. And this we saw some input there. It was almost the same amount that was budgeted under the livestock department. And of course, we see a small increase when you look at the estimate under the agriculture section, under the livestock section. You are seeing there is some increase of some $2-something million towards livestock. It's a good initiative. We need to have more of these small ruminants and so on and improve the breed. At the same time, Madam President, if we go back to the fundamental of 135 vacant positions, I then ask myself, why it may not all be of the same department, but having knowledge on the ground. 2 vets in the Ministry of Agriculture and about 3 other agriculture assistants to spend $2-something million to improve our livestock sector is totally inadequate. And to achieve what it's supposed to do in 100%, like the community money, there's also money in community that spent twice time. We have not seen historical evidence that livestock has been able to provide that. That is a concern. If we go further, Madam President, under the same page 20 it should be, in the budget statement, continuing, no, it's page, yeah, it should be on page 22, I think it's supposed to be, 22. There is speaking about the forest conservation and the spice planting project. And of course, I also have been personally involved in that project. And of course, we have seen the impact, and we have seen another $500,000 being allocated in this year to promote this replanting of spices and so on. This we applaud, and of course, whilst we can always ask for more, we will ask for more once we use up everything that we have. And this, I having personally been involved in this, we had to prepare plans and program timelines and reporting structures to the minister and to the cabinet. So I'm wondering, well, if we're doing that, who is really working on submitting things to minister and cabinet so the cabinet is not going on? I don't know. This we would have successfully completed with over 300, almost 400 farmers, including farmers in Carriacou, would have also benefited from this spice replanting. And of course, the initiative under tourism to have the National Spice Replanting Day, again, from the GCNA concept, which is working very close with the Board of Tourism, is partnering on this initiative, and of course, we look forward for that endeavor. So that was a tourism connection. Madam President, as I go through this document, I reached a place that I really didn't want to reach here so quick. It's funny how I get here so quick. Farm access initiatives, it pops at me. This is a big issue. In fact, if you ask me right now what's the biggest issue in agriculture, West Larceny has been an issue. And of course, there have been some advances in that regards. 45 new persons trained and deployed. I've seen them, I've been involved in certain ways in that. And of course, we expect to have more building in that area. The issue of farm access road is the biggest issue. I don't know if it's because it is in the rural area and nobody bothers with it. In fact, when I listened to my good friend, the leader of government business, in his opening and speaking about agriculture, he spoke about the challenge in agriculture. We don't keep records. There is not enough data to seek the contribution in GDP, such that to be able to justify positions. And so this loophole, if you want to call it, but well know that this loophole is really a loophole, but the reality is there. I'm not too sure if that is the signal for the neglect. No. One may argue and say, well, there are roads have been fixed. The question is, which roads? The roads are listed. There are a long list of roads which leader of government business also recited earlier. Different roads. I'm not getting involved in who built the road or which government was in opening the road. But that's not the road we're speaking about, Madam President. You being someone even from the rural community would understand. When you're going through Windsor, you're going through Belmont, and so on in Victoria, I think it's Melonese or something like that over by Black Bay. And we can list Grand Fort, we could list the long list of roads. Most of these roads, Madam President, are significant farmers in those areas. Well, was farmers, if I may say. In fact, only yesterday I was in a meeting and one lady spoke about how this road just affected her so much she had to end up by the doctor, maybe because of fighting walking this road. One lady said, I haven't been in my land how much years because access. But this may be a minor percentage of the people that we hear. But if you listen to radio, all over. And these roads, Madam President, are roads we're speaking about that need simple things. Grading of the drains, cutting the bushes, putting some mold on the road, some binders, so that the vehicles that the farmers get the different duty of. And now we have seen with the D-class license and the 18 to 21 can drive those vehicles. It means that we have more motorable persons. In fact, that was highlighted as a major achievement, which myself, Senator Rahman, has been advocating, and we welcome that. But the question is, where are they going? Where are they driving? On the airport, in Garritang Road, which we welcome also, all right, with the widening of the road. But that is a big issue for us in Grenada right now. We speak about how we have challenges with the fish export. That is a big issue because farmers have challenges getting to their farms, bringing out the produce, even getting workers to get to there. And so if the vehicles itself cannot even go there, how can we say that this is the bedrock? A bedrock is something that you take care of, you look out for, it's your soul there. Not because we don't have data, be treated with disrespect, as we'll say. So this is a burning issue. In fact, one lady, young girl, came to me only last week. I don't want to disclose her because I think I shouldn't do that. But based on what I say, you may know who she is. And the truth is, I don't know if it's because she's a woman, she's a young girl, but you don't find young ladies taking this sort of leadership in the way she came. And she came and she said she wanted to see me just 1 minute. I say, I'm very busy, you know. She said, I know, 1 minute. And when she gave me her story, Madam President, she is involved in, and I will say, she's doing like value added in flour, potato flour, bread flour, which are, what do you call it, it's healthy because it doesn't have this gluten in it. And her business has grown. She took a loan. And she want to expand the business. So she go up into her lands where she expanding the business, building a new facility. And when she showed me photos, where she have to hire a tractor and backhoe to carry the bricks up to the farm, up to the construction site. She's like, how we end up here? And she have a loan to pay for the first investment, you know, young girl. And then she said, you know, I will be off the grid, you know. So I have to bring up all these solar things and all of these things, you know. And she's worried that these things may get damaged in going up. So, and this land, I think, was cut up since in Gary days and distributed to different farmers and persons. So it's probably maybe from her grandparents or father should have able to access that. So this issue is real issues. It's not what people see on the side. In Victoria, I was in the street a few weeks ago, and an elderly gentleman said, I don't come and see you, we have to get roads. And that, if we leave here with nothing, we need to upgrade. In fact, at the GCNA, we are able to identify some roads. And I say this because it's a money issue. With the help of the ministry, able to quantify the costing, because you may say, what the hell have you done? What have you done? We have done that. We know what the costing would be. And one of my workers said to me, he said, General, that's why it's government that does do roads, you know. I say, exactly. Because when you see the price and the cost to do it, is the public good. And our Minister for Agriculture know very much about public good. However, we're not speaking about concrete roads and pitch roads to be able to raise value of land that people could benefit. I agree with him on that, very well, fully. But you could pass laws and regulations, as Senator Charles raised earlier. But when I look again at what has happened in the Ministry of Agriculture, one of the activities there, and that is a perennial issue, to do this land policy, land use policy. I was amazed when I read in the achievement, it could not have been done because they couldn't find some legal specialist to do that. It's like, what? This needs to be relooked at. I don't know how sophisticated this TOR was that nobody couldn't apply. So it bothers me very much when I even heard Senator Charles speak about housing and where you could put in non-agricultural land. The fact of the matter is, we don't know what is what. But people have to be laws. People have to live. And in the absence of laws and regulations, what would happen? Anything goes. Madam President, I go further to speak on the issue on page 22. It's a national issue, the MNIB, a place I know fairly okay. The farmers has been crying. What is happening? Where the produce is selling? Because a lot of production has taken place, particularly bananas and planting and so on, after the hurricane burial. And with the toned down operations at the MNIB, what I call it tentativeness, because you're not too sure what they're doing. Because I heard what was 2 years ago, 1 year ago, now we kick the can further down the road and we're saying fourth quarter. Of course, there are board of directors, there are persons there very capable to keep the rein and to make these audits and other things that are supposed to take place. And so it's interesting that if this isn't happening yet, what is the glimmer of hope that we're creating for this PPP? It's like I'm giving you a wallet, this seal, and I tell you, hold it, and give me a $2,000. Don't worry, just hold it. Of course, the wallet don't know what $2,000, and there is nothing in the wallet. So this we look forward to see happening with great urgency. The model we're still waiting to see, because an important institution as that the food security is key in its obligation to us. As I've said to my good friend, the business senator, who is involved in this deeply, if we're not doing anything different to what the other supermarkets and operators are doing and exporters are doing, I really want to see that business model and how you're going to survive. It's not about selling the sugar and the rice and the milk and say, okay, that could spoil and I will replenish the money. No. It's all can it be done sustainably to the benefit of all of us. Food security. How do you get food to the elderly? How do you get food to the hospitals, to the school feeding program? You'll be interested, Madam President, to see how much money is been spent by the school feeding program. I think it's the New Start, a Healthy Start, on local products for our students and children. How much is spent on locally produced goods? What is the government procurement policy in terms of that? More interestingly, Madam President, in that same context, we are seeing that there is some sales of about $40-something thousand from the government estates, whilst the government is still scratching its head as to what to do with Bellevue Estate, based on whatever lease agreement exists. Successive governments, It's a matter that we had raised here. And they said that they didn't know where the lease is. They found the lease. So what is about the lease that we need to go to release it to give us, as Grenadians, more access to what belongs to us? So we're sitting by and everybody happy. I mean, it's the bedrock. And nobody want to hold the rock, like afraid the rock. So the issue about hope, is it true hope? Is it really going to be ours eventually? But where I'm going with this, Madam President, is that I'm seeing somewhere in the region of about $2-point-something million, which is a significant increase from a couple $100,000 would be invested in government estates. Of course, you have Mount Royal and you have Grambra, and there might be some others. The question is, what is the plan for spending this money on it? Is it to create employment? Is it to plant economic crops? Is it to do nurseries? Is it to create a seed bank, John Plaza Bank? This was not clear. So when you see those monies like that, you then scratch your head and wonder, what is the money going to be spent for? And when those things happen, it leaves the question of the hope. Is it achievable? And what do you look forward to? Because the government estates, in my opinion, is to do a lot for research and development and to augment food importation, where you can operate at a certain price to balance off the whole issue of the consumer price index and the cost of food. That sometimes an ordinary farmer may not be willing to take the risk in. Because sometimes, most of our farmers don't have the cash. And our banks are not very helpful in loaning farmers money, notwithstanding what they may say about farmers don't pay back. Because if farmers don't pay back, the same farmers you're giving money to buy big van, big bus, big house, to go on holidays, you're afraid to give him $10,000 to buy a pump to produce products. Where you ever hear that? Yeah? Somebody's head could never be right. It's like giving someone a gun and with bullets in it, but you're afraid to put them in your kitchen to eat some food with you. That's what is amongst you now. Because the risk that is said to be with agriculture is very great and people won't pay back. That's the logic. That is the logic. Of course, my good friends at the GDB, they are still wanting. After about 4 years, they have done a strategic plan and they invite me to this thing. We speak all sort of discussion how we can work with farmers. And if you look at the last report and see where the money is being spent, maybe a few very big projects, and then we say bedrock, food security. Has the government done a proper assessment to see what really is our food sovereignty stage and whether we have a proper early warning system to know when we go have challenges or not, and what are the real strategies and plans to get that sorted out? Have we done that? If we don't, then those things can easily happen because as an old gentleman, elderly gentleman in my community in Larig used to say, a blind mule fear no valley. So this is what goes through my mind when I hear this. Madam President, along that same line of the issue of the estates and all of those things, the issue of a seed bank and germplasm is very critical, particularly in times where we are facing all these climatic issues and shocks, and we need to move away from all these GMO products and all of these things. There needs to be a conscious decision. Notwithstanding all the achievement with tissue culture and soil lab, all of those things are good and we welcome it. But you know how these businesses. You may start up with a bike in your life, and then at the end of the day, you may end up with a BMW, some high-end vehicle as you progress. But you have to start somewhere. But sometimes in life, we like to go there. As my deceased father would say, hang in your hat where your hand can reach. Madam President, the issue of the blue economy, I sort of keep in with the I know I'm shifting ministry a little bit, but I would work with that. And I'll come back to agriculture, the different departments there shortly, just to keep my sequence. So under the blue economy, again, there are some points raised by the dear Minister for Finance. And of course, the issue of Sargassum, we know there's some work happening there. But again, we need this aggressive because when you look at the impact of this Sargassum, interfering with the electricals, I understand persons in Maki, the TV going off, cutting off, going on, telephone, all electronics have been affected because of whatever the composition of this it will be emitting. So we definitely need to have speedy work. And we say sometimes, why is the horse is starving? Why the grass is growing, the horse is starving? Meaning that if we have to take this sargassum and dump it somewhere in the meantime, then we need to do that because we don't know what is the timeline that these things will be fully achieved and whether it will be successful. Of course, the issue of the conch, I've been speaking on that over and over. We have had several motions pertaining to that. And it's my best knowledge, a few months ago, there was a consultant here working with the fisheries to do some additional data collection. And I trust that this matter will be resolved very quickly. Of course, I raise any issues because when you go and look under the fisheries department and see almost half of the staff that's supposed to be there is absent. Not absent, but is vacant then it creates a challenge for the smooth running and accomplishment of tasks under the said ministry. In addition, we are also very familiar with the issues with the U.S. ban on, well, impending ban. I won't say ban, it's impending ban come January. And of course, we would have done our part to contribute to what we have to do, and we would have debated that extensively, and we look forward for a positive outcome. We would say, though, that having a plan B and plan C is very critical to this matter that is impending. And I wouldn't belabor it because we have significantly go through this before. What I will say, though, is that this hope for this one have to be a good hope, because investments are already made. There is sunken costs involved by all of these investors. And so it also provides complementary freight for our fresh produce exporters, Soursop and those other fresh produce items into the U.S. using the Amerijet and all of those different airlines. So we have to be mindful about this. And whilst I'm on that matter, Madam President, we speak a lot about new airlines and new routing and so on. We still have to have an intervention. It's by the government. It's not by the Board of Tourism, which is handling that part. For us to get reliable freight service for our fresh fruits and vegetables and our fish, we have to do that. Again, we are boasting how much plane and how much flights, but we are not negotiating. We are not attracting new airlines. In fact, when you look at the civil aviation budget, one of the activities is to give 10 licenses. And I say 10 licenses for what? For private planes or for real planes that would make a difference for us in the sector? He didn't say. So the jury's out on that one. But we definitely need to be focusing there. It's a matter that the previous government has been engaged, and this government also has been also engaged, and it's a matter that we need to bring some resolve to. And you need to bring resolve, Madam President, because recently, the Board of Tourism, which I'm very happy about also, would have worked with the florists in Grenada, some of those who are involved in the Chelsea Flower Show, to have a national flower show next year. Because I've been clamoring for this. We only go in and dance abroad, but we're not dancing yet. So this is a very important activity. But fresh flowers is even more delicate than fish, Madam President. It have to go now. And you might be able to be sending flowers, 1-800 flowers to your loved one or to your aunt and niece somewhere in the world from Grenada. You don't have cargo to move it, unreliable cargo. So we have to be careful what we're doing and what we want to do. And only if you have proper plans, you're able to see those issues and the risk involvement to mitigate against those risks. So while it's welcomed, we need to take action in that regards. Madam President, there are some other issues I want to just raise quickly on the marine affairs so that I could switch back. My good friend, Senator Queens, out on the Sunset City.
Senator, 1 minute, please.
Yeah.
Senator Cox, would you take the chair, please?
Actually, it's 10
Senator
seconds.
St. Clair, you could resume.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. The issue of the landing sites on St. Mark's, we know that's a big issue. I think we both understand that. The farmers, the fisher folks in the area, I've had personal engagement with them beyond this current dispensation, and it's a burning issue. Only this week, or last week, I got a call from a gentleman from the area, he's overseas actually, speaking to that very said issue. And so I think it's a matter that we need, and I think it is a matter that we need to seriously address. Because when you look at the statistics, St. Mark actually, and I'm sure you are aware of that, brings in much more fish than Guave. They have more boats, based on the fisheries data up to around 2015 thereabouts. So something needs to be done. We need to see something happening there. This is not only a $30 or $40 million industry, but when we debated this issue with the US, we understood this thing was almost a $500 million industry. Again, and I love it, because we had the data, leader of government business. We had the data. So we see the justification to do something on the western side, to do something in St. Mark's. This is a burning issue. There are other burning issues up there also, the facilities and so on, but the jetty would be very important because a fisherman don't come in 2 o'clock in the day and 6 o'clock in the morning. They come in 12 at night, 1 in the morning, and sometimes the boat capsize, fish fall long, and they lose fish right in the water there, especially in the Waltham area. So this is an area that if we want to make a difference, and we want to create a transformation, and we want to create a bedrock, go in Victoria and do something. And you need to do something there too, eh? Of course, the budget presented a set of other topics surrounding the fisheries, speak about improvement with the port in Melville Street and other fishing facilities. And we definitely need to improve on that. And also at the airport, we need to also ensure that we have proper cold storage facilities for when you have delays in these things. Because what normally happens, Mr. Deputy President, is that generally, if you're using a cargo plane, you have to go through the same channel for customs and screening for security as the regular passenger would do. So it means that if a flight is, say, 6 o'clock in the morning, it means that the fisher folks, as the exporter of fresh produce, have to be down at the airport sometimes 1, 2 in the morning, because you have several of them. And they need to go through the scanning, so that by the time the passengers come, they don't have a conflict. So it is a matter that we need to address. And it's a structural issue. And we have an entire statutory body that should be facilitating that because they would get more money by the throughput in the process. So I wanted to raise this issue. So I continue on from the budget speech and looking at the different topics. The road issue, I addressed it earlier, but it was important. On page 28, and this is what is interesting, 5.10, infrastructure, development, and community renewal, public utilities and transport. I think that was something that also caught Senator Charles's view, where they were doubling the budget spending. And I was so happy when she said that, because I say, look as if that is where things happening. It says here, our roads are deteriorating, our bridges weakened by age, our public buildings are unsafe, and our transport system inefficient. The challenges were daunting, Mr. Speaker, but our determination was greater. I like to hear that. It speaks to the issue of hope and true hope. And so when we call on the issue of roads in particular, it is a clarion call. In fact, we recognize that it's showed up in this budget almost twice. Because what we notice, Mr. Deputy President, is that when you look at now the extension division budget of activities for last year, 2025, well, that's this year actually, farm roads were listed to be done. In fact, if I recall, the budget then was, I think, 1-point-something million. And then you also had it showing up on the infrastructure with 2-point-something million. I was so happy. When I look at infrastructure, it disappeared. I don't see nothing on farm roads there. Under agriculture, that was not accomplished. No roads. I'm just saying that roads wasn't done, but this is the official document we have. And we're speaking about farm. We're talking about feeder road with all this big equipment and concrete. We're talking about that. Talking about basic roads. And we all know what those are. So the ministry knows that more than anybody else. It's those roads where it's dirt road, teeth road, you use riverbed, you grade this side of the road, you trim the overhanging, and maybe 2 or 3 times for the year, you send a few of the gangs to cut the bushes. That is what we're talking about. And so, next paragraph says, in this context, Mr. Speaker, that's the Minister for Finance speaking, we have embarked upon the most comprehensive roads and bridges rehabilitation and maintenance and community rural renewal program in recent memory, a program grounded in the principles of safety, resilience, and modernization. So, we in the farming community, Mr. Deputy President, want to be part of this community renewal program. I didn't see how much it was budgeted for this year, such that we can get a few roads in the various communities. If each community, each constituency get 1 road, give us 15 roads in less than no time, in 1 year. And these roads are not mile road and 2 miles road. You know, most of these roads sometimes is half a mile, quarter mile. But again, as my dear friend, leader of government business say, where is the data? And so we don't know if because we don't have data, we don't get in roads. But I would advise that if you go inside, there's a list of over 40 roads that were proposed to them to consider over 5 years ago. So there's an index, there's a history of roads that can be looked at, along with other new roads that can be added on based on different situations. So data is there inside. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy President, on 29 of that same document, page 29, it says, and those things are profound, for the first time, we are establishing a strategic preventative road maintenance program, ensuring that unkept is proactive, that upkeep is proactive and deliberate, not reactive or crisis-driven. So when I speak about hope and true hope and hope for things and what I'm talking about, what we need to do is to have these roads inside of this mechanism where we are considered. I know personally from my dear friend, Senator Thomas, Gloria Thomas, not Adrian Thomas, on that side, that you have been making some efforts in the Bulong area, that we have spoken. And I think the community come under you. So we're making a special appeal that some leverage can be used in some form to provide some relief under this statement as committed by the dear Minister for Ministry of Finance. I thank you. The issue on legal affairs and consumer affairs shifted a little bit because they're just keeping how the speech went. And that's page 34. There was discussion there on the geographic indication and corporate intellectual. Again, nutmeg, cocoa, rum, I think it is, are some of the items that is being looked at in that area, and we're asking for speedy action on this because I know that this is in a very advanced stage in terms of the institutions and grouping being ready. And we really look forward for this to not be delayed because it's like since 2008, 2009, this thing was being around, and of course there might be different modifications and improvement, but we know sometime what happens. We pass the law and we say, okay, we're going to modify it and change it later on. More haste, less speed, we could also say. The hairy bird never build a good nest. Come back to the whole issue of hope. And they say the worst thing is to have true hope. Because when it happens, I don't want to see. Mr. Deputy President, I want to also speak somewhat to the issue of national parks. I was also happy to see the work that would be done because improving the whole tourism product is good for agriculture, for farmers, for our whole industry, and we welcome that with the different trails in Granite Town and so on, but our dear leader of government business was very clear. We would do at least one site, and the names were even called. Up to now, I don't even hear one road and which road. It comes back again to the scant courtesy. Color Road, maybe in his closing statements, I guess he may have a list of roads that they might be able to commit to. Okay, So, Mr. Deputy President, I want to spend over 2 or 3 minutes on a few issues here. I must say also that we saw, though, some training taking place by some of the extension officers in the Ministry of Agriculture. So that is good. But of course, we know we have vacancies that we need to fill. So this need to be upskilled. We saw some training with the 4-H and so on. This is also good. But Mr. Deputy President, the issue of animal feed. Only a few days ago, someone came up to me and he said, what's going on with this animal feed business? Something was happening right. Actually, I was with the Poultry Association in a general meeting sometime last week, and this same issue come up again. And what we are discovering is another kick in the can situation. I've been around this about 5-6 years now, and there has been commitment by ADM to the poultry farmers in terms of having discounted prices. And to me, this is a very simple exercise. You don't even need government for that. But it seems to be so difficult to happen. We have had motions here discussing this matter. But I would say, it's my understanding from reading this comprehensively, is a matter that this government needs to relook at. I know the minister, the leader of government business was engaged at some time and in this matter, but I think we are losing grounds. And if we want to boost livestock and we want to spend all this money and have $1 million to support poultry industry in this current budget, we thank for that. But we have to fix that arrangement with Caribbean Agro. I know my dear friend, Senator Lewis, we have debated that on many occasions personally because he has interest there. But at the end of the day, solutions can always be found. That is a burning issue that we are asking for a relook. It has some technical clauses that can cost the country, but I think we are bold people, and we have done those things before with Grand Lake, and we could do it again with anything. We could do it. At the same time, we needed to see some level of support for the Beekeeping Association. We didn't see that in the budget. It's something that has been provided over the years, and somehow it disappeared. And notwithstanding, public officers might say, yeah, man, yeah, no problem. But saying, in the budget, we didn't think about it. So we are making a special appeal because we know. We boast about the honey and the honey show and all of those big things. But where is the money? We don't know if it's because it's a rural thing. We feel it our data, so we create that perception map in our head, so you can't get nothing. We say no to that. Give us some respect. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under the Pest Management Unit of the Ministry of Agriculture, I want to speak on this and also the Produce Chem Lab, and then I'll go to some general wrapping up. Pest management is a very significant thing. It's just like how you want to keep away terrorists and bandits from your country. This year, you want to keep away those bad bugs and other things that would affect this country. And we need to take this department very seriously. Right now, we have 9 vacancies. We had 7 last year. The trend is not trending properly, and this matter needs to be arrested. We have too much at stake. It could affect our exports, but it also affects our own local food security. So this, we are saying that at least put workers to support the activity. That's all we're asking, so that they can be able to collect all the data that the USD and all of those people normally need. And all of that is important, because we export soursop and mango and all of those things. And my dear friend, leader of government business, knows about that too well. He's a specialist in that. The importance of this resourcing that department adequately. And of course, the Produce Chemist Laboratory, we need to see what really is happening there, because they are speaking about Lacaloom as a major transforming institution along the agro-processing and value-added, which we do need. But the question, as I raised earlier, is it achievable in the first quarter? And where are the plans to show that it will be done? Mr. Deputy President, of course, I know you speak a lot about Carriacou and the rebuilding, and I've looked at the Carriacou budget at the same time. And whilst you're on the ground, and I know the folks there are calling for me to come up to Carriacou, Linda and the others, the Carriacou Farmers Association, I've seen ably that there is some budget support for Farmers Group, and I trust that they are adequately serviced accordingly based on the program of work. I know they are supposed to be getting some help to fix up their building so that they can be able to improve the conduct of their business. And we trust that all the support that is needed is given to them. A few issues, though, Mr. Deputy President, trending issues, CMOS, we see some support for CMOS. We have the CMOS Association reform, Jude Hector and the others, St. David's CMOS Association, National CMOS Association, Value Chain Approach, etc. And this is a high-value food that we need to support the initiatives and work that they are doing there. And I think that the issue of the legislation pertaining to the water quality and all those things would become very relevant, so that we can be able to access those international markets when it comes to the issue of health and safety issues. And I think that we need to continue to support them in that regards. Of course, the issue of cannabis, I think, well, I see Star I&M, I think they get fed up. They didn't come down today. They was here the last 3 or 4 sessions, they get fed up. Yeah, because when you don't see people show up to things that normally show up, and I don't think it's sickness and health, they're fed up. And so what we're saying is that when you look at the budget again, $100 and something thousand spent out of, I think, $500,000 this year. And then we budget another $500,000 for next year. So it means that it's in the paper, but it's in the working. I've actually seen the cannabis secretariat in the Ministry of Agriculture. I've actually popped into there's some young ladies running that. and we trust that we can see some action in that. So Grenadians know what is it. Is it legalization? Is it medical? Is it, so people could plan. This is how you give people hope, you know. You don't hold something in a bag, you shake it, what have they? What, like a magician trick. Take it out to the people. The other issue is the crop compensation. It's a matter that, I know if you are to say it, you might call me back for 2 minutes to speak on it. I must report that there is some progress, and of course, the minister's cabinet colleagues are here, and I understand because he confessed to me. He said, man, I'm under pressure, man. They tell me I must get this thing this year. So I have been part of a committee working along with the Ministry of Agriculture in advancing that. We have come up with a first tier of prices and some methodologies, and we trust that, I will say, all in the new year, based on where we are and all these different things that is happening, we should be able to see something close, Mr. Deputy President. The other issue I think that also need to table here is the issue of Concord waterfalls. It's a burning issue, and I'm not too sure if tourism folks are following that. There is no power up there when last I went. So I heard the leader of government speak about solar and solarizing, and we need to maybe look and see how we can provide some solar energy for these businesses that are up there, because it's needed for lighting security. And also, I know there are issues with cell phone and mobile access. I mean, this is a tourism site. You must meet some minimum standards. Yes, you have a washroom and all of those things, but those other issues of health and safety is very important. And I implore that this is a matter that can be looked at, and the minister is actually right here, so we shouldn't have to hurt our head too much. Of course, as I get to closing, the issue of labor. Labor is a big issue. It continues to be a big issue. Farmers have been discussing about the importation of labor. And I think it's a matter that, you know, government should not turn a blind eye on this thing. Not because the government don't own the farms and they don't own the farmers. Of course, you could bring in doctors and nurses and everybody from Cuba, from Nigeria and Ghana, India and wherever else, because you is government. But if farmers, who doesn't have that capacity in whatever way, and we know that, we know what we have, we know the small farmers, capacity, institutional framework, administrative support, we need to find a way. We're finding a way to send the folks to do the apples, we find a way. We find that way. But here we have a clarion call, and we seems to be, we can't find a way. Things are happening in that regards. And so, this is a matter that needs urgent attention to improve. So this MNIB we want to reform. If we don't careful, we're going to end up with little goods available for them because the farmers don't have workers to produce. And they're going to go into the vicious cycle of imports and importing things. And you know we can't stop them, joblity and all those other things. So we need to understand.
Senator, just to let you know that your time has expired. Yeah. Since that we are taking 10 seconds from you,
yeah,
just use the last 20 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, yes. I thank you, Senator. So with that said, I would say that I've covered essentially the key points. There might be other issues that persons may want me to raise, and if they still raise it, I could always raise some things in the adjournment. On the third reading maybe, but I would say that I would thank all the farmers, fishers, the nation, everyone who have been supporting me, advising me, guiding me, providing ideas, the Lord who has inspired me in many ways, and others. Yourself inside here with the debate and so on that inspire, and I'll continue to do my best to ensure that the ideas can come to fore and that we can work together, because we have to work together irrespective. but we have to work together with common understanding of what is this goal that we want to achieve. And in that regards, this year ends, Mr. Deputy President, my contribution to the budget debate here of 2026. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Sinclair, for your contribution. I must say that I'm pleased when we started this new parliament, the Crop Compensation Act was one that is foremost on your agenda, and I'm happy to hear that before this parliament session closes, you will have the support of the Leader of Government Business to see that legislation come to this honorable house. So I'm happy to hear that. I'm elated. We have Senator Quince Britton, who is going to make his contribution to this motion that we have before us. Senator Britton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. As we are in the Yuletide season, I bring warm greetings, and you see outside looking very warm and nice. Warm greetings from Sunset City in Victoria, St. Mark. And Mr. Deputy President, gratitude is a must. And I say thanks to Almighty God, my family, my friends, my constituents, and most of all, the most honorable Prime Minister for granting me this opportunity to serve as a member of this honorable house, to make valuable contributions to the legislative arm of government. I have to get used to saying the Mr. Deputy President, because I'm used to you sitting on the other side. Mr. Deputy President, I rise to give support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure presented by the Minister of Finance on December 3rd, 2025, under the theme, Towards Vision 75, Powering Progress Through People's Participation and Innovation. Mr. Deputy President, in my contribution, please allow me to make reference or excerpts or use excerpts from the budget speech, and I can correlate to the various ministries which directly impact the constituency of St. Mark. I've been kind of biased. I have a specific interest as it relates to the constituency in St. Mark. Mr. Deputy President, when this administration took office 3.5 years ago, we made a solemn promise to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique that our government would be one of real transformation,
Madam President, in the chair.
Welcome back, Madam President. All right, to proceed.
Proceed, thank you.
Right, so our government promised real transformation, not cosmetic adjustment, not superficial reforms, but deep, people-centered, and measurable change. We as an NDC administration, we promise as an NDC administration that we will work better, serve smarter, and deliver a more prosperous Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique for all. We pledge to make this opportunity more accessible, to modernize. We pledge to make more opportunities accessible, to modernize our systems, to empower our people, and to restore trust in public leadership. So from day one, Madam President, our mandate was very clear, and that was to move Grenada forward. Madam President, the budget estimate is estimated to be a total of 1.6 billion, making an increase of approximately 47 million over the 2025 budget. The recurrent revenue, 1.3 billion, grants, 37.6 million, recurrent expenditure, 1.1 billion, strategic initiatives, 206.7 billion. And here strategic initiatives means recurrent programs or intervention that do not have a defined completion time frame. Historically, these items were budgeted under capital projects, and despite their ongoing nature. So I've heard utterances about the capital side of the budget has been decreased, and this initiative seems to be a new column. Well, it's clearly defined in the annex, in the budget statement. Capital spending, 370.4 million. Debt service or principal repayments, 313.2 million. Current account surplus, 229.8 million. Madam President, while the rules of and target under the Fiscal Responsibility Act, FRA, are further suspended to allow the continued support for post-Hurricane Beryl reconstruction and resilient building initiative, our government remains steadfast in its commitment to sound financial management and transparency. We will return to full compliance with the Fiscal Resilience Act once condition permits, ensuring that the transition does not compromise the macroeconomic stability and growth or social progress. So, Madam President, our budget for 2026 is fully financed. Madam President, please allow me to make reference to some key components of the budget under the Ministry of Education, and my colleague would expand some more on, because that's his ministry. He would expand some more, but something I see here, Madam President, that it's very, for me, it's an amazing initiative from our government, or a bold initiative, I should say, is that we have made education truly accessible, offering free tuition, which now open the doors for TAMCC, both TAMCC and NULO, to every and more, to every young Grenadian. I'm happy to report, Madam President, from this initiative, from the government of Grenada, we see from our constituency in St. Mark that at least 88 students from St. Mark has benefited from this initiative, this saving their parents over $70,000 of tuition fee. Things are definitely happening for our people. Within the last 3 years, Madam President, as a government, we've provided over 709 scholarships to our young people, educators in the field of medicine, arts and sciences at universities, college in the United States, Cuba, Morocco, China, and many other countries, costing the estimated cost of some $226.7 million worth of scholarship, Madam President. Things are definitely happening. The first generation scholarship, in collaboration with Monroe University, which we were able to secure for the last 12 months, 111 scholarships were awarded thus far, and is breaking cycles of inequality by allowing the by allowing all citizens from low-income families to be the first in their home to pursue higher learning in that, and in that regard, we're talking about university. So people of low income would have, that's what we call it, the first generation scholarship. So if you've never been, no one from your household have benefited or has a university degree, you get the opportunity to change the status quo of your family and your income situation, Madam President. So that's that I would say, in the area of education and skills development, things are definitely happening for our people. Madam President, permit me to move on quickly to the ministry, part of the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy, and Culture. And my responsibility is to assist the minister in the area of culture. So, Madam President, I've heard much talk about the Office of Creative Affairs. Even if I may not hear much talk about it here today, but it's something that I've heard, being bandied in the other place. Let me just highlight some of the achievements of the Office of Creative Affairs, because as my dear colleague senator on the other side, Madam President, alluded to the IMF reports of Grenada's vulnerability towards external shocks, and how it is we face these problems on a yearly basis. We are in the way we call the hurricane belt. So at any given time within, God forbid that and the strong hurricanes is not taking all 70 years as how Hurricane Janet, or even 20 years after Ivan and Emily. It's happening in more frequent times now. So we have to be able to invest in some more, we have to diverse our investment in some more productive sectors. And that's one of the reasons why we created the ministry, not the ministry, but the Office of Creative Affairs, Grenada Office of Creative Affairs, GOCA for short. So in 2025, the Grenada Office of Creative Affairs intensified its mission to strengthen the nation's creative economy through a broad, well-coordinated program of capacity building, funding support, institutional development, and public engagement. These efforts generate remarkable momentum across the cultural landscape, resulting in successful registration of more than 1,000 creatives, a milestone that both validates GOCA outreach strategies, underscore the sector's growing confidence in the institution. Among the various creative disciplines, the music sector emerges as a standout priority. GOCA's targeted investment in music development, ranging from training opportunities to production support, this yielded GOCA targeted investment in music development, ranging from training opportunities to production support, yield exceptional outcomes. Notably, music produced for Spicemas 2025 captured both regional and international attention, elevating the Grenadian artistry on larger stages and demonstrating global potential for island's talent. That, Madam President, well, I don't know if you follow, but what you see happening now, it was not by accident. It's because of our investment into the creatives. In alignment with the commitment to skill development, GOCA planned a strategy of sector-specific workshop designed to engage creatives at different stages of the professional journey. The year began with the Write Your Way Writers. So that was an initiative, a workshop called Write Your Way Writers. So in January of this year, this workshop provided emerging and established writers with the tools to refine their craft and explore new storytelling techniques. This was followed in April of this year by another initiative called Bring the Beat, an intensified music producers masterclass that connected participants within the industries and within industry experts, and advance their technical and creative capabilities. Building on the success of the earlier initiative, GOKA announced additional masterclasses, which started on November 5th and is scheduled to end this Friday. It's scheduled to end this Saturday, December 13th. The masterclass in focus is placed emphasis on media production. That's the name of that masterclass, In Focus. It placed emphasis on media production, while In Motion, that's another masterclass, it placed emphasis on animation. This session is aimed to expand opportunities in the rapid growing digital creative fields, further diversifying the skills and career paths available to Grenadian creatives. Together, this program reflects GOKA's strategic forward-looking approach to nurturing a vibrant and sustainable creative sector, one that not only celebrates our local talent, but also positions Grenada as a competitive force within the region and global industries. In 2025, GOKA strengthened its mandate to support the creative entrepreneurship by continuing its series of business development workshops, which address key professional skills such as contract literacy, tax obligations, record keeping, and price strategies. These sessions were designed to equip creatives with the practical knowledge needed to operate sustainably and in an increasingly competitive market. Completing this was an expansion of the GOKA TAMCC Scholarship Partnership, which introduced 2 additional courses, one in small business management for creatives, and 2, Introduction to Portfolio, broadening the academic pathways for emerging artists and creative professionals. Youth development remained a central priority. So in August of 2025, Sing Grenada, GOKA's flagship youth music program, demonstrated the potential for junior incubators to nurture early talents. This initiative includes a dynamic school tour that promoted the creative careers and inspired students to explore the arts. It culminated with a 2-week summer camp engaging 35 participants between the ages of 8 to 18. During the camp, students wrote, recorded, and performed original songs, contributing to the Sing Grenada EP. So they created an album, Madam President, from that initiative. And an achievement that not only showcased their creativity, but also providing them with hands-on experience in music production. So our investment in our young people, Madam President, and investment into the creative sector, it's something that is remarkable, and we can say in the creative sector, things are definitely happening. Financial support for creatives continue to expand through the Cultural and Creative Industries Business Development Fund. And this is provided through GBD, right, Grenada Development Bank. This remains a vital resource throughout the year. As of September 30th, 2025, GOCA has disbursed $2,759,228.63. Those funds was those funds were disbursed to creative through mix of loans as well as grants and vouchers. This figure is projected to surpass 3 million by the end of this year, reflecting on both demands for GOCA's commitment to accessible financing. The fund impacts far-reaching more than 50 creatives. The fund is far-reaching. More than 50 creative projects benefited from startup grants, with 1.06 million allocated in a non-repayable fund. That's a grant you don't have to pay back. This grant supported a wide array of initiatives, including cultural events, training programs, and product development across music, visual arts, film, fashion, and other creative fields. Nearly 50 creative entrepreneurs and businesses accessed soft loan totaling 1.32 million, allowing them to make transformative investments such as acquiring specialized equipment, upgrading recording studios, and improving venues, enhancements that contributed significantly to the growth and professional development or professionalism of their enterprises. Madam President, GOCA's efforts to strengthen institutional frameworks across the creative sector resulted in the establishment and registration of 5 new non-profit associations, which was launched on October 24, 2025. These organizations now serve as the formal representatives for the respective subsectors, providing structure, advocacy, and coordinated leadership to advance Grenada cultural and creative industries. Each association brings together practitioners with shared interests to collaboratively address challenges, implement development initiatives, and champion the rights and visibility of creatives at the national and regional levels. The newly registered association includes Innovative Media Association of Grenada, IMA GND Inc., representing professionals in multimedia production, digital content creation, and emerging technology. 2, the Grenada Association of Dance, Event Planning, Promotion, Infrastructure Coordination and Theater. That's DPIC Inc., a broad coalition united stakeholders across dance, theater, performance, and management in event production. Grenada Association of Visual Arts and Craft, GAVAC Inc., supporting artists, artisans, designers, and craft practitioners as they preserve tradition innovate and expand market opportunities. 4, Grenada Gastronomy and Culinary Arts, GGCAA Inc., dedicated to elevating culinary arts, food innovation, and the island's growing reputation for gastronomy. Five, Grenada Association for Musician, Performers and Producers, AMP Grenada Inc., representing the music performance community, fostering professional development, policy advocacy, and industry-wide collaboration. Together, these associations mark a major step forward in building a cohesive sector-driven ecosystem, ensuring that creatives have a unified voice in policy decision, resource mobilization, and national planning. Madam President, GOCA also strengthened Grenada's presence on the global stage in partnership with the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office, CAIPO. The agency showcased the nation's signature heritage product, nutmeg, cocoa, and rum, alongside with its creative talent at the 2025 World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO Assembly in Geneva. A highlight of the event was a performance by Jevon Von John, who hails from the Tranquil Village in Coast Guard in St. Mark. He is the Caribbean's first WIPO ambassador, one of Grenada's leading cultural ambassadors. His participation underscores both excellence of Grenadian artistry and importance of intellectual property, enabling creatives and cultural industries to thrive internationally. This international visibility, coupled with the establishment of new sector association, reflects GOCA's comprehensive approach to elevating Grenada's creative ecosystem, both at home and abroad. In 2025, GOCA deepens its commitment to cultural development by strengthening partners and expanding support for national events across the creative arts. As a presenting partner of the Grenada Book Festival, GOCA played a role in elevating the festival's scope and impact. Its support enabled the introduction of two major components: a practical publishing workshop designed to guide emerging authors through a process of preparing and releasing their work, and a national short story competition for adults and teens. This addition not only broadened literary engagement, but also created new avenues for discovering and nurturing Grenada's writing talent. GOCA also continued the support for the performing arts with its contribution to the 6th edition of Dance Grenada Festival. A special highlight of the 2025 program was a dedicated dance day hosted in St. David's, which brought students from the St. Dominic RC School, the St. Andrew's School for Special Education. This initiative fostered inclusivity, cultural expression, and youth participation, exposing young dancers of all abilities to professional instruction and the joy of movement. In the realm of music and cultural promotion, GOCA collaborates collaborated with Vaughn, that's the same WIPO ambassador, with Vaughn Entertainment on November 7th, 2025, to launch the Jab Decision Tour, Grenada's first ever soca music tour, and that is a significant milestone for the industry. It is designed to promote Spice Mass and Grenadian culture on the world stage. The tour officially commenced in October. The tour officially commenced on October 10th at Miami Carnival. The lineup featured acclaimed Grenadian artists including Vaughn and Terra the Governor alongside Kerry, Dreadlion, Dash, and Selector Snappy. Supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and Spice Mass Corporation, the tour is scheduled to continue throughout the year with performances in New York, Washington, DC, Toronto. Its momentum will carry into 2026 with stops planned for Trinidad, London, and culminating with a highly anticipated homecoming concert here in Grenada. That's in April of 2026. Further solidifying its commitment to national cultural infrastructure, GOCA achieved an historic milestone in 2025 with a purchase of a dedicated building for the National Art Gallery. Acquired at a cost of $900,000, this space will become the landmark institution for showcasing Grenada's visual arts, preserving cultural heritage, and providing a professional platform for exhibition, education, and community engagement. This investment marks a significant step towards establishing a permanent home for the nation's artistic legacy. Together, this initiative underscores GOCA's comprehensive and forward-looking approach to strengthening the creative sector, supporting artists, expanding cultural programming, promoting Grenadian talent internationally, and building a physical infrastructure needed to sustain the arts for generations to come. All right. Madam President, quickly, let me just move into some of the priorities for 2026. In 2026, GOCA will significantly broaden its capacity building agenda with a new wave of specialized training and business development programs designed to meet the evolving needs of Grenada's creative sectors. Creatives across the island can expect an expanded slate of master classes in music, multimedia, animation, and gastronomy and stage management, fields that continue to show strong potential both for economic growth and international competitiveness. A major milestone, Madam President, for 2026 is GOCA partnership with TAMCC to introduce a phased rollout of associate degree programs in the cultural and creative industries. This program will provide structured academic pathways in music, digital media, dance, theater arts, visual arts and craft, and an enhanced culinary arts or gastronomy track. This initiative represents a transformative step in cultivating a skilled and future-ready creative workforce, aligning closely with GOCA's strategic and objective national development priorities. Scholarships from specialized TAMCC courses will remain available, ensuring that training opportunities are accessible to a wide range of emerging creatives. GOCA will continue to strengthen the creative sector through Cultural Creative Industries Business Development Fund and which is set to increase grants dedicated to the sector-specific programs. This financial support will encourage innovation, enable more creators to refine their craft, and help create more enterprises and help create enterprises scale sustainability. Additionally, we'll see the launch of the Grenada's Creative Industries Prospectus, a major public awareness initiative aimed at showcasing the nation's vibrant cultural and creative landscape. This prospectus will highlight the value, diversify and economic potential of the sector, positioning it to attract both local and international investments. Significant infrastructure developments are also planned. Renovation will begin on the former Priory building on Church Street, acquired in 2025, which will become the permanent home of the National Art Gallery. This facility will serve as a nation beacon for the visual arts heritage preservation and cultural education. To further support the upcoming CCI, that's the Creative and Cultural Industries Associate Degree Program, VOCA will upgrade TAMCC's recording studio, multimedia studio, and culinary arts kitchen. These improvements will bring the facilities up to international standards, ensuring that the students receive hands-on training that prepares them for the real world in the creative industries. Through these initiatives, the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture reaffirms its dedication to unlocking full potential of the Grenada cultural and creative industry, championing innovation, expanding opportunities for creatives, and positioning the nations as a regional leader in creative excellence. Madam President, I move over to the Division of Culture. In 2025, in August, to be specific, 2025, Grenada's delegation to CARIFESTA 15 in Barbados received widespread acclaim for its dynamic and engaging showcase of our nation's creative excellence, and the delegation presented an impressive spectrum of talents across theater, music, fashion, visual arts, and culinary arts, and also film, highlighting the deep and diversity of Grenadian creativity. This representation not only celebrated the island's cultural heritage, but also reinforced Grenada's reputation as a hub of vibrant artistic expression and innovation within the Caribbean, strengthening cultural ties and fostering regional collaboration. The Division of Culture, as I mentioned sometime last month, Madam President, at a sitting that we had, we launched an initiative called ComSpan, and the Leader of Government Business alluded to it earlier on, where we invested in purchasing 240 pieces of pan, which would help us to create 7 ensembles in 7 different communities around the Tri-Island state. That initiative is an excellent initiative, Madam President. This initiative is a significant step in promoting youth engagement in music. Through this initiative, pans were distributed across all parishes, providing young musicians with tools and support to develop their skills. ComSpan emphasizes both participation and performance to foster their skills. Encouraging creativity and preserving Grenada's rich steel pan heritage, one of the most iconic cultural traditions. Collectively, these initiatives exemplify Grenada's holistic approach to cultural promotion by showcasing local artistry on international stages, empowering youth through hands-on programs, and preserving traditional art forms. Grenada is actively cultivating a vibrant, creative ecosystem that positions the nation as a leading cultural force for both regional and globally, both regionally and globally. So, Madam President, this initiative is expected to start in January, from the 15th of January, simultaneously across the various parishes. The Cameron Folk Festival, which just concluded over the weekend, our cherished biannual celebration of deep cultural heritage rooted in St. Patrick's, returned from the 5th to the 7th of December at the Sotes Bus Terminal. This year's theme, Echoes of Cameron, Deep Roots, Strong Heritage, Bright Future, beautifully captured an enduring legacy of the evolving spirit of our people. In 2025, the ministry joined forces with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development to introduce a special component, Buy Local, on the Saturday of the festival. And this was an excellent experience. The people welcomed the initiative. This initiative was designed to shine even brighter the spotlight on Grenada's talents of local manufacturers, artisan and cultural enterprises, offering them a greater visibility, expanded opportunities, and supportive space to share their craft with a wider community. The festival remains grounded in unique traditions, ancestral stories, folklore, music, and sacred rituals that define St. Patrick's. Through these expressions, we continue to honor, protect, and pass on one of Grenada's strongest cultural foundations, whilst ensuring that our heritage and lives vibrantly remain in the hearts of the current and future generation. So the Cameron Folk Festival is more than just an event. It's a powerful expression of who we are, where we came from, and a bright future we are building together. So some of our key priorities of the Division of Culture in 2026 will be to significantly expand school-based cultural education, placing a strong emphasis on music, dance, and theater. These initiatives aim at cultivating creativity, nurturing talent from an early age, and instill deeper appreciation for Grenada's cultural heritage. Concurrently, the division will strengthen cultural exchanges with CARICOM, enhancing Grenada's regional presence and fostering collaboration with other Caribbean nations to share knowledge, best practices, and innovation. To formally recognize Grenada's cultural ambassadors, the Division of Culture will review and enhance the policy framework for their appointment. This update framework will establish a clear criteria, privileges, and responsibilities for designation, ensuring that outstanding creatives and artists who have made significant contributions to Grenada's cultural identity are celebrated and empowered. By institutionalizing this recognition, cultural diplomacy will be reinforced as a vital component of the nation's broader development strategy, promoting Grenada's artistic excellence, both regional and at the international stage. Infrastructure development will also advance the 2026 plans for progressing its establishment of the National Heritage and Heroes Park. Launched at October 19th celebration this year, National Heroes Day, a land space creating Grenada's history, culture, and national icons. At the same time, upgrades to the Simone Cultural Center will continue and is continuing, creating a state-of-the-art facility that supports arts and training, arts training, workshops, and performance venues by fostering sustainable growth for the creative industries. The division of culture. The division of culture also remains robust in the calendar cultural programming, in the calendar year of cultural programming. This includes the National Festival of the Arts. We had it last year. We'll be implementing it because of biennial or something. We will be implementing it again in the coming year. Also, the implementation of a heritage program across schools and communities, and publishing a comprehensive festival booklet to promote awareness, Grenada's rich heritage. The school music lab will be revitalized, featuring expanded programs in music production, voice, dance, steel pan, theater, calypso, and supported by the school bands program. So, Madam President, I say to you, in the area of tourism, creative economy, things are definitely happening. If you would permit me quickly, Madam President, just to highlight and I must say thanks to the Honorable Minister for Community Social Development, Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. In St. Mark, in 2025, they have given support and under Grenada's Home Improvement Program, approved 49 persons with housing assistance, 22 which were new houses, and 27 as repairs. A total of 22 houses under the Home Improvement Program, which will ultimately eliminate the use of outdoor toilet and bathroom facilities. The housing brigade completed 18 repairs. Contractors were employed to build 15 new houses, which include bathroom and toilets. Also, contractors were employed to build and complete 7 new bathroom and toilets, new houses and bathroom, and 10 new houses and bathroom and toilets are currently ongoing, and 1 housing repair. Madam President, in the other place, I've heard a member for that constituency alluding to only a selected few benefiting from this president. Madam President, as much as government will not be able to assist everyone at the same time, but the most people who have been given priority are the most in need, the same kind that the former administration called poor, are labeled as poor and vulnerable. We believe giving people hands up to improve their living standard, and that's what we are about. So in the area of community development, Madam President, through you, I say thanks to the Honorable Minister on behalf of the people of St. Mark. You wouldn't hear that report coming from anywhere else. In community development, Madam President, we were able to complete 13 projects on community development, and if you would just permit me to, and I could just briefly label, which include a widening of roads to make better access. Walter, the representative for the farmers, is gone. That's something that he raised with me as well. The fishermen in Waltham had an issue whereby they wanted to remove some of their bins where they store their fish in the hot sun. So they asked if we can. The facility is very small, so we were able to provide assistance to them by building them a shed, so we could eliminate that challenge for them. Box drains, refurbishment of community centers, assistance to our community members. A number of infrastructural works happen through the Ministry of Social Development, Community Development. One of the highlights, Madam President, and we'll be culminating in just a few days, is a program that we do, a basic skill training plumbing program, where 12 participants are actively involved every Tuesday and Thursday from 4 to 6 p.m. The ranges of the ages is 18 to 45. And this program happens at the Victoria Resource Center. Madam President, quickly, let me just highlight, I've heard nothing has been done for cross-cutting in the living standards or cost of living standards. If you pay close attention to the budget, you would see that the government have announced continued VAT exemption in 20 essential items, including cooking oil, diapers, etc. Reduce petrol and diesel tax at $3.50 per gallon as a fix from $5.50. So we remove that $2, and we take the brunt of it. Of course, we are losing revenue, but at the same time, we're still trying to make gas still affordable for our people who use it on a daily basis. Fixed gas cylinder, or what you call the Pullman cylinder, the 20-pound cylinder, remained fixed at a fixed price, at $40. $10 monthly on electric subsidy for household using less than 99 kilowatts, 50% VAT reduction for 99 to 150 kilowatts. And most of all, Madam President, one of the things that is welcome and is already in place, people are benefiting from that, 2 free barrels for Christmas. A program that offers duty-free barrel to household items, so you could get if your family from overseas, you get a barrel for Christmas, you'll be waived the duties or the duties that is normally being charged on those barrels. Those are cross-cutting measures that would help cushion the effect of the rising cost of living that we always hear about. So this program will run from December 8th, which started on Monday, to the 5th of January. Also, we have support, or we continue to support the transport sector, and by providing subsidies for bus operators and solar PV system for sustainable energy solution. Well, Madam President, let me just also say, one of the cross-cutting measures that we'll be implementing is we do SOFA, Solar for All. It was launched sometime last week by the Ministry of Climate Resilience. It will assist low-income families and small businesses, saving them every month, where they install fully solar panels to help cut costs at your home. The Caribbean Efficient and Green Energy Building, whereby, Madam President, we will be outfitting all public buildings, government buildings, with solar panels that would cut energy costs and save us more monies, Madam President. Because, you know, government, we still feel the effects of it. The simple thing is because we have to import the diesel bonnets to generate energy. So hence the reason why we need to go to renewables, which are more sustainable and in the long term be more cost effective for us as a government. So it's a pity the farmers representative isn't here, but he made mention to a situation at Waltham, and through you, Madam President, I would like to, but he's not here, but we are aware of the situation. Sadly, well, I would say sadly, in 2022, Madam President, a contract was signed on the heels of the election, May 28th to be exact, to do a facility to upgrade, to do an upgrade of the facility by doing something similar to what is on Melville Street for a boating facility in Waltham. However, the elections came, that didn't go through, and that contract that was signed for us for $4,777,770. I remember it very, very good. Unfortunately, when I spoke to the person who the contract was awarded to, he said that was just a design concept that they have. So how are you going to sign a contract, awarding somebody a contract to almost $5 million, and it's just a design concept, and no proper environmental impact assessment studies was done? So the Ministry of Infrastructure did not want to proceed with that project unless you do proper feasibility studies, because you didn't want to end up with a situation where you go and reclaim land and you end up same thing as what happened to the Breakwater project. So this we will be looking at carefully. When the Breakwater project start, there will be a consultant so we can utilize their services. Already some preliminary work was done in terms of assessing the area to see what is, and the preliminary studies show that it will be, the cost will be astronomical if we want to put a proper landing facility there. So we have to look, and I don't think no amount of money is too much to invest in or proper facilities, because it's, I feel the pain of the fishermen or the fisher folks in St. Mark. We are the only constituency, yet for all our loyalty towards one party, we are the only constituency that don't have a proper landing facility. It's painful. So we have to do something about it, Madam President. Right? So as I end, Madam President, I just want to say thanks to you, the members of staff, especially at the Ministry of Finance, the budget unit, my staff. I see my Chief Cultural Officer is here, and the PS. Thank you. Other members in the gallery. Other members in the gallery. Representative from the Cultural Foundation. Time didn't permit me to go deep in with the Cultural Foundation, but they continue to support and provide support to all festivals and so on in Grenada. And from my humble neck of the woods in St. Mark, I greet you and the staff all the best for this season. Everyone, it's always a pleasure being here. And I think we're signing off at a very good time. I think I'm the last person to speak, so maybe I should have been granted another 30 minutes, but yeah, so it's always healthy, you know, with the debates, Madam President. I enjoy it. The mere fact that, you know, especially the budget debate, you always have this, everybody come with a robust style. I really thought my goodly senator would have been there, but now that he's not here, maybe we won't have any debate at the adjournment. So thank you once again, Madam President, and we look forward to the next couple of days engaging with my colleagues, and thank you very much again. We really appreciate the opportunities that was given to me to expound on some of the issues from the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. God bless.
I thank you, Senator Queens Britton, for your contribution to the budget debate. Let me thank all those who have spoken, because you are the last speaker for today. So to thank the presenter of the motion and all those who have spoken so far. Now, according to our rules, and I will enforce it tomorrow, we are not to read, we are to debate, we are to present. So bear that in mind for the 6 speakers tomorrow, that the rules of the engagement is debate style. I want to remind everyone on that. I want to thank you for keeping within the time. Nobody really asked for extension. That helped us a lot. Now, because we still have 6 to go, I would want to start promptly tomorrow morning. In fact, there was or is a proposal to start at 8:30 in the morning. I will not put it on the table, but I have it as because I see the faces, but I have it as a reminder, it's a backstop. We must start at 9. We have 6 long speakers. We have, after the motion, we still have 3 bills. At least 2 of them might take a little time. And we would like to conclude our deliberations on Thursday, even this time, but much earlier, hopefully, not into Friday if we can avoid it. So let us come on time to start at 9. Also tomorrow, we will take a Senate group photo. When we break for lunch, we will go to the front of the building and have our photo taken as the sitting Senate. We also have tonight the preparations for dinner. And because so many persons have left already, we encourage you to please show up. And I don't know what quantity of food is upstairs, but it is possible you can get a baggie to go home. So please head upstairs afterwards. In closing, let me thank all the staff of the Parliament, the media persons, the clerk, the acting clerk and his team, the security personnel, and everyone who has been so gracious with their time today. And I do want to thank the Deputy President of the Senate for assisting me during the course of the day. I'm being given a notice in sign language. Hold on. The sign language persons, I thank you as well. I thank you very much. Our meeting is adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.